They don't recognize it on their own side. You know, it's like we already know the Earth is a globe, therefore this light must have taken a curved path, or this radio wave, or this neutrino, or yada yada yada. All right, new rule: always go first. What do you think? Think you like it? All right, pop quiz. Who's done a real world bottom up disappearance or disappearance observation where their intention is to go out and either see something disappearing in the distance or force something to disappear by reducing their angle to the ground with a target object? Like they decided, hey, I'm going to go out and test this out. Anybody? Any takers?
Hasn't everyone?
Of course not. Definitely not.
I used railroad tracks to show that you don't need curvature to make objects disappear bottom first. Just need a shiny reflective surface.
Yeah, I went to my small lake, similar in size to the lake in the Sky Free boat video that many of us are aware of, because the horizon would be many distance, actually more than double the distance away from the entire span of the lake at 1,000 feet wide. So there's no way the horizon can block anything that's taller than an eighth of an inch, basically. Yet I witnessed the boat roped to the pier on the other side disappear. So it couldn't have possibly been because of any alleged Earth curvature. Such an easy observation to do. Most people can drive to a lake or a pond that's 1,000 feet wide, get it done. Most people are actually probably close to railroad tracks too,
Yeah,
especially like. Go ahead.
I used railroad tracks because I bet you most people are within 30 minutes of a decent railroad track. Not
Yeah.
everyone has the ability to live by a large ocean or large lake.
Well, that's why I love the 1,000 footer because that's a pond basically. Some people call it a lake, but it's really a pond, I think, by classification. Well, at least the one I'm talking about is a pond, but they call it a lake for stature. Stolen valor. We have a lake.
Yeah, for me, a lake has to be something that's more than 100 feet deep.
My rule is you have to die trying to cross it. Like if you can make it across without losing your breath, definitely not a lake. But then again, there's some impressive swimmers out there that swam great distance. I know there was one guy swam the English Channel. I don't know how wide that is.
It's like 35 miles or something.
Oh man, well yeah, that's pretty good. I can't even imagine swimming for 3 miles, dude.
Yeah, there's people who swim across Lake Ontario, and that's about 30 miles.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question: did they actually swim the entire way, or did they kind of like swim and then kind of float some, and then swim and float some?
Well, it takes multiple hours, so yeah, they do take breaks. They do have breaks to get some liquids and stuff like that. But they do have to stay treading water. They cannot touch the boat. So when they hand them like water to drink and stuff like that, they do it with a stick.
Dude, I just like eat some Taco Bell and some kombucha, and I'd have like some extra buoyancy in my gut with all the gas.
And some jet power when you fart it, right?
You know what I realized, homie? Jose has tons of my videos. Jose being the long lost admin, 24/7. Yeah, you're right. So he had this big hard drive, and he would rip copies of videos off YouTube, what videos we wanted. I wonder if he has the planetarium director video I'm looking for. Somebody has it.
So AI,
What up?
you hear that debate? That's what you want to call it, the discussion that somehow turned into a debate, even though he said he didn't want to debate, and he labeled it on his channel debate and told us not to. It's kind of slimy, but
Yeah, he had a plan.
what'd you think of it?
I think he was immediately trying to frame it that you have a broken epistemology, and therefore anything you say is irrelevant. And that's what he was going for with his audience.
Did I think things are real? Bummer. Sucks to be me, right?
Yeah, that's so weird though, because like it's so funny how easy it is to convince a bunch of dweebs on the internet that people who think things are real are the crazy ones. I can see it now. I can see it now, bro. When they're in like their after show, man, this guy he's so full of pride. Man, if he was a Christian, he'd be going to hell because he's so prideful, thinks he knows things. Oh my God, what a sin!
Well, here's the funny thing, right? Would you want him in a foxhole with you? Would you want any of those dweebs in the foxhole, man? People that are confused about whether like their gun or their hands are real. Like, I don't know if I can pull this trigger. My hand might not be real.
I would have him talk to the enemy for me. Be like, hey, talk to that guy real quick.
Oh yes, PTSD, man.
Yeah, he was like running a debate bro script tactic. Filibustering, steamrolling, sea lining. Yeah, I was listening pretty much almost all of it until towards the end. Then my headset died.
Yeah. I mean, he gave it up at 5 minutes in when he said he don't know anything. I'm like, okay, this is over. What are we using you for then? Well, we can say what's likely. How do you know that? You know what I mean?
Oh, I got an answer for his neutrino thing. So the bottom, yeah. So deep down in the earth is a mineral that reflects neutrinos.
Oh, there you go.
Because keep in mind, his assumption is that neutrinos pass through anything. How does he know that? How does he know there's not an exotic material? You know, similar to the old ionosphere argument, where it's like, no, there's no way this is possible with these long range transmissions unless it's bouncing, because we already know the Earth's a globe. Well, why can't we already know the Earth is flat? That when he says neutrinos, we just say, yeah, they're being absorbed and re-emitted or reflected off of an exotic material deep within the Earth. You can't disprove that. So his thing is affirming the consequent, like which we already know.
Yeah, Crip pointed out, I didn't know this, that the detector is at a higher elevation. Or not at a higher, the emitter is at a higher elevation. than the detector. So it would have to point down on a flat Earth anyway.
Right.
Well, I got him to admit he don't know anything, but I also got him to admit that he doesn't even know about that experiment. That he doesn't know the beam
Can you
divergence. He doesn't know what actually was set. What it actually what the data actually
Yeah.
showed.
can you
So
say
during
that
that
again?
moment,
Oh shit, that's okay. Never mind. It's the conversation moved on. I just missed what he said about what you figured out how to dismantle. What he said about neutrinos, but oh well.
oh, it's simple. You just introduce a salvation device, which is similar to a globe salvation device, which is it just reflected off an exotic material deep within the Earth.
Did I just watch that whole thing?
Yeah. What did Indio say? He had something too, right?
Well, India had a more valid critique.
Oh, Crit said that the emitter is higher than the detector, elevation wise.
Right. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's all.
And if you
And the
look it up, it
detector's like
says
way under the Earth. So it would, on a flat Earth would have to point down anyway.
It's got to be a globe. Sorry, Albo. Go ahead.
now, and then in the end, he was trying to say that it doesn't prove a globe, but it proves it's not flat.
Dude, the funniest part was during that moment in that exchange, he literally started Googling AI responses.
Oh yeah, on the spot.
So it's so pathetic, it's so embarrassing. Dude. The classic, I'm a Glober, I'm going to research it right now, then I'm just going to read off the internet right to you as if I'm debating you. Yeah, I was busy at work because I wanted to join in. I wanted to offer him a chink in the armor for his audience, which is the things disappearing from the bottom up thing on a short range observation, like at my lake or like sky freeze videos.
Yeah, like I went to a reflection thing because I didn't want to get like it was already bad enough with the Minos-Stricken experiment that nobody understood. But if we would have started digging into like refraction or something like that, I start, you know exactly what's going to happen. I go laser test, long distance, refraction. Then we're in the weeds on that, and I didn't want to go into the weeds, and so I was just like, okay, something simple. Reflection is so simple; everyone understands it. Everyone knows how a mirror works. You know, everyone's looked in a mirror and they know what the mirror is distorted. Hey, man, I look funny. They instantly see that it's not an actual reflection. Well, geometrically preserved reflection.
Yeah, the thing was is he was pushing the freneticism right from the get intentionally. You know, he wasn't intending to have a casual back and forth. He was intending to cut people off in the middle of their sentences, to ask them clarifying questions ad nauseum. You don't have to retort. Yeah, he's being rhetorically Socratic, not intentionally Socratic, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, in the back chat, like, there was started a back chat so we could talk and arrange, like, it happening. He said he don't want a debate. He wants a discussion, right? So DJ went and changed the title of the event to discussion. And lo and behold, on his stream, he put debate.
Yeah.
So I went in there just thinking I'm just going to talk to this guy. And yeah, it didn't end up that way.
Yeah, like, I mean, I kind of got the vibe that he did his research and he realized that if he actually went in prepared to two prepared parties, that it wouldn't go his way. And so he wanted to put us off our game. Like he doesn't strike me as an idiot. He strikes me as someone who thinks ahead. Like even like he was taking notes. Sounded like he had a strategy and a plan.
Well, that plan backfired. Because on his YouTube channel, he has 28,000 views and 260 likes.
Well, I think we'll get some traffic from it.
Well, I got what I wanted. He said that if the math works out for the reflection, he'll concede. The thing is,
Yep.
he has to concede the Earth is flat. He has to go all the way. He can't go halfway. It can't be like, well, I concede there's no reflection, and the globe predicts there would be. He didn't leave himself it out. So, and that's going to be that.
First of all, it's axiomatic. Like you're obviously looking at what appears to be a mirror surface. If it were curved, like I mean, then you don't have to say that if it were curved thing, it's a mirror surface. We don't describe it as a convex mirror surface because it don't look like that.
Yeah, I still don't get what the heck he was saying that a convex mirror is symmetrical. That made no sense.
It can't be. It's totally impossible. I mean, it's possible if you're looking like you have to be a certain distance away and looking at it literally normal to the surface, and then focused on a very small area of it. I mean, you'll get an approximate.
Also, I don't think he aligned those images correctly. Because if you look at the image, the camera is almost facing downwards, and if you try to put it exactly, the way it looked, like he kind of tried to make it exactly, and it's like you had to kind of offset it a little bit.
Oh yeah, if the camera's looking down or up, it's gonna change things a little bit.
Yeah, it was an elevated image. And that image, I don't think that's an actual photograph, man. The sky ain't that color blue.
Oh, I wonder if it's still there. What was his name?
What's PhD?
Let's see. Yeah, to me, it felt like his debate bro tactics about epistemological sympism was on point, but his like actual evidentiary stuff was not on point. You know, he definitely, when he picked his stats for his role playing today, he definitely put all his stats into sophistry rather than evidence. And I'm not saying he's a sophist in the sense that he's making crap up. It's just that he's intentionally focusing on that side of the thing to avoid the debate proper, the actual point.
Well, the perfect example of this is when Alpa said, okay, so you're admitting you don't know the Earth is a globe. And he immediately switched to the hands things. He didn't say it. And he said, well, I don't know if I have hands. As instead of him admitting that he doesn't know if the Earth's a globe, he just admits, I don't know if I have hands. Or I know the Earth's a globe as much as I know if I have hands. So he changed it to he said in his absurd statement to bait. I in retrospect, bait.
Bro,
But even still, Oh, you about to go? Oh.
Bro, this picture, dude, Indio, look at this picture again, bro. I'm gonna post it.
I never even got to look at it in the first
All right, hold
instance.
on, real quick, man.
Yeah, go ahead
So,
and talk while I
e-
work.
either way, like when he's given an example of, you know, I can appear to have hands, but I don't know if I have hands. Is the Earth appearing to be a globe, but you don't know? Is that your point? No, it was never his point. Like, cause he kept changing his position.
Yeah, but dude, he was successful in putting AV off his game because he was just, doing steamrolling tactics with the prove you have hands nonsense. It's like you don't need a deductive proof for a demonstration. It's like, hey, do you have a soda can?
Right.
Yes. Prove it. Here it is. It's in my hand right there. See it? There it is. Proof.
And he did
know-
make that
Yeah,
example
go ahead.
about a dog. He did finally get to that example of, if somebody says there's a dog outside, like, if they have a dog, then cool. If not, then there's no dog. Like, there it is. And that's what got me so pissed off, because I'm like he's like, you haven't demonstrated it. So it's like, okay, so if touching someone with my hands isn't a demonstration of hands touching something in reality, then what would you call a demonstration? Like, if that's not a demonstration, then what is a demonstration? So that, I guess, for the audience, I mean, if I was sitting back and hearing him say, okay, here's a demonstration, you have premise one, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
All right, I posted that image. Now he didn't post the original. It looks like he posted one that he had already manipulated, and he said he did it in GIMP. Okay, so if you create a cut and paste in GIMP, the thing you paste in India, what happens to it? Is it identical to what you cut, or is it processed?
It's process, man.
Yeah, it's processed. You got to create like a one-for-one layer. You can't just use a cut and paste, which compresses it. You have to use paste special, not just cut and paste. Dude, I don't even know what the heck he did here because these clouds on the bottom don't even look like he put them anywhere near where they should be. I wonder if I'm going to use Google Lens and find this original image.
Oh, I need to add that. Yeah,
For that, let's search. All right, I think I found it. Sierra del Leone. This one looks identical, but it doesn't have the man in it.
and like the lyrics. Yeah, I got it. No. Do that, yeah. Darby Skibby. Oh, that's a good idea. Other name loud. Yeah.
Holy crap, dude. Indio, this came from a Spanish website about 5 uses of Paracer. How to steam, approve, and resemble.
How to what?
How to seem, approve, and resemble. It's a verb in Spanish. It's from a website that's telling you how to use this verb, and the header graphic is this Sierra del Uni alleged image here.
He didn't really do what I asked him to do. I wanted to cut the image in half and flip it. Right? And then compare the spacing. But he literally took the worst image on the internet.
I know, it's pretty bad.
And then I gave him another one. He didn't do it to that, obviously. And then he said my video was insufficient. Have you ever seen? Have you seen that mirror flip video? AI?
No, but I think I should. See, he did something wrong here because those clouds are not in the top portion of this image. Indio.
Yeah, I know. He did something. And he said
So if you look,
he said I haven't rescaled it yet. I'm like, don't rescale it. And he's like, oh, I'm not gonna.
well, if you look at the image again, he has a double image of the clouds on the bottom, but those clouds are not in the top portion of the image because the cropping of the image doesn't have those clouds in the top portion. So where do you get those clouds from to flip over? Do you see what I'm saying? Go back and look at it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So what the heck is he doing wrong here? Be something wrong going on here. Let me post this image, Holmes. Give me a second. All right. All right. So let me post. I'm going to post them all here in succession. Hold on. So here's his shenanigans. Here's his thing, and then here's the image from the website. And that cloud that he has double imaged on the bottom, bro, is not in the top portion of the image. So what did he do? Just like move the bottom twice or something? Or maybe he found it in a different file, but it's also not in the top of his image either. His image that he posted, this cloud that I'm about to circle, is not in the top portion of the image. So why is it double imaged in the bottom, dude? Anybody can answer that?
Here, well, when I see it, I'll tell you.
I'm going to remix it. Hold on.
Well, there was a specific time when during the debate where when he was doing that, he said, I need to get better at Photoshop, is what he said. So that's his quote.
I mean, you would need to use. I mean, Photoshop is a tool that you have to manipulate it.
There it is.
Where did that come from?
That's his image, dude.
It's crazy
What the hell did he do?
That's easy. I can explain it.
If you look at my,
I can explain it
if you look at my last post.
Not and okay.
Hold on.
If you look at the picture, if you look at the picture isn't split equally half and half. It's almost 3/4 and 1/4. That's why you're getting more clouds on the bottom than you are the top.
Oh, we know that, dude. That's not the point.
Well, you're asking why it's there and it's not there on the other side.
Yeah, the point is that picture is supposed to be the
That's not what we're asking.
So he's supposed to get the top picture and flip it over, Seg. He's supposed to flip it over and put it to kind of merge it with the bottom. Now, what he did is just get the same image overlaid and kind of move it to the right a little bit.
No, he didn't. The reason you can't see that cloud up on the other side is because it's 3/4 and 1/4. There's more
Dude.
Holy crap,
clouds
dude.
It's a double
All right, let me. I
visible
want
on
to
the
jump this.
bottom.
Zach, you're not understanding, man. He took an image, took the same image, made a transparency, flipped it over, top bottom, flipped it, and then overlaid it. Okay, so the clouds that are missing on the top from the bottom shouldn't be doubled on the bottom because they're missing.
Yeah, because they.
So when you flip the image
Yeah, they
over,
don't
those
exist on the
clouds
top.
can't reappear.
And I just gave you the answer to why that is.
Oh my! No, you
There's
didn't.
a
Well,
double image of the clouds that are there should not be a double image of. For why?
Let me ask you this question, bro. If somebody gets their head cut off, like at a capital execution, like in the French Revolution, and then you turn them upside down, is their head magically reattached?
Absolutely.
Somebody kicked him. I kicked him out.
That was dumb.
The point is if there's no graphic on the top portion of the image, then when you do a flip from the top to the bottom, you won't get information that's not there.
Does anybody have the original? I probably do that in Photoshop real quick.
Dude, I tried posting it, but it's actually a 3-parter. So I didn't. It screwed up when I posted it. But let me go back to the web here.
Or post the link. I can probably go grab it.
It's from Spanish Shenolians.com or something, dude. Give me a second, I'll find it again. I searched it in Google Lens. It wouldn't even matter because he's alleging to have flipped it over the horizontal axis, and he has a double image of a cloud that doesn't exist in the top portion of the image. So this was clearly an error on his part.
That's what I'm saying. All he did was flip it, actually reflipped it or something, and then merge it and move it to the right. Like that's just ridiculous.
So the one observation that he was to address was already bad because he wanted some math that if he saw it and then saw the observation didn't match, that he would concede that the earth is flat. It's worse than that. Like, he didn't even know how to do this right for the sake of his audience. And so he misrepresented something by mistake. Is he going to be honest and go, oh, okay, you're right? Is he going to do that?
It's actually hard to find this exact one. Oh, maybe here it is. Real Fast Spanish, that's what it's called. Download it here. I'm going to download this. I'm going to go to the website. I don't know why. When you get it from the website, it only downloads as a portion. Give me a second here. Okay, there we go. So open with. We're going to go photos. Kind of like a extra wide image here. Why is it doing this? All right, I'm just going to share it straight up from here. Just give me a second. Then I'm going to post a link to the website. Crap, what room are we in? Politics. What the hell? How am I supposed to share this?
Not about the English server.
I'm sending it to. How come I have our mod channel, but I don't have the channel we're in talking to send it to? It's like, what the heck? There we go. No, that's not it either. What?
If you want, put it in the mod. I'll grab it from there.
It should have the voice icon next to it, the speaker icon.
I know, but dude, you know how like sometimes phones only give you like 6 options to choose from instead of all the options?
Oh crap!
Like they know they're curating your options for you. All right, I'm just putting it in the mod chat. For goodness sakes, the only one I can do. That'll at least get it. Yeah, there we go. That gives the whole image. All right, so now let me go get the link here. Let me copy that here. There it is, realfastspanish.com. 5 uses of Petatha. Because remember, he said he got it from some Spanish website. So I assume this is the one. Because I Google lensed his image and this is the one that it gave me.
Okay, so the bottom one I just posted is how I lined them. I lined them up. I didn't rescale them. I didn't do anything, and then I just cropped it out.
Yeah, so where the heck did he get that extra cloud from, dude? How in the heck did he do that? Here, up there's the original widescreen version of it. That cloud that he has double image doesn't exist in the top portion of the image. So if he flipped it over the mirrored axis, which would be the horizontal axis because it's reflecting off the water, where did he get that cloud from? That's some bogus flogus, bro.
Oh, do you know what I can do? Hey, you know how to do this. What happens when you want to square something? How do you check if something's square?
The grid lines.
Measure the fucking diagonal.
Yeah, diagonal. Yeah.
I think I
Oh,
can do
in
this.
real life. Yeah. I thought you were talking about on Photoshop.
Oh no!
Yeah,
You're
you
about
measure
to
the
see it done in
diagonal. 3, 4,
Photoshop.
5. The 3, 4, 5 rule. Oh, what you can do that in Photoshop. You can measure from one pixel to another pixel diagonally.
Yeah, I can do it. I'm about to do it right now. And this,
You know what, dude?
I'm going to measure the diagonal distance between like a couple, probably where these two clouds come together.
You know what's interesting, Indio? Is like I'm
These
having
are
trouble.
mirrored two ways.
I'm having trouble figuring what he actually did to accomplish this thing, thinking he actually created a mirror flip. I don't get it. It makes no sense.
Maybe he doesn't understand what a mirror is. Oh,
You know,
dude.
the worst part, dude, is his audience. Some people in his audience thought he was spitting the hard facts. It's like, oh, look at me. I did this and it doesn't line up.
You know what's really funny? So something called the method of images, and Spaddock the other day was saying these guys have no clue about it and don't understand it. And now it's very funny because this is the same thing. It's a mirror image. It's the same principle, and they just still don't understand it.
And what Glover has actually presented an image that they scrutinized or manipulated or tried to analyze to us, and they actually did it correctly? I can't remember one. Maybe Fessler. He might be the only one.
Certainly wasn't Danny Faulkner. Oh,
All right, bro. You know what? I'm gonna go in, take a massive leak, so I can think straight, and then I'm gonna boot up my Photoshop.
Is the Earth flat?
Yes, sir. It certainly is. No globe. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced a globe in reality, no tree?
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, seen one.
Where'd you see
Seen a
it?
globe.
Where was it?
In school. That was cool.
Yeah, so it's
Very
kind of like
cool.
a toy, right? It's kind of like a decoration, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in reality, have you ever seen any curve
Yes.
of the Earth? Oh, where'd you see that?
Train tracks in the ocean.
Oh my, where to begin? Where to begin? You saw the ocean curve. Tell us more about it.
It's like curve. You know how to explain it to you? Right.
I mean, I've seen the ocean many times and the Great Lakes, which look like an ocean. They're so large. All I see is a flat horizon. All I've ever experienced is water lying flat in its container. Looks pretty flat to me. I'm concerned if you saw a curve in the ocean because it's not there. We've measured it flat. Over the water is the best way to demonstrate how the predicted curve of the globe is not there in reality. Did you know that?
Cool. What the train tracks one?
What about your train tracks? You saw some
Like,
curving train tracks?
Yeah, like, it wasn't curving, but, you know, it has to curve somehow, so yeah. So
You think that?
Is it horizon? No, I think there was a horizon. And the horizon cut off the train tracks there.
Oh, that could have been due to the limitations of your perspective, the way the human eyeball works, right? I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, so you might have to give us an example.
Okay, you know, the train tracks, you know, they have to curve, and they slightly curve every single time if the Earth is curved. So where does the train tracks go? And I'm telling, they not turn. where you know they.
There's no
where they
evidence.
stop
There's
from your
there's
seat.
no evidence of train tracks curving. You think they need to curve because you think there's a globe, but in fact, since there's no globe,
I don't.
there's no curve.
Yeah.
So you understand why your argument is there's a globe, and I asked you, where's your evidence? You said the train tracks. And I said, where do the train tracks curve? And you said they have to curve because it's a globe. So that's called your presupposing
Where else?
the globe. Yeah.
Where else does the train track go?
Oh, look, Rayleigh Criterion, 6 minutes after the hour, gives you a little image there.
Hi,
So,
Mommy.
is that, hello. Yeah. So at no time do they take the curvature of the earth into account when constructing railroad tracks. And do you have any evidence to the contrary?
What are you saying? I was looking at the subject. There's a video that I want.
I am saying that when they construct railroad tracks, they do not take the curvature of the earth into account, even though if the earth really were a ball as claimed, they indeed would have to take it into account because, for example, after 10 miles, there would be 66 feet of drop. So if you were constructing 10 miles of railroad track, you would have to calculate for 10 miles of drop. And yet in reality, they do not do this.
Well, the Earth is not perfectly round. Are you? If it is a globe.
Yep. So what I'm giving you, the 10 miles and the 66 feet of predicted drop is based on their calculations of the Earth having the radius of 3,959 miles. All of that is based on the standard claim of the spherical globe.
Are you?
So if you would like to dispute that mathematics, then you are disputing the mainstream model of the globe. So are you claiming that you do not live on a globe?
Okay, I have a question for you. How far does the flat Earth go if it is flat? Mommy!
Great question. Mommy's not here for you. It's time for bed. How far does it go? That cannot be determined because we are not allowed to freely travel past the 66th parallel due to the Antarctic Treaty and the environmental protocols of 1992 agreed upon by the 50 plus countries who signed on to the Antarctic Treaty.
Are you my mommy?
I am not. Mommy wants you to go to bed now. Stop playing on the internet. So anyway, yeah, before we get to that, just back on the first thing you said where you saw the curve on the ocean.
Yeah.
You see it 8 minutes after the hour. Greatest laser experiment in history, FE core. So this is an objective demonstration of how the water does not curve and how if you thought you saw it curving, you need to check again. Next time you go there,
This is round.
look at it and notice that it looks flat because it is. So in this particular example, FE core laser tests that were done in 2018, the seventh measurement of the FE core laser test, this particular series of laser tests, was a distance of 25 miles. At a distance of 25 miles, according to the spherical model of the Earth, there should have been 297 feet of drop based on, their particular setup, the observer height, and so on in this demonstration. And yet the laser was able to hit the target. So the thing of it is, Mr. whoever you are, little guy, is that guy gone? Is that what you're telling me? Kathos. I'll just finish my sentence. And then maybe it was bedtime. Laser shouldn't have hit the target. But it did. The end. There's your bedtime story. Good night.
Yeah, bedtime story, bedtime story, bedtime story.
Hey, Dandelion.
Yes, Seg.
If I send you a picture, can you post it for me since I don't have perms in here?
Oh, for sure. Yep. Send away.
Thank you. Can you post that for me?
Okay. Yep, I got it. Seg has a picture of the Bolivian salt flats, and then I see Matthew has a claim about railroad tracks there.
Yeah, I was just explaining why they don't have to take into account the curve of the Earth when they lay railroads.
What,
Yeah, they
what
don't have to
about
take into
submarine
account
cables?
because it's not there. There's Seg's image.
There, now your clouds match. All I did is crop it to a 50-50 percentage on the horizon line. Is it hard?
Yeah, is that in response to AI Overlord? I don't really know.
I don't know. Whoever couldn't figure out that a 70-30 flipped over would show more on the bottom than on the top.
Holy crap, bro! You're still on about that? You don't get it yet?
I just posted it, so obviously you don't.
Yeah. Let me explain it one more time. So, homeboy who was here earlier claims to have flipped the image, right, to check whether it was a mirror image or not. But his flipped image on the bottom has a cloud that doesn't exist in the top portion. So, if he flipped it over the horizontal, where did the cloud come from? The answer is it didn't come from the top. So, he obviously did it wrong. That's the whole point.
He didn't. It would never come out all right because it was a 70-30 flip. It's always going to be wrong.
No duh, dude. The point is he has a cloud on his image he's trying to line up on the bottom. Where'd that come from? It didn't come from the top. It only exists in the bottom portion of the image. So he didn't do the
Right.
flip correctly.
Right, because it's not. You can't do it correctly because it's a 70-30 split.
Right. So then why would he have a double image?
Realign them, right? You can just shift the images.
Well, all you got to do is split the image 50-50 and then flip it over, and neither cloud is there.
But he didn't do that.
Why would he have a double image of a cloud that doesn't exist in the top portion? Where did that double image come from?
Because there was 30% more clouds, or there was another 5% more clouds.
Just know why you're not
was the top.
You're so close, bro. He's so close. He just needs to eat a vitamin, maybe a carrot, and he'll be right there.
Yep. Okay. I looked. I fixed it. All I did was move the horizon line down to 50-50, and it seems to work.
Right.
Now you can flip it any way you want. You want me to flip it over for you?
Correct. Yeah,
flip it over the horizontal.
Yep, flip it over, then
Okay,
overlay.
that will work.
Yeah, flip it over, then overlay it, and then make the top cloud appear that's not in the image.
All right, check this out. I'm uploading the 2 pictures that I just did, and
hold on.
There is.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, watch how there isn't any double image.
I was just going to tell Indio that I'm about to stick my ears in a cheese grater.
Check that out, Indio. Check that out.
Don't do
Where
that.
is it double overlapping? There's no double overlapping. Actually, it fits me perfectly.
Right. So where in the heck did PhD boy get his double image of a cloud that doesn't exist in the top portion of the image?
He don't know how to use Photoshop.
It's not even photoshopped.
Well, you have to Photoshop to be able to freaking have the overlay. Freaking
All
moron.
right, bro. Let me help you out. Let me help you out.
It's just still water.
Let me help
What
you
are you
out.
talking about?
Let me help you out, Holmes. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Give you a history lesson of what occurred today. So a guy came on. Indio offered him that the Sierra Delta needs a mirror image, and you can flip the top portion over onto the bottom, and it'll line up. So he went and found an image, the PhD guy, and he supposedly flipped it to try to line them up. But he came back with an image that has a double cloud, right, that doesn't exist in the top portion because, like you said, it's not there because the split is wrong. Now, if you scroll up to my post, I posted his image that he attempted to use GIMP, the software program, not Photoshop, to do a mirror flip. The problem is that in his mirror flip alignment, where he said it was misaligned, he has a cloud that doesn't exist in the top portion of the image. So he obviously did something wrong. That's all.
The way he was supposed to do it is the way I just posted it.
Exactly. What you did is perfect.
Keep in mind, he was basically mocking Indio the entire time.
And keep in mind, it's exactly what I said.
And keep in mind, his audience was like drooling over him, you know, beating up Indio so badly with his misaligned photo evidence here.
Not only misaligned, it was a reverse image.
Yeah, but bro, like it took me like 2 seconds when I actually looked at his image, and I zoomed it up so I could see the whole thing rather than just be in the in the small portion on the screen. And I saw the clouds not lining up, and I said, "Wait a minute, these clouds that aren't lining up don't exist in the top portion of the image. What the heck did this guy do?"
Yeah, especially because the camera was looking lower, was looking down towards the ground and not. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a good clip for your channel, Indio. PhD embarrasses himself by demonstrating his complete lack of art skills.
Might be worse than that. You're giving him the benefit of the doubt that he just didn't do fuckery.
I don't know, bro. I think.
How can you do that by accident?
Yeah,
I don't even think
that's what I was
he did
trying
it.
to figure out, dude.
I think he had somebody else doing it, quite honestly.
But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't have an AI do it. And the AI, read the prompt, and he's like, "AI, can you please mirror this image and check if it's aligned?" And then the AI was like, "Blah blah blah, barf barf. Here's your image."
You ain't lying. Since Photoshop has, he said he used GIMP because Photoshop has AI built in now.
I put your other image in there. I put the other image in there, Seg. I don't know if that's what you wanted.
Yeah. Thanks.
I don't think Seg understand what was the assignment.
Well, to be fair, he definitely did more progress than what the PhD did.
Yeah, let's flip it over. You're right.
That's what you said. Flip it over. That's what I did.
I don't think the roots of this tree goes all the way down.
I could actually make a layer where the upper clouds are pink and the bottom clouds are green, and then just overlay them with a mask. so that any pink pixels would stick out behind the green pixels. I wanted to go to town.
What I think the problem is the guy isn't really there. That's AI'd in.
Well, there's another image similar to this one, which looks identical without the man there. And so when I did Google Lens on the image that Blitz PhD posted, it gave me an image without the man there, and I had to scroll around to find the one with the man in it.
Yeah, I don't think the man is originally there. I think that's put in. That's photoshopped in.
Well, like when Blitz presented this image, Indio's first inclination was, wait a minute, this doesn't even look like a real photo. I'm not even sure this is real.
The water looks like a real photo, and the mirroring effect, that looks real. But the person in there doesn't look real. Not to me.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Nice entry as always, Satoshi.
Bro, I worked 16 hours today. I feel like crap.
Satoshi, go find a pic of Sierra Del Uni, flip it over the horizon, and then tell us if it lines up.
Who's Sierra Del Huni?
Where's
it Can you spell it?
They all Del Uni, bro. They're all Del Uni. It's the
Are you talking
Bolivian
about the
salt
picture
flat.
that's in the side chat?
Yeah, the Bolivian salt flat. It's
Oh, yeah,
Salar.
looks like an exact
SALARDEUNI, maybe?
Yeah, visually it looks like a perfect reflection.
All right, bro. I'm going to test your skills.
All right, let's
I'm
go.
going to post a photo. Post a photo here. This is what Blitz PhD posted earlier. Then here's the isolated image that he posted. Indio
Why does
told
it
him
look
that the
so-
Solar Del Uni is a mirror, and it's blurry.
Yeah.
Zoom in on it, bro. Zoom in on the second one, because the second one is the actual image. The first one is a screenshot of his post, and the second one is the image from his post. So you zoom. So Indio told him if you mirror flip the image, it's a near perfect mirrored image. So PhD boy said, I flipped it. Here's my image flipped, and it doesn't line up. The clouds don't line up. So if you look at the bottom of the clouds, bro, you'll notice something about the top clouds and the bottom clouds is that there's actually more clouds on the bottom than the top. So if you zoom in on the bottom clouds, so zoom in on the bottom clouds and you'll notice a double image of a cloud. Hold on, bro. You'll notice a double image of a cloud that doesn't exist in the top portion. So how in the heck did PhD Blitz get an image of a cloud flipped over the horizon from the top of the image where the cloud doesn't even exist in the top of the image? How did that happen?
Well, something I noticed is that if you look at the where the horizon is, like on the actual picture vertically, it's not like halfway, I don't know what to say. It's like
Oh, it's like a 70-30 split.
Yeah.
It's like
so
the camera's
maybe
looking
that's
down.
why it's showing that.
That's why it's showing that. If you make them equal, because I posted an equal picture, then you don't see the cloud.
Right. Correct. But the point is, Mr. PhD Blitz was asked to flip the image over the horizon and then line it up to see if the clouds match. But in his lined up clouds, he has mismatched clouds, which he said's mismatched, but they're clouds that only exist in the bottom portion of the image. So how in the heck did he flip it over the horizon? He didn't, right? He screwed up. He messed up somehow. He did something weird.
I zoomed in on the portion. There's a double image of clouds there can't be a double image of this. Okay, you have one image and then the flipped image and you overlay them. That's what creates the double image. Both images don't have both images in the tops of them don't have the same clouds. So when you flip it, they can't be a double image of them. I zoomed in, I took a screenshot. This is a double image of clouds that aren't in
Yeah, if you look
the
at what
image.
Indio posted,
Well, he was trying. He was trying to get the win live for his fans, and he knows like the percentage of people that are going to go back and tear that apart are very slim. That's why he did that tactic. He just wanted to get the live audience to hear, "Oh, I did it. It doesn't match." And that was it. Like he didn't care if we come back and scrutinize it.
Well, how good is this brand going to do when we? This is proof that he defrauded his audience. So what we do, we set him up. We get him to defend this, get him to say exactly what he did, and then show this shit.
Oh, that'll work in our favor, yeah, for sure. Well, but if we don't get his audience to tune in for that, then it'll be just a loss of those viewers. That's all I meant.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, but like, you got to have some credibility, right? If you're a person that's giving out informational content and you're shown to be manipulating information or lying, that's the death of your brand.
Yeah, he's got to issue a retraction, period, or he's screwed. Or what they call an edit, an update. What do they call that, bro? There's one thing's a retraction, but another thing is a what do they call it? I don't freaking know. But anyway, he needs to do that on his channel.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that. I just thought it was an optical effect because of the way the camera's angled.
So I
An
feel
amendment.
I feel like the camera doesn't like have the field of view that maybe a person would, and so I feel like the portion, like he fucked up because he thinks that what he can see on the top in this image should be mirrored by the portion of the mirrored image that is closer to him. Is that what's going on? Because there's actually no cloud there if you look at the original. Is that what y'all saying?
Yeah, he's trying to match a cloud to show that it's misaligned or aligned. He claims it's misaligned, but that cloud that he says, the clouds that are misaligned don't exist in the top portion of the image, so it's not possible that he did an accurate mirror flip over the horizon line, which is what Indio told him is what the scenario is. And he presented to his audience that he did it and they don't align. So he screwed up, basically.
At best. At best, it's an error.
Yeah.
You did hear him. I did remember he said something like it doesn't. Hold on. He said something like, I remember he said something like it doesn't match horizontally. I remember him saying something like that. Or he said the word horizontal or something. I don't remember exactly what he said. I'll go back over because I'm making a transcript. So
he said, was it supposed to match horizontally or vertically? Is what he asked you.
Well, duh.
It doesn't matter, dude. That's not a flip at all. He has the two clouds that aren't aligned, oriented in the same orientation. So he didn't flip them at all because they certainly didn't come from the top portion of the image. And if you flipped them sideways, over the vertical axis, then they'd be facing the opposite direction. So I have no idea what he did. It's almost like he just took the image, duplicated it, and then just shifted it to the left.
Yep, that's exactly what he did.
Like Indio said, it was like minutes ago, maybe he doesn't understand how mirrors work.
Because otherwise, where's the other person on the top? There's supposed to be a person on top, like the way I just showed the one I posted.
Well, he always has the warm blanket to say, "Oh, well, I did it on the fly and I made a mistake." So
That's an egregious mistake because, I mean, that's not even a flip anywhere. There was, and then just actually shifting it to the right is kind of freaking weird.
Oh, like, what do you think about this, bro? He just asked an AI art program to do it. Gave it a prompt, and that's what it did. I mean, he did say he used GIMP, but I'm not sure.
Because it does look kind of like some kind of weird effect on it. It's like a circular effect if you look at the middle part of the image.
Yeah, like
it's kinda
rotation.
Yeah.
Just like in the oh man, what is that called? If you ever watch that Quaternion video that Indio has on his channel, the guy does that field rotation, where it's just random dots, but if you turn them, they create circles. Forget the name of what that's called.
Oh yeah, I remember. Hold on. I'll post the video in the chat. I'll post it. It was from a symposium on video games that I found that.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy was talking a lot about how to render.
sorry about that. Go ahead.
I'm saying the guy was talking about rendering horizon lines and points that are far away and parallax shifts and all this stuff. And a lot of interesting phenomenon in the graphical side of things. And he had just a bunch of random points, and then he just moved them, shifted them around, and all of a sudden they look like they were rotating. And if you haven't seen that video and you're a flat earther, you need to watch it. And once you watch it, you'll know why you need to watch it.
I see the reasons because you said so.
I know.
What was I saying? That guy was a worm. So slimy, man. I couldn't stand listening to that junk.
The slimiest, so slimy. That's so right, John.
No, he ain't
I
the slime. I'd be like Maz or I don't know, one of those guys. Oh, eggshells. Eggshells are slimiest.
Oh, that's true. I can't stand that guy. Yeah. He is worse. You're right.
I've just never heard someone talk so much to say so little. I mean, probably have, but yeah, like you said, once he said, "Oh, I can't possibly know anything," you're like, "Oh, good, I won." That was funny stuff.
Anyway, so what's interesting about things in the distance and how they're traveling across your field of view is that you can actually create an apparent rotation and an apparent counter rotation, even though the things are traveling in the same direction, depending on the parallax shift and your point of view, which is also demonstrated in this video.
Hey, AI Ardent, I have a question.
What is it?
About that Bolivian salts mirror. Say, if it was done correctly, say for example, if the person's aiming their camera slightly downwards, if they reversed or flipped the image, wouldn't like the clouds should still overlap in the correct places, right?
Well, yeah, but the problem is It's not a 50-50 split. So when you flip the image over the horizontal line, some of the clouds that are on the bottom won't be in your image because you only have like 30 or 40% of the top. So when you flip it, it's not going to fill out the bottom portion. So the clouds that are in the bottom, right, won't be part of your flip. So how could you have a double image of the cloud that only exists in the bottom portion? So imagine you take a piece of paper, right? Imagine you, print this out on a piece of paper, dude, and then fold the piece of paper down the middle, down the horizon line, not down the middle, but down the horizon line. That means that there'll be a double layer of paper, and then there'll be a single layer of paper sticking out on the bottom. And that sticking out portion on the bottom contains clouds that don't exist on the top portion. So how did he get those clouds to be double imaged?
You're right. Now I get it. No, it makes more sense. Okay. So what people actually come here and fucking fake images just to get at flat Earth people?
Who knows? Something like what happened was Indio presented the Sierra del Uni mirrored surface, right?
Yeah.
And said this is a near perfect mirror, and according to the law of reflection, where the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, this has got to be a flat surface, right? Because if it was convex, you wouldn't have this reciprocal angles here. You wouldn't get this precise looking image that if you flip it over, like if you took this in a photo program and flipped it over, it'd be nearly a perfect match top and bottom. So PhD Blitz said, okay, I'll open up an image and I'll flip it and I'll see what happens. And then he presented his image, which is an absolute butcher chop of an attempt. And then he said to Indio, they don't line up. This is your number one proof, and it doesn't work because they don't line up. Never did he think, oh, maybe I don't work because I suck at doing art or following simple directions.
I made it wider. I mean, I sent the height of the image so it can include both ends of both sides flip. And one I added an overlay of the image. Color.
Holy crap,
and
dude.
the other one I did a screen burn.
Man, let's give you an honorary PhD. Holy crap, bro. That was so easy, dude.
Did you guys bring it up with him? Like, that he faked an image?
No, it's not necessarily that he faked it, it's that he screwed it up. It may be the case that he did it intentionally, who knows, but we do know that he did it wrong. That's a fact. And based on his wrongdoing, he then presented a case that Indio's claim that they're identical when you flip them was wrong because his lineup was wrong. Right? Saying, oh, these don't line up when I try to line them up. But who knows what the heck he was doing because he certainly didn't flip it. He didn't mirror flip it. He didn't. Because how would he be lining up the bottom clouds? Like, the bottom clouds don't exist on the top. So how in the world did he flip it and try to align it? It makes no sense. Whatever he did something wrong. Maybe he just duplicated the image. Could be, dude.
And yeah, actually, that shit looks cool. Actually, like one of those things that they show you. What is it? What are you looking at?
Yeah. Plus, his argument was whack. The neutrino argument, as if anybody would be able to verify or deny that claim anyway.
What's the neutrino argument?
Oh yeah, that's
That they shoot that they shoot neutrinos through a hill of Earth.
And then when I looked it up, they were saying that they detect like 1,500 neutrino like. It doesn't say that they detect
Yeah.
neutrinos.
Yeah, they do a statistical analysis. That's what I was trying to tell them. They had 6 actual confirmed. That's what I was telling you. Is like, well, they have all this. They did all these detections. Yeah, those are detections of particles. But there was only last time I looked, there was 6 confirmed detections, right? Where there's no possibility they were any other thing other than a neutrino.
Wow, dude. You know, this one time, bro, I turned on my old CRT TV with the antenna disconnected, and I waited for one pixel to turn black, and then I said that was the signal that I sent out to Mars 20 years ago.
And you also got to remember what he was saying about momentum? Because of those things, that they're going to only certain types of detections would even qualify as a neutrino. So they're just basically sitting around collecting data and then go, okay, we lit up these light bulbs. That was the neutrino. It's like staring into the clouds and waiting until you see the face of your granddad.
Neutrino pareidolia. Funny how that happens. You know, there's actually a direct statistical correlation, if not causation, of the amount of your funding coming to an end and the amount of things you need to detect being detected.
Nice. That's a great point.
Yep. Right when your grant's about to run out, all of a sudden your neutrino detector starts to work.
And your gravity wave detector.
Yep.
And your black hole picture taker.
Yep.
What was that diagram about the high tide and low tide? That was too hilarious.
Dude, that was a trip, man. All that. High slope and low slope.
And then he first said I could call somebody, and then he switched it to I could call somebody to I've done this. I've called someone.
He retracted that right after and said he didn't really do it. But he didn't lie. He said, I didn't lie. I was merely trying to advance the conversation or trying to talk or something like that.
Well, that could have evolved into something fruitful. For example, the correct answer is, from his point of view, would be in order to know that the increase in the height of the water here causes a decrease in the height of the water there, right? So there's essentially, for lack of a better term, a hill of water here and a divot of water over there. It's to assume that there's a fixed volume of water and that water is level if all things are equal. And so if not, you have to then say, if we have more water over here, then there'd be less water over there. And so he'd then have to concede the nature and physics of water, which you would then go into, well, now that we know sea level, well, sea level is flat, not curved.
Yeah, I was talking about how he was equivocating between flat and flat. Because when he was saying there's a hill of water initially, that was because he was saying that it wasn't horizontal. But horizontal, it only like it's an orientation.
Well, my
So,
chagrin is
even-
that. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, even when when he gave his diagram, like he gave a flat slope, and it's like, okay, so are you saying level is curved, or are you not saying that? Like, what do you?
Well, I mean, he was right in his critique based on the rhetoric that AV was saying, but AV should have been able to counter, especially having experience with Bev. Like, he should have known that this was a Bev Tardian gambit. And, but that's one of the reasons why Blitz was pushing the freneticism, because he wants to keep his opponent in this I can't think my thoughts through, I have to respond quickly kind of, pacing intentionally.
No, you can't do that with those people. You got to slow it down. Like he said a few things that would have run his own ass to dry had, AV had slowed down to listen to what he had said, because he contradicted himself multiple times. And again, I gotta ask again, like, yo, if touching someone with your hands isn't a demonstration that you have hands, then what is a demonstration?
Well, that's the problem, bro. That's the framing. The framing was not, can you prove you have hands? The framing was, can you use a deductive proof? No, it wasn't. It was, can you use a
He said you
deductive
can't
proof?
prove that you have hands. That's what he said. You can't prove that you have hands. That's what he
Yes, but
said.
that was after he. Yes, but that was after he framed it as a deductive proof.
Yep, that's right. You're right, AI. He did use those words, deductive.
And so there's two ways to go. You could present a deductive proof that you have hands, which is easy, or you could demonstrate that you don't need deductive proof to demonstrate that you have hands, because you can directly demonstrate you have hands. You don't need deduction to do that. All you need to do is know what hands are, and then show your hands. Here they are, and that would prove you have them.
Yeah, he was just trying to clown like a slimy worm. That dude was a joke. He made himself look really bad to anybody who wasn't a fan of his, put it that way.
Yeah, like he tried to frame it that Alpha, doesn't know logic, doesn't know reasoning, can't even prove anything at all. And he was trying to maintain that frame as long as possible. And to be fair, if Alpha had a partner that was not engaged in the freneticism, was actually the third wheel, sitting out for a minute, looking at both of them going back and forth, that partner would have been able to point it out to him. And I think that's why he said, I don't like 2-on-2. I want it to be 1-on-1, just me and the other person, because I think he knows that when you're trying to push a frenetic pace and steamrolling tactics, if the other person has a partner, that's not going to fly, because they're going to be able to watch what's going on from a dispassionate view at the moment and interject and say, "Hey, wait a minute." I think he was very calculated in what he did. Like, he had a plan. He executed his plan best as he could.
I think it was very good, because my main critique was that in 3 hours, the only information that his audience heard was about specular reflections in the Bolivian salt flats, which Indio put a pin in. And that's a mistake on our part. Because how the hell do you let somebody who's a PhD have a conversation with you for 3 hours and you only present one thing? I don't care, what they're asking or how off,
Right.
Well,
So
he wouldn't let you get a sentence out without trying to ask you a million questions about the way you formulated your sentence. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
why
It was insane.
you gotta actually make the moderator work. That's the point. Don't play into his game. Make the moderator work.
Well, see, that's the
We
problem,
got some
Elijah.
good.
You're wrong in that sense. Here's why. Let me explain. It wasn't supposed to be a debate. He framed it to us that it's not going to be a debate. I don't want it to be a debate. Then he framed it to his own audience. It was going to be a debate. So he came in to debate. We showed up to a conversation, and he did that intentionally as well to frame the moderation to not have this overarching, we're going to stay on topic kind of mentality. It's just going to be in a conversation that evolves and goes where it goes. And so that actually puts the moderator in a frame where they're then reticent to interject.
Yep, I think
Yeah,
our
we see.
guys did the best they could based on fraudulent setup, changing the terms at the last minute, and being a general slimy liar snake. So yeah, they did the best they could under the circumstances. The only way, anybody should ever agree to talk to that low-life, worm, disgusting, non-human being is by having a very structured debate with an opening statement, timed, contributions from each side with timed rebuttals, extremely strict moderation. Obviously, he took advantage of the situation, but, we're not going to let that happen again because we can't trust that any slimy worm liar is going to, have a decent conversation. We know that from being in here day after day after day.
Yeah, it definitely emboldened a few clowns that came into the room today. There's definitely a few different personality types I haven't heard in this VC at all since we formed it. So pretty interesting. Good.
Yeah, when
good
I heard
traction.
when I heard it was changing from a debate to a discussion, I was imagining like some old guy that was just going to come in here and actually have a discussion. It was extremely disappointing. So that guy probably won't agree to a moderated debate, just like all the other guys don't want to do an actual moderated debate with rules that keep it on topic, that give each person 5-minute opening statement, 5-minute closing statement, so on and so forth. Because even when finally Indio was presenting the positive evidence, he was jumping in every 2 seconds all over it, and there was never a time to present it. So I think they did the best they could. They did, Indio in particular. I didn't hear actually the whole thing because I could not stand listening because that guy was so impossible to listen to, unpleasant, absolutely horrible in every way. But the first hour, Indio kept on his heels like a terrier and kept, they had a back and forth. We didn't, get to do the exposition because that was obviously his plan from the beginning and, to make it so that his audience did not hear the evidence. And, that's just because of the format. That's what happened. It's just the way it is. We should learn from it and not let it happen again.
Yeah, to be fair though, Indio, you messed him up, man. It was good that he had somebody like you in there just shutting him down. He thought he was gonna be able to just spit a bunch of stuff that was gonna go over whoever he was speaking to's head, and then he'd be able to look like a genius, and he made him look like a fool. So it was a definite win for anybody who actually knows what's going on a little bit. But yeah, I agree. I agree with your critique also, Elijah. But yeah, I mean, it would have been, woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? We could have done better, but it is what it is. Thought it was like a good a good staged event. Period. Just the fact that we got people watching. We got people coming into the room, and next time it'll be even better. So can only get better from here anyway.
Yeah, I don't think we should be crying over his stupid audience. I mean, I looked at his stupid channel. It's like that's what he does. You know, he's no better than any other anti-flat earther, deceptive little jerk, pseudo-scientist, arrogant,
Atheist.
full of himself
Atheist.
piece of shit who thinks
Atheist.
he knows better than everybody else. So, I mean, none of those
Atheist.
people were going to listen to anything. Anyway, what'd you say?
I just
Atheist?
kept saying atheist every time.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just keep saying that. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, it's not like it's cool. Like, we got some stuff in there. Bolivian salt flats was something that guy was obviously not prepared for. And it doesn't. It's not
Holy
like
crap.
his audience is going to be like running to sign up for reality checks here. They're obviously living in their little delusional fantasy pseudoscientific world, so it's not like a huge loss. They don't want to hear
Yeah.
truth over there, right? They just want to cheer on their little beta male hero of their atheist globe-tard science fiction cult. And that's what they were going to do regardless. So, only thing we can do on our side is to, of course, always use any situation to continue to work together for good, sharpen our tools, know next time. Never trust a globe-tard, especially when they change the terms at the last minute. Probably something up there. I should have known. I should have known when they said they're changing it from a debate to a discussion. I didn't. I thought, oh, okay, so maybe they're laid back. No, it's the opposite. They were doing that so they could take advantage of the situation and use his debate bro, sophist, lying tactics to take advantage of somebody who had their guard down because they thought they were going into a discussion when they were going into a battle with a Laugh Olympics laughing dog worm. I didn't like that guy. Did you guys know that?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to talk to that guy for 30 seconds. So I applaud both Indio and AV for being willing to talk to him for 3 hours. My God. I wouldn't want to talk to that guy for 5 seconds. Jerk.
Yeah. Well, there were some good conversations that happened in here after the fact. Like I said, there was a couple of Globies that were truly emboldened and came in here talking, a whole bunch of smack. And just no, it's just like when two people are butting heads and one person is like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. The difference between their side and the flat earth side is that when they're presented with something that they can't refute, they just start appealing to others, right? They're like, oh, well, I didn't actually do the experiments. I don't actually have access to any of the data, but yeah, I believe that this is what happened, It's always that. It's always appealing to some other thing that's unverifiable, right? Like there was a one recently was ice on Jupiter. Yeah, it was like ice on one of Jupiter's moons was one that was discussed earlier today. Water on one of Jupiter's moons, I think Europa was some. I think that was Ruga Peso that was in here early this morning, and then I think after the fact somebody tried to pick up on the tides argument, and then what was the other one? Oh yeah, we had some clown in here talking about the Felix Baumgartner jump. That was hilarious. Yeah, but all in all, at least it got more Globies in here, acting like they had some sauce.
But Felix, was it?
What are you doing? Where were you at?
What were you saying on the Lex?
I don't know. Somebody was talking about Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the different arguments that I heard from the Globe side right before the debate and after the debate. I was just saying we had more like fluent English speakers arguing for the Globe in here today than in the recent days past.
I think the
But it
more debate that I have, the more debate I have participated, the more fluent I've become in English. You know, I'm not very fluent in English, but I don't want to discuss about the globe.
Well, that's why we're here to discuss the globe. Yeah, I know you were discussing it earlier. We discussed the lack of globe, right? You discussed the lack of globe, no globe. That's what you're talking about earlier. You seemed kind of like surprised that we were serious about it, didn't you? You were surprised about that.
No, I'm surprised about the discussion when we're actually supposed to discuss about the globe and you guys are just
Or
We were
just what?
discussing the no globe. Yeah, we're discussing the lack of globe.
You're going to
There's no
generalize
globe,
the whole group of us, huh? You know what all of us are going to say? What are you? Why are you generalizing the whole group? Bricks. Do you understand?
Tell us what you like best about the globe, Bricks. Bricks, hey Bricks, what's your favorite part about the globe?
yeah. I wasn't generalizing it. You guys are kind of playing the same ideology to generalize the globe believers. So why can't we?
What are you? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Nobody said you can't. You can do whatever you want. It's just your reception in any particular group of people might be less cordial if the persons feel like you aren't treating them like individuals. So, but that's your own choice.
Yeah, if it's not a globe, what's the shape of the earth?
Well, why do you need
believe it has a shape? sorry, Daniel. Why do you believe it
That's all
has a
right. We
shape?
were asking. Yeah, we were asking him the same thing. Now we'll see if he can answer.
So do you think we live in a shapeless space? Like it is dynamically changing. Is that what you say?
Well, if the oceans are constantly eroding shorelines and volcanoes are constantly making new islands, I mean, wouldn't you say it's a dynamic system in that regard?
It does make more sense when it is analyzed through the globe believer's perspective, because through the Big Bang Theory, the Earth is still expanding. The universe, not just the Earth.
All right, now you went off into fantasy land. We're talking about things that we can know, not things that we can theorize about by looking at the sky and coming up with different notions and ideas based on what we see up there. What we know is there's no measurable curvature, and up is up for everybody here, right? When we all look up at the sky, we're all looking up. No one's looking sideways compared to another. We're all looking up. When we look up at the sky is above everyone here in this on this panel, no matter where they are.
I think so. If you don't like theorizing things, I would love to know what are the motives behind these people like NASA or the government to manipulate the information.
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, I got to get into mind reading and figure it out. Figure out if I could read your mind right now. Once I figure that out, then I'll try and start working on whoever may be behind deception and deceiving people. But first, I'd have to find out who they are, right? So it looks like I got my work cut out. First, I have to start reading minds.
Technically, you were theorizing this, right? So, what would you think the most documented and formulated equation is just a theory other than empirically proven?
Do you know how tall you are? Is that a theory or is that a measurement?
Well, it comes from the theory first, because there's a measurement units, there's tools to measure, same as the Earth. But of course, I'm not smart enough to work for NASA to have the tools.
Oh my goodness. So you think you need to be really, really, really smart to work for NASA? Someone cue the Don Pettit clips.
Well, at least from your guys' perspective, it is plausible. If you're not that smart, at least you should be good at editing to work for NASA, right?
Or a good painter. I hear they hire good painters. Anyway, so do you have any evidence for why you believe the Earth is a sphere? Other than government space programs and space images?
Well, throughout my life, I haven't found anyone in real life that has constantly challenging this point of view and has proven to be right. And if there were people that I've ever met, they will always be proven wrong, unlike in this VC. For example, you are arguing against the most smartest people in this earth. Even ChatGPT says that this earth is a globe, and ChatGPT is apparently the smartest entity in this world, in today's world.
That's so funny, man.
I wasn't.
You
I
just
was.
believe
I
stories,
didn't
man.
mean.
You just believe stories. You're a believer. How many things do you actually know? Or do you just trust the experts? You just appeal to authority? All someone has to do is make a post and make it number one on your search engine and search engine results, and all of a sudden it's the facts.
Well, I will be the dumbest person in this VC if I tell you guys everything is on the internet is a fake. Or not. I don't know.
Who's claiming that everything on the internet is fake, dude?
Well, my sources of knowledge about the Earth is a globe mostly came from the internet.
Yeah, most people have to search it on the spot because they don't even know their own model, but yet they want to come in here and defend it.
And
Well,
the internet,
you seem to be one of those individuals, right? They didn't teach you how to verify that the Earth is curving in school. So when somebody challenged your belief, not knowledge, they challenged your belief, you didn't even know how to go about defending it. You had to go on Google and figure out, how do I defend my belief? That speaks volumes right there.
uh, but then when I go to Google, mm, trying to search about the flat Earth theory, like they all are suddenly the truth. Unlike when I was trying to defend my childhood knowledge, it doesn't make sense and it doesn't sound fair at all.
Yeah, when
And
we
they
ask people to search who measured the curvature of the Earth, what do they all come back with? They all come back with Eratosthenes. That's what they come back with. That's no coincidence, man. That they have to go back 2,000 years to some alleged man who did it with measuring sticks, the shadows of some sticks that he placed in different locations. I mean, that's the best measurement that they have right now. I mean, come on, you gotta be scratching your head at least a little bit if that's the number one thing that people come back with when we ask them who measured it, who measured the curve.
well, still it doesn't answer my first question about the shape of the Earth. If it's not a globe, then what it is? Because
It's a
we're
flat plane,
talking
dude.
about
It's a flat. It's a planar surface, right? Got topography. It's got mountains. It's got hills. It's got valleys. It's got rivers. It's got oceans. But it's not curving. You know, you need that exponential curvature from your position in all directions around you. That's what's necessity. If you believe you live on a sphere, you would need that. You would need to witness that. That would need to be measurable for everyone, everywhere. Why? Because it needs to match their radius. Why? Because their radius is agreed upon by everyone that says the Earth is a sphere. No one's sitting there squabbling about it. This is the issue, man. But yet, everyone wants to talk about everything else. They want to talk about anything but the lack of curve. And you say, oh, well, how do you verify it? Well, it's verified everywhere. Why? Because it's not curving anywhere at all. That's the problem.
no curve here, no curve there, no curve everywhere, no curve anywhere, but still it can explain the midnight sun or the polar night.
It doesn't have to, dude. We're not claiming to know how the luminaries work and how this place is designed and what's the grand scheme of things and all of that. We're just letting everybody know the Earth isn't curving. It's not that complicated. You guys fight tooth and nail. Well, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? It's like we don't have to explain anything. The Earth isn't curving.
So do you think there is no real astronaut in this world? Hello?
Oh my gosh. I don't know, man. I don't know what you're talking about. You're asking me about astronauts now. You're saying I don't think there aren't any real astronauts. I'm sure someone has the job title astronaut, right? Next to their name. What does that prove if the Earth isn't curving?
You know, I think that the curvature is mind-boggling. That it is not visible unless you're an astronaut. That there is no real astronaut. And then we start theorizing crazy stories about the government bullshit and internet is faked. While we still can't explain the obvious phenomenon. And it has been researched for centuries. It's all just debunked with just this one theory, curvature. It's not interesting anymore.
You said it's too big. Have you looked into the amount of curvature that has to be there?
I'm looking at it.
How much has to be there for 100 miles? How much curvature do you need for 100 miles, right? Do you know these numbers? You really need to get them into your mind, right? Because you need to see that, you need to witness that, and then you could say, "Oh yeah, I'm on a sphere," and the radius they tell me in school is correct. And you could go on believing your narrative, right? You need that. You need that figure. You need those values to match reality. If they don't match reality, you got a bit of an issue. People always want to blame the flat Earth community for the lack of a model, the lack of working maps, and all of this stuff. And it's like, you know what? If the people who were entrusted to do this work with integrity, right, did their job, we would have all this stuff. Think about how much money has gone to these government space agencies. They were actually doing their work, being honest with the public. Imagine what we would know. But here we are. We know that the Earth isn't curving. Billions of dollars later, we can't trust any of their information. Why? Because they've been so dishonest, right? So it is what it is. Well, I hope everyone's having a good Friday, wherever you are, or Saturday, if it's Saturday where you are. I had a long day at work. It's been a real interesting one. Glad I got to witness it and take part. If anybody wants to keep the conversation going, please feel free. But I'm about spent. I gotta be up early in the morning, so I'm gonna sign off. Y'all have a great rest of your day, or evening, or morning.
My brain dead.
I want to stay with you guys. You speak with me, guys? Just tell me about yourself. Oh, oh, oh. If you wanna learning the English, you need to speak with Nettie. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? Count, bro. Ah, Jesus is good. I live it now. But first, I need
moon. Can't go to space. None all that moon. Can't go to space. None all that shit is just a TV show. You understand that? That shit is a television show.
Why can't we?
Because there's no way a vacuum can exist next to our air. You understand?
What do you?
You're breathing.
What about the ozone layer?
What do you think?
The
is
ozone
outside
layer.
this Earth?
I have no idea. I don't think there is an outside.
What's the ozone layer?
Gas. It's a graphic that they put in the newspaper.
No, I mean, what's outside of the Earth? You know.
I will answer.
How do you know there is an outside?
There is no outside.
How would you know if there was or if there wasn't? Is what I'm asking you. You're assuming that there is an outside to go to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like you can't.
You ever
have
been outside the Earth?
oxygen- You can't have oxygen in a vacuum. It will just like even if you blow like a plastic or a balloon in a vacuum, it will just deflate.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, right? How can you have air next to a vacuum without a boundary stopping the air from going into the low pressure? Think about it. You got a tire. Tire has higher pressure than the outside air. You put a hole in it. All the air leaks out, right?
It goes up
Until it reaches equilibrium with the surrounding air. Now, we're supposedly a ball with air around it. Why doesn't all the air leak out until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum of space?
What about the satellites? Are they going outside of Earth or
Are you listening, bro?
float in the sky?
I'm telling you, satellites can't exist because the place they claim they are can't exist.
Wait, how do we get like satellite phones and like Starlink then if satellites don't exist?
Because there's no ball in the way blocking the radio signals.
Guys, why you say Earth is flat?
Oh god, it's like fucking Groundhog Day. Fuck, bro.
You don't have to use that language.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What's happened
I'm
if
sorry, you're,
Earth's flat or
try to offend your sensibilities.
So what's the point of SpaceX? If,
we don't that
What's the point of SpaceX? To make you guys drool over fiction.
Like, SpaceX is a private company, and Elon Musk is like one of the richest people in the world. So why would he have a company?
Oh my god, then must certainly be true.
Without SpaceX and without NASA, not many people would believe in space. They have
just
to
out of
keep
curiosity,
this program going to breathe life into the light.
NASA's been around for a long time.
just out of curiosity for that young fella that's Pope, either way. Which bit proves the globe? The fact that someone's rich or the fact that it's a private company?
No, like I wasn't actually talking about a globe. I was talking about it,
we were.
Indigo said that satellites don't exist. Now, why would SpaceX exist, launching satellites in the sky as a private company?
They're not
doesn't
private.
Make sense.
They're about as private as the Federal Reserve of the United States.
They are a private company. They're not.
They're not. Okay, Elon Musk testified. Okay, you just think that because they said that in the news. Elon Musk testified before Congress and said they have over 400 regulators that permanently bridge SpaceX in the government.
They have government contracts, but it's still a public company. Public companies can still work.
They're not public. They're a private company. Are they listed on the New York Stock Exchange?
SpaceX is a private company, yeah?
That's right. Can you
That's what
see
I
their
said.
books? Can you see their books?
No, you can't.
Okay, then. They're a closed company. You don't know what they're doing. You can't tell. But they do have government agencies straddling them. So they're not a private company like frickin' I started a lemonade shop down the street.
They are a private company in terms they got government contracts. So they do work with like NASA and stuff. Like they lend their rockets to government.
I seriously doubt anybody in this chat has any knowledge of the inner workings of SpaceX.
I'm sure they don't. To be honest.
So Elon Musk's basically in government now. Yeah, he's well embedded and tied within the government. So he's been chosen. SpaceX has been chosen to take on NASA's work. Do you want to know my personal opinion why? Because people were starting to doubt NASA. Because there is actual debunk. No, this is my opinion. Because, and I'll tell you why. Because there is countless hours of footage of NASA making mistakes, using green screens, using harnesses. The moon landings have been debunked by Globers since the 70s. There is a lot of distrust in NASA. So if NASA is the only source, just like if we only had one moon landing or one space rocket launch, people would question, okay, do we trust NASA?
Source, though. Like a lot of other countries.
But it works well. It works well if we share this loadout and then we say, right, okay, let's get somebody else, somebody who the people trust, which is Elon Musk, to kind of front the now face of the space missions because people didn't trust NASA. It's not that hard to believe.
Countries like Russia, China, India, they have their own space programs as well. SpaceX is just a private space program, essentially.
That's true.
But also, too, they...
Please think about it. Do you think everybody in China is going to believe everything America say? If America's the only one who's got any evidence or any experience of going to space, do you think every other country will trust America? No.
But with SpaceX, though, they literally got satellites going up in the sky, orbiting the planet to give us...
And you know that how? How do you know that?
Because I've got Starlink right now. I can go camping out in the middle of fucking bumfuck nowhere and get like full blown like 300 megabytes per second Starlink internet. And the only way you can do that is from satellites.
That's false.
It's orbiting the planet.
See, no, that's false. The longest radio transmission. I'll tell you why it's false. Because the longest radio transmission,
satellite transmission.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah. So the longest radio transmission ever recorded is 10,000 miles. It's Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia. There was no satellites. There's no repeater towers. There's none of that. You think it has to be a satellite because you think there's a giant ball in the way where the radio signals can't travel through. If there's no ball in the way, they can just say, hey, you can talk that far because of a satellite. But, you know, because there's a ball in the way. But there's no ball in the way between you and the transmitter.
Yeah, but like satellites use like microwave high frequency microwave radio signals.
Okay, and it's like 2.6. What is it? X band? What frequency do they use? What wavelength?
So like, if I got my Starlink dish, I can go camping in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and still have
you already said that
250 megabytes per second.
Yeah,
how come I can't get a phone signal out where I can get?
Tell me what I told you.
A Wi-Fi signal. You said like some radio transmission can like burst out 10,000 Ks. Okay, fair enough. But
no, 10,000 miles.
Miles, okay.
16,000 K.
But does it get interrupted by mountains?
Say that again.
Does it get interrupted by mountains though? Those signals? Like, does it get blocked?
What do you mean mountains?
Yeah, physical obstruction will block a signal.
Yeah, like physical mountains and stuff can block a signal.
Correct, inclusive of your Starlink. So don't get too excited, boy George.
Well, Starlink's in the air, so nothing can block it going down if it's up in the sky.
So you got 100% uptime? Is that what you're telling us?
If you're up in the mountains, Starlink does not work. My parents have it.
New one, bro.
No, it does work. I've actually kept my country. Yeah,
you have 100% uptime,
and it works. Yep,
yeah,
100%.
Great. 100%
but what I'm saying is someone else said that there's no such thing as satellite.
Hey, India, you're going to enjoy this. India, you'll enjoy this bit.
I've worked in IT for 30 years. Okay.
So India
don't overtalk me. I've seen and read.
Never told me though.
Probably 500 service level agreements. Starlink doesn't even have a service level agreement. Do you know what a service level agreement is? It tells you their guarantee of your uptime. Starlink says we're not guaranteeing any level of service. Any. Your Starlink can go out and there's nothing you can do. It's up to them if they even want to refund you the money. I don't claim 100% uptime. That's horseshit. Nobody in IT would ever fucking claim 100% uptime. Wire doesn't have 100% uptime. Don't say dumb shit, bro.
Why do you guys?
This is the thing. Where's the other guy? Where's the other guy that asked why would they lie? Why did this guy lie? Why did this guy lie and say he had 100% uptime on Starlink?
Yeah.
I was the one.
Dude, he doesn't even have 100% uptime on the device itself. Okay, without any connection. Dude, there's a whole there's a whole segment of the Indian economy dedicated to technical support because nothing has 100% uptime. It's freaking ridiculous to even say such a thing. Reboot your router. Remember why you're rebooting, bro? Is that uptime? Is it uptime when you're rebooting your modem or your router or your computer? Is that uptime? Come on, man.
I want to know why I lied.
Why is there not a room called Earth is round? It's like you're desperate to prove that Earth is flat.
It's already proven. You're probably proving it yourself.
We can like have the same argument in this channel. We don't need a desperate channel. If you have the argument that the Earth is round and flat, you can still have an argument here.
Like, this is the thing I find ironic is that you guys are against testing it yourself. You guys are like, no, I'd rather just trust these other people, even though the test it is so simple. It's super simple.
It's interesting. You rather trust other people, even though not less than 5 minutes ago, someone blatantly lied. So you're going to trust other people even though they blatantly lie to your face and make claims that are obviously untrue. I'd rather trust myself.
Actually, two people. One said unanimity of scholars, which is 100%, which is silly.
Wow.
Bro, like what? People don't agree on jack shit, man. Like, we got 100% uptime with freaking electronic equipment made of unobtainium.
Is that Australian dude still here, or is he bolted?
No, he's like a salesman. Maybe he's like a salesman for Starlink or something.
Maybe.
Dude, like if you hired him as a Starlink salesman and he tried to sell it, hold on a second. If you tried to sell Starlink and then like he went and he was like, we have 100% uptime, he'd be fired.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you when you're not talking through people. Yeah.
That's good. So just wanted to say that, but isn't it crazy that we have lots of work done on fiber and a lot of work done in other cabling networks and everything, and we're saying that with satellite doesn't exist? I don't think that makes sense. But you said, yeah, we do have a lots of frequencies, and then it has with various difference of radio frequencies and various systems of antennas, we can reach a lot of places. But we can't reach some places at all. It's impossible. But satellite makes it easy.
Really?
Wow.
Impossible, huh?
I mean, no one's going to deny things in the sky, dude, but you're invoking something that rotates around a sphere in a vacuum. That's the problem.
Well, look, we do have the orbit system, right? There where the gravity eases.
Okay, what is an orbit?
Gravity eases.
What is an orbit?
They don't use gravity in orbital mechanics, buddy. They don't use gravity in orbital mechanics, buddy. It's a kinematic model. It's not a dynamic model.
Anything you want to say, you just don't. You just listen.
Okay,
you
I'll
talk
post it
about
from NASA
over
if you want.
everyone. No. You
I'll
talk
post it if
about
you want.
over everyone. That's a horseshit. Yours, man. Look, you just listen as well. Just see. You talked. I've been listening like 20 minutes now, and you just try to make yourself free. Like you saying that billions of
are you almost done with your meta
dollars
commentary?
are being spent on something that doesn't exist. You saying
Still
this? We
trying to
don't.
figure out what an orbit is.
NASA being doing, man. Look, there's a lots of work being done.
What is an
but
orbit, dude?
It's not a. It's
So
not a
I've asked you
something like
5
a
or
very
6
simple
times, and
thing.
you
Oh,
keep talking
because
to
I
avoid the
don't believe
question.
it, and then because I don't.
It's really weird.
Let's yap. More whack whack. Answer the question as if, or stay on mute.
Dude, that's so funny. Let me get up on my soapbox and blah, blah, blah. But, dude, get off your soapbox. We're having a conversation. It isn't you narrating about how you believe it really, really
Bro,
hard.
look,
I believe it.
I'm not looking at what your profile or anything at the moment.
Let me.
But
I know.
I can see there's a one person among you
You're gonna
guys.
get muted again, bro. You're gonna get muted again. Okay, settle down. Okay, let's go back to the original point about radio communication. So before satellites existed, people talked to each other, right? Through radio waves, right? Is he muted or something?
I'm telling to everyone else like everything is horseshit.
Asif.
Come on, man.
Asif, listen, you could learn a lot from these two. Okay, these two are willing to sit here and teach you things that you're getting wrong. When you talk about orbit systems and gravity, you have no idea what you're talking about in relation to satellites and circumnavigation. So if you just be quiet for just a minute, you could learn something.
A lot of people think
this person is. Who was that person talking?
Those Roots.
Don't worry. Why don't you just listen to what the guys are trying to tell you? They're actually willing to help you here. You could learn something. So just mute up for a minute, listen to what they say, then respond.
Okay, yeah, you threw a lot of shit against the wall. I'll just go through them one by one, okay? You have all these issues. I'll address them one by one, okay? Or you already made up your mind and there's nothing we can say. We're just wasting our time on you.
Well, but you cannot. You
I guess we're
cannot
wasting our time.
debate by saying that it's a horseshit or anything.
No, we're not. Sorry.
Debate on
Excuse
anything.
me. Excuse me. We're not just sitting here saying that's bullshit and hand wave dismissing everything. Injo has literally just said we'll go through everything one by one. That's not saying it's bullshit. That's not hand waving dismissing it away. You understand, right? We're trying to explain to you the points along the argument.
For the debate, not for a lesson.
It's not a debate, sir. Sir, it's not a debate. Your position is wrong. You've said some things that are just don't even make sense, you know, like orbit systems and things like that. If you just hear Indio and Jedi out for a couple of minutes, and then if you've got any issues with what they've said, you can have the floor and respond to them. But don't bother with the meta stuff.
I have listened to 2 other guys who say that, oh, satellite doesn't work. Oh, what do you mean by satellite doesn't work? NASA
interesting.
doesn't do any shit.
Interesting. We're trying to tell you. We're trying to tell you. But we've been here for 5 minutes listening to you ramble.
Yeah, why did we say satellites are impossible? What was the reason?
Oh,
yeah, you weren't paying attention to that part. You just got triggered by, oh my God, satellites are impossible. Oh. You that emotionally invested in that, buddy?
No, I was asking, do you like...
You a satellite engineer?
Not you.
So it's very simple. We have radio communication before they even said satellites exist that are way farther than what should be possible on a globe. And I'll give you examples. So when Admiral Byrd went to, quote unquote, what they call Little America, he talked, had a weekly radio program that was broadcast live in America when he was in Antarctica. It's 9,600 miles. Okay? This is in 1933. In 1918, Marconi set up a system where the UK government talked to the Australian government. It's 10,000 miles. Right? Then you have a radio communication across the Atlantic. And then you have a radio communication when JFK got shot and killed. Right? Where they radioed the airplane of the Secretary of State who was in between Hawaii and Japan and told them to turn around the frickin' airplane. All of this happened before satellites. Okay, we're not just hand wave dismissing it and say, we don't like satellites. Okay, so back to the orbital. A lot of people think that they use forces and gravity and masses to predict the orbits of satellites. Okay, now, satellites can't exist. But even if they did exist, this is not how they predict their orbits. They use what's called a kinematic model, where they just use acceleration and time. That's all they use in position. Acceleration, time, position. They don't use forces like the gravity's pulling it here, and this is the mass of the freaking spacecraft. They don't use any of that crap. People just think that's how they do it, but that's not how they actually do it. You can verify this on NASA's own website. And as far as they spend a bunch of money, there's no way they're just doing it for nothing. Dude, they during the United States Great Depression, okay, the United States built all these roads. This was called a government make-work program. They didn't want a bunch of unemployed people storming the White House with their, pitchforks and torches. Okay, so they said, we're going to employ them and we're going to build roads. We don't need roads, but we're going to just build them anywhere. And hundreds of thousands of people built these roads to nowhere. They literally went nowhere. They're just building roads, just going everywhere, but actually going nowhere. So there's precedent for the government doing this, what's called a government make-work project, where they just keep people employed by doing some activity, but that activity is pointless. Is there anything else?
Well, you are right about the expenditure of the government. None of them, majority of them, I would say, make sense. But sometimes a country is known by their own roads. But you saying that a lot of different things about NASA and these things. Look, there are billions being wasted, and we all know about it.
Yeah, but it's not their money; it's your money. So this is the problem.
It's our
you should
money,
be angry. Yeah, that's right. You should be mad that they're wasting your money to show you cartoons.
Yes, but when I'm going to camping, I would need that road as well. And also, I'm also against of social, what would say, social, or what's the free money that governments pays the taxpayers' money to others. I'm against it. Why?
Okay, that's interesting.
We can use that main power, or that human power, I would say, to build those roads. I think that will be a bit better for those people than just giving them free money. But there are documentaries I have watched that just giving money is much easier for a lot of governments than just making them work. And also NASA shit, man, I am against a lot of things, but that's why we have like a lot of innovations. Like, let's say laptop, like I'm using an Alienware. Like, let's say how good this is to play game, and see the Nvidia, I watched that. They have a new graphic systems. This is something that is just by
They're not based on the shape of the Earth.
It's a huge social commentary, but we don't really care. That's not the topic.
Yeah, no, I'm bored as fuck.
Yeah,
What's this got to do with satellites orbiting a sphere?
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way, buddy. So we have a person, and they're saying we do a thing, and that thing violates natural law. Okay? Who do you believe? The natural law or the person?
Wait,
natural
satellites aren't real.
Yeah, the laws of nature, right?
Space station real?
That is real. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. The satellites are real. That's the benefit.
You're not addressing what has been said.
Do you believe that natural law, like the laws of nature, are it's impossible to violate them?
It is impossible, yeah. Like I can't stop myself using.
A simple yes or no would have suffices. Okay.
But no. It's not. You can't dictate my answer, my friend.
Sorry,
okay?
it's a close-ended question.
Go ahead, Jedi. You can cover this.
No, he's just annoying me. It was a close-ended question which requires just a yes or no answer to affirm or deny that you understand. That's all it was. It's very simple. So natural laws can't be violated. You agree? Now, if a man tells you that he violates them, would you believe that man?
Yeah, the natural laws always can be violated. We can fly nowadays, can't we, my friend?
No. Let me give you an example of a natural law. Gas expansion into a vacuum. Now, can that be violated? It's the law of nature, and by definition, happens always without exception in all space and time in open and closed systems. When a system is open, the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment as per the law of nature. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I do agree with this.
Cool. So if a man tells you he can violate that, do you believe him?
Only if he can shows me the ways that he can violate it.
Yeah, good man. If he was to claim that this law of nature could be violated, he'd have to demonstrate how it was violated, right?
Correct.
Good stuff. Now, the Earth is an open system with gas pressure within an available vacuous space. According to the second law of thermodynamics, in a thermodynamically open system, the matter will escape, the gas will expand into the vacuum. Now, if a man says that he's been to a rocket through an open system where gas pressure exists to a moon within a vacuum, you would understand that that violates the law of nature. Do you believe him without demonstration of the cause of gas pressure without a container?
That's true. Yes, I can believe that.
Okay, so
I can believe that they can't do it without proper equipment, and then they can't do that. What you're saying is correct.
Good. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, I don't know about that.
Okay. See,
Neither does anybody else.
Does the Earth have a container around it causing gas pressure and stopping the free expansion of gas into the available volume?
I think yes, as we have a lot of oxygens, which is not above, and there's all different sorts of molecules, atoms, and these things, they can't expand, they can't disappear, because without it we can't be anything.
Exactly. So there must be a physical barrier around the Earth causing gas pressure. Now, in your heliocentric model, is there a physical barrier stopping rockets to the moon, for example?
I am not sure about this.
In the heliocentric idea, the Earth is an open system, and people have been to the moon, so much so that they've gone to Mars, sent remote-controlled cars and satellites through an asteroid field to go and take pictures of Jupiter and Saturn. So the Earth is an open system. This declaration is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have a thermodynamically open, pressurized system.
As you argue on this, yes, correct. But I'm not sure with the second law you're saying that, but the person who says that, oh, we went there. But we do believe that a lot. I'm not arguing that how I can prove it, but we do believe that the satellite exists. There are a lot of...
So you, sorry, you said a key word. You don't know how to prove it. But you said earlier that you would have to demonstrate. You would have to prove, show me how the law is violated. You're saying that you can't. Do you think that they can?
Well, I haven't... Well, yeah, if they have been there, they have to prove that. But have I went and learned about it? No.
All right, this is where you need to stop and learn about the subject then. Because the idea that you have satellites in a vacuum space where the Earth is an open system is in direct contradiction to the second law of thermodynamics. The Earth can't be an open system if it is pressurized.
understand what he's saying. It's like having a tire, right? A tire is a closed system. Then when you punch a hole in the tire, it becomes an open system, and all the air leaks out. Right?
You're
so
right
what they're
about
saying
it, but
is, yeah. And what they're saying is the Earth, which has air pressure, because you're breathing right now, right? That somehow that is not leaking out into the vacuum, and that they're flying around in it, the place where it's not leaking out into. That is a violation of natural law. And if someone says that they can do that, they need to actually demonstrate that that's possible. I'm not going to just believe it because they showed me a bunch of pretty pictures.
you're right. But we did had a lot of things coming from space hit into the ground.
It's right back to the
Earth, right?
Did you literally just respawn right before our eyes? What happened?
He's correct. He says Indian says, yeah, there's a tire or something.
Why do you automatically
There's
believe it?
something going off.
Only
It
deal with
should
that.
be.
You just automatically believe their story first, and then you make them, they don't even have to prove their claim. Shouldn't you be a little skeptical, maybe?
I can be later spectacle, but
You said you will believe. You said you will believe the natural law, not the people who are violating natural law.
Yeah, let's say natural law. If I'm falling down, like let's say from a higher
they're speaking,
ground
man, in this
to a lower ground, let's go that if you do not interrupt me, I do approve your point on the natural law, but I will also say that if I'm going to fall from a higher space to a lower ground, the gravity will pull me down and I would hit and smash. I will be gone. But with some sort of equipment, I'm not smashing. Let's give an example of that. Airplane, right? No, you're saying that that's the natural law has breached. There's no existence of natural law. There's a proof.
Sorry.
That's a proof that we able to Jedi. It's Jedi.
You keep saying this. I'm going to address what you've said. You don't want me to address what you've said. You want a soapbox.
No.
You want a grandstand.
I want you to listen.
I am. I want to challenge what you've said.
No, you're not. You have not listened.
For fuck's sake. All right, carry on talking. Get it out. I'll put a pin in this and come back to the natural law of gravity. Idiot.
You are the idiot, and you have to listen.
Sorry, do all things go down?
As if people are allowed to challenge.
No. Do all things go down? As if.
Yes, but everything applies. Yes.
Excuse me. You said yes. Close-ended question, remember? Yes. Okay. What about gas? Which way does gas go?
It's in an open space. It can go everywhere.
Gas moves in all directions, doesn't it? Isn't gas a state of matter?
It is.
Okay, but you said hold on. You said all states of matter accelerate to the floor. Gas doesn't. Actually, gas comes out of the floor. It goes up, fills the available space, doesn't it?
Well, that's true.
Yes, thank you. So your law of gravity doesn't apply to all things. Not all things accelerate to the floor.
Everything that they have the level of the heaviness they do. I'm not going to talk about because I'm not a physician here. I'm another person. I'm not a. But you're just trying to being a very argument. And
I'm disagreeing with what you say. Sorry.
You do. I am disagreeing with you say, but you're trying to make your point by
do all things go down?
Argumentative.
Do all things go down?
True. Everything goes down.
No, it's a question. So you think all things go down? What about gas? Yes. Are we going to go around in a circle again?
Yeah, we can go always in the circle. I'm not going to back down, mate.
Why?
Yes. There are certain things,
How about this? How about
such
this,
as
buddy? How about this? How
such
about
as
this?
such as gas does not
Yeah,
go
okay.
down,
How about
but it
this?
does go up
Okay.
and it come back. But there's a
It
different
comes back, does
physics
it?
and molecules,
So, excuse
chemical
me.
things
Excuse me.
happens, right? Huh?
Excuse me. It comes back,
Yeah.
does it? How does gas come back?
It comes back through rain, through a
No.
different.
We're talking about gas. It's now coming back as water. We're just going to be talking about gas. We understand gas expands into space. It has physical collisions with other gas molecules, which get less rapid as the expansion increases. Now, you're telling me that the gas comes back. I'm asking you why. Why does it come back when it's expanding?
There are how many types of gas you're talking about? Do you think we
types
have
of
one?
gas.
All atoms joins with other
All
atoms.
types
There
of
are
gas.
some.
You're telling
All
me
types
that
of.
it comes back.
He's not even
I want
listening
you
to
to
you,
tell me
man.
why.
Yeah, that's true, Indiana.
Yeah.
He's got
So go on
a
mute, dude.
child's
You're not gonna
understanding of
listen.
the world.
Well, what about clouds? Clouds are liquid water. You know that, right? Why don't they fall to the ground?
Yes,
Yeah, why don't they
don't.
fall to the ground? Yeah, they don't. Why?
There's in a form of gas, and they
No, they're not gas. Clouds are not. Hold on, clouds are not gas. Clouds are not gas. Clouds are liquid water.
But how come liquid water comes down and then cloud doesn't? You're saying that they haven't got that physical and the chemical expansion yet, and that's why they're not water, mate.
They are water.
They have to
You
be
can just
water.
look it up on
They
Google
are
that
not
clouds are water. They're water droplets
They
nucleated
become
on.
water.
Okay, no, they are water.
They become
Clouds
water.
are
They become water later.
Bro, you can say it all you want. Clouds are liquid water. You can look up on Google or wherever you want. Clouds are liquid water. Little teeny particles of water nucleated on dust.
And they
don't
merge,
fall.
And then they become. They merge.
Oh, and then they become because they weren't in the first instance. Is that you conceding that they changed state?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
what
not
the
a water.
fuck, dude?
Dude, your head must be wet because your head's in the clouds right now, dude.
I think, yeah. Aquila making its own way.
No, this is becoming egotistical on your behalf. You're not going to back down because you're going to feel humiliated and embarrassed. We're not trying to do that to you. We're just trying to explain simple things. And when you talk for him, it's an emotional response. It's supposed to be a man. You can deal with being criticized, right?
I believe that your voice is increasing, which is sign of anger and emotion.
You get frustration with people who clearly don't understand. Yes.
That means a weakness.
No, it's frustration.
Which is a sign of weakness.
We could be frustrated at your mental weakness.
In your psychological bullshit right now. I'm more interested in the subject on the table. I really would like you to stop responding emotionally.
I'm not emotionally responding, my friend.
Start trying to understand. Stop being defensive.
I can be defensive if you're behaving in such a manner. Does gas
expand into vacuums?
You can keep discussing that, and if I oppose, I will talk.
He's not listening, doesn't want to answer, he just wants to troll.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is where we stop engaging with you. There seems to be no point.
Alrighty, I'm sure there's quite a few others that would happily like to ask questions. Gowrie, Ayora Tata, Ironic, Cavill, Peter. You better not be the Peter I think you are. Soha. Walter Black. Ooh. And YM56. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Just like we're in the freaking movie Idiocracy, I swear to God.
Oh, yeah.
Gets more and more like it every day.
Yeah. Like Adam Unsalted just said it correctly in the side chat. Low IQ plus large ego.
Mm. Yeah.
And by the way, the title of the event that we're running right now is Are You Brainwashed? And I think
Are you part of a collective delusion?
Better change the room name too.
As a quick point on that, before I go back to doing my job, which I probably need to get back to soon. When people say, well, why would NASA do this? Why would NASA do that? Why would they create this? Why would Elon Musk say that? And I'm just listening, thinking, you are why they do this. Exactly you right now in this moment, making the points you're making. Not you as in the hosts, of course. And they just don't see the irony of it. Well, why would they do why would they go to all this effort? It's like you right now. Oh, why go to all this effort?
You are the answer. Look in the mirror, my friend.
You are the answer to your own question.
This was my original event title in the side chat there. Mass formation psychosis. So you a victim, but then I kind of thought that might just confuse them. So I just changed it to Are You Brainwashed?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I understand. I don't want to confuse the brainwashed people. So just ask them simply.
Exactly. I like it, and then I got that picture of all the little kids like staring at the globe in the classroom, the black and white picture. It's creepy.
Yeah, that is.
Imagine being back then, when all these kids have been sent off to school, as all good parents would send their kids to school if they could afford to do so, and having your kids come home. You were taught one particular thing, and then they're coming home with this other BS jammed down their neck, and here they are. What did you do at school today, little Johnny? We learnt the Earth was a globe. And there'd be stone cold silence for the next 10 minutes as both parents sitting there wondering, what the hell this kid's talking about?
Yeah, and it was strict back then. If they said to their teacher, like, against that, they probably get whacked with a freaking cane.
It's no less strict now, because I'll be very careful not to break TOS. I know there's certain topics that are very sensitive. But I've got kids in school, and they come home, and they say, "Oh, Mr. Goats," because that's what they call me. Guess what we learned today? And they tell me what they learned today, and it is absolute madness. It sounds like the kind of thing, anyone who's from the UK will know the Daily Mail. It sounds like made-up Daily Mail bait, but it's 100% true, and they're teaching them this absolute nonsense, and then I'm the person having to say, "Well, actually, that's not true." And then the wife goes mad at me. Keep your opinions to yourself. And I think, well, the teachers don't. So why should I? But then that strictness in terms of the threat of physical violence, that's not there. But if they go into school and they say, oh, well, my dad says what you said isn't actually true, and this is true instead, they'd literally be faced with expulsion for challenging the religion, for challenging the modern day narrative,
ideologies.
That's being forced. Yeah, absolutely. They challenge that narrative, even if they say respectfully. My dad tells me, be respectful to everybody. However, they ask, I don't believe that myself. I think that is incorrect. respectfully, they'd still be expelled.
Hey, Peter in the chat just mentioned something that's absolutely germane to this. So they're not only taught how smart they are for being in school, for learning these things, but they're taught how dumb flat earthers are. So when they engage us on a topic, they immediately think, I'm smarter than this flat earther. And if I don't understand something, then this flat earther definitely doesn't understand something. So like the guy that was talking to Indio and Jedi earlier, he doesn't understand anything about, basic laws of nature. But because he believes he's smarter than flat earthers, then he assumes that there's no way a flat earther can possibly understand the laws of nature, because he can't understand the laws of nature. He believes himself to be smart.
Ignorance is a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a child in any school in any country who wasn't taught Christopher Columbus was laughed at. You'll sail off the edge of the world. Every child in any school in any country was taught that story. But what they weren't then taught later in life is that it was made up. Nobody was suggesting Christopher Columbus might sail off the edge of the world. When you look at the ancient maps from when they all thought the Earth was flat, and all the ancient civilizations did, by the way, you're welcome to go and have a look if you haven't yet. Not one of them depicted some kind of edge, unwary salesperson. Doesn't matter. Sailor, we'll go with that. Might fall off the edge into oblivion. But everybody at school, every child they get taught that same story, and it's just made up. It's not true. The reason they laughed at him, and they did, to be fair, is because they said you'll run out of food before you hit any kind of land. That's what it got ridiculed for. But this idea that, Christopher Columbus, he's going to sail off the edge of the world, don't you know? It's made up. It's completely made up. It never happened. I was in primary school when I was taught that. DJ, how much of a mopping did Drake get at chess? What have you done to this man?
Oh, he didn't stand a chance. I could have played blindfolded and still beat him easily.
It's just the difference before and after the game.
Well, I don't know. I'm like 1800 rated, and he's probably like a 400. If you know chess ratings.
Yeah, I do.
But yeah, he was all confident before the game.
Hello?
Hello. Hi there.
It was so silent.
Yeah, so we're asking people. Yep, go ahead.
So the event just ended. Are you doing the live stream or not?
Yeah, we got 2 live streams running, and the event has only just begun. Do you have any questions? Have you looked into the topic before? Are you there? So, Drake, I'm guessing that you're listening on the YouTube stream, maybe. But yeah, jump in. Let's talk about the topic. Let's see if your knowledge about the Earth is better than your knowledge of chess. Gallery with the troll profile picture. Asif's playing video games. Oh, chess in the park, actually.
I'll have to give you a game one day, DJ. I suck, but be worth it.
Yeah, you should join. We got a Flat Earth chess server. We're gonna make a team and everything on Lichess. Well, it's already made. Flat Pawn is really good at chess. He made a nice little server. So yeah, you should come over. And
my only issue is the name Matrix. Believe it or not, there's only years ago there used to only be 2 people that used to use it. Myself and a Canadian chess player, and he's actually really freaking good, just quietly. But yeah, he actually started using the name probably about 5 years after me. So yeah, if I start playing chess, maybe some suckers might believe I'm the wrong person.
Drake, you are asking me a question. If you are good in math, in a chess, you must be good in geometry also.
I don't think so.
What's maths and chess?
I don't know, but I'm saying if you're good in chess, you could be good also in geometry.
Yeah, so what's the
You,
link?
you predict the moves, you know, you predict something. Maybe Earth will breathe, or maybe Earth will show that kind of sphericity, some kind of that stuff. And then you play with that, you know, with the numbers. You move the queen, you put the queen on the 30-centimeter height, and then you observe the distance.
Chess is great for like learning strategic.
Move 8 squares.
Chess is great for learning strategic thinking patterns and that kind of thing. It's great for like enhancing your memory and learning to think in advance and to try to predict things, right? And you can relate it to things outside of chess as well. It's beneficial, but it's not like if you could be an idiot and be really good at chess. You might be an idiot with a really good memory and you can memorize all the lines and be really good at chess and then be a total moron. But generally not.
Yeah, generally they are mathematicians, good mathematicians.
Yeah, like most chess master, you're not going to get a dumb chess master. That's for sure. But yeah, it's very similar to jiu-jitsu.
What's your chess elo?
Well, I was like 1900 last week in Bullet, and I had a bad week, and I'm down to like around 1800.
Hey, DJ.
Yo.
What's going on, man? What's going on, panel?
Not much.
So,
I'm about to get to work.
Oh yeah, me too. No, I was laughing. I got tagged in a message overnight because I muted Twanger, or I banned him for like an hour just so he'd go do something else. Because he hopped in the VC last night and was just being Twanger, you know. I just can't stand that he came over from politics just to follow us over here and just try and start trouble. You know what I mean? Wasn't even discussing the server topic. It was just meta about Jin talking a lot or something. So, yeah, I just muted him because I'm like, dude, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, Twanga's a clown.
Yeah, I was just half tempted to just permaban him from this room because I don't even want him over here in the hub.
Yeah, just do it.
Just go over
Tonga should be Tonga should be. It was happy that you got him instead of someone else.
I didn't even say that. He's like, I'm just getting mod abused. It's like you're not even discussing the topic. You're sitting here telling Jen you talk a lot, and they're trying to excite a reaction out of somebody. It's kind of like, well, if you're not here to discuss the topic, you're here to try and attack people's character. It's like, get out of here. What are you even doing here?
Oh, there we go.
Aren't you calling him? There you go.
Oh shit, that's great.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to report you to the owner. He said, I'm going to report you to the owner of the server. I was like, go ahead. I'm like, go ahead and tell Vivek.
The owner's a flat earther as well.
Yeah, no. Go ahead, tell him. Yeah, I love that meme. That meme with Twanger in it, dude. That one's pretty gold. I think it was Jenna who made that one for him, right? That was a good one. Yeah, but I'm about to start a real fun work day. By fun, I mean not fun. So, y'all have a great rest of your day, or good start to your day, or whatever, wherever you're at.
I'm about to go to bed. And on that note, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you all a good day and peace. Have a good one. See you guys.
Catch you later, mate.
You well, brother.
Any of you's got some Bitcoin or ETH?
There's one guy in here who's not in here at the moment that's right into crypto, who kills it. But yeah, I got into crypto right when Bitcoin used to be at 69,000 or something, and then as soon as I bought like $3,000 worth of like different coins, and then there was just this massive crash. I lost a stack of cash. Then it just turned me off crypto. So should have held it all.
I've been in it since 2016 when Bitcoin was under $1,000. Done all right.
Damn, nice, man.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Space is fake and gay.
Does anybody here have any questions about the flat Earth? Why we know the Earth isn't curving? Anybody?
Nice.
Gotcha, bitch.
Technically, you can't just go down there and just start doing scientific research, quote unquote, because that requires a special permit.
I don't imagine that they're going to expect a permit to look at the sun.
Hell, literally for the past couple of years, it's been hard. It's been really hard. I cried.
So what happened? That dude Spurg out?
Probably.
You try to land on the sun again?
I think he just went silent.
Oh, must have. Yeah, so I guess the answer is yes. He just like went up in flames and lost radio communication.
Oh man, it's been so busy in this server the last couple of days, but the level of arguments from the Globe side have been absolutely hilarious. Hilariously bad.
Endless comedy.
It is, yeah.
It's actually your fault, dude. You know that, right? That it's been so busy. Not the bad arguments. Because I wake up in the morning and I look in the lobby and I see a post from you about an event. So it's your fault.
Yeah. Yeah, the one the moon landing hoax event yesterday brought in a lot of people. Today's one is, are you brainwashed? I made it mass formation psychosis. Are you a victim? But then I figured that might be a bit much for the English learners to comprehend.
Yeah. Most English speakers don't know what that means.
Exactly.
I mean, when they come in, to answer, like we don't even need an answer. Just talk. We'll figure it out.
I found the event with the horizon, the question, what causes the horizon, I found it more interesting. Especially with that guy who gave us the real cause of the horizon when he said that it is due to the limitation of your optics, your eyes. And then he tried to flip side to say that, oh, it is due to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we all know if you want to see Olympic level mental gymnastics, just ask them about the horizon.
You should have put the question as, are you being brainwashed? Are you being brainwashed? I think would have been better. Yeah.
I love it when they bring up the horizon, boats over the horizon. As soon as they bring that up, it's like...
Yeah. Here we go again. And then India spurts out. It's like Groundhog Day again. That was funny earlier on. That was good.
It is like that, right? Sometimes you'll spend 2 hours just explaining all the basics and going over everything, and that person will pop out, and then another one will pop in and just ask the exact question that the last guy answered, and you know that every follow-up question is going to be the exact same question. So you're going to have to repeat the same answers all over again. And sometimes I just can't be bothered. I'm just like, yeah. Bye.
Yeah, it's the globe. Goodbye.
Well,
what bothers me, a lot of the times they're listening the entire time. They're in the chat the entire time you go through the first explanation.
Yeah, that happens a lot with the Indians. That I've noticed that you're explaining it to one, and then as soon as you finish, that same next guy asks the exact same question straight away.
I mean, they also, like, you're in the discussion with them, and they're like in this semi-catatonic state where you're talking to them, but they're not even. It's not that they're not like listening. I think they hear every word you're saying. It's just like they're not letting it penetrate into their thoughts, right? It's like they're blocking it out.
Yeah, they don't process. They don't process the information that you give them, and sometimes you will notice they don't process the information they are telling you too. Till the moment that you try to break down what that stupid sentence that they said, and they realize that it was clearly stupid to think that and say it.
Me and Jin were talking about this 2 days ago. That they'll do all sorts of mental gymnastics and put an extreme effort to defend something like the Horizon, right?
Yeah.
And do all sorts of explanations. But then they'll come in and say, oh, why can't I see Spain from New York?
Yeah.
Like they didn't think about it for even 2 seconds.
At all.
How they wouldn't be able to see Spain from New York. Not even like 2 seconds.
Yeah, when you think about it, you wouldn't say that at all because it's stupid to say it. So
it's like you can't even see the end of your street. You think you can see Spain from New York? Like, are you okay? Like.
Like the objects wouldn't get smaller and smaller, but with distance, their angular size will get unresolvable for your eyes or any type of optics that you are using. And also,
but not just that, like the opacity of the air, right?
Yeah, I was about to say.
You think you can see 3,000 miles of air, like?
Yeah, and all that weather. They forget about the weather that's going to be in there. Wow.
Oh yeah, like how many thunderstorms are in your line of sight at 3,000 miles?
You know, if you can do that, just take that type of binoculars that you use to see something that is thousands of kilometers away from you, just to see the bottom of the ocean. And it works the same. That shit that you use to see through that humidity and that opaque air that is accumulated in distance, you would see the bottom of the ocean too.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, and it's too short distance. It's just what? How far is the bottom of the ocean? It's just like 2 times Mount Everest or 3 times like that. So it's so much shorter distance than those thousands of miles through that mist, dust, humidity, small particles of water in the air.
Well, yeah, it's like they don't even think about their own experience of the world, right? So say you're on a boat on a lake, crystal clear water. If you could see 30 feet deep, you'd be like, oh my God, I could see 30 feet deep. That isn't even that far, right? No, it's just absurd. Like they know the answer, but they just, like I said, they don't think about it.
I think 2 nights ago, I was smoking a joint on the roof of the house, and I was looking to the distant houses and buildings. So when you look at the lights of houses or street lights that are in distance during the night, you will see those lights like they are underwater. You will see them blinking and waving like if they are underwater. Try to do that. They are not underwater in reality, but they are in the middle of humidity and small particles of water that are distributed in the air that we breathe. So that thing will accumulate more if that thing is farther distance, so you won't be able to see it at all because of attenuation of light, inverse square law of light too.
I mean, the main thing that happens is the air just straight absorbs the light. Just absorbs it. The energy from the photon or wave or whatever way you want to characterize it, it just gets absorbed by the air. It interacts with the air molecules and just gets absorbed. That's why it isn't like, you know, negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit everywhere.
Yeah, like what happened when you are looking at the sun through a cloud. That cloud is not something that is really opaque. It's just particles of water. It's vapor. It's just vapor. It blocks the sun. Fogs blocks the car in your way. There is no fog, you would be able to see that car. But because the humidity of the air is accumulated so much around you at the surface, it's called fog. And you won't be able to see that car in distance anymore till it's...
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why you got the lights.
You ever notice the weird thing about fog? Where your headlights actually go through the fog and then reflect back to you.
Yes, I've had that many a time on a motorbike. Yeah, that's frightening, that is, because then you can't see ahead of you. Yeah, because it's so dense, the fog. The visibility has been reduced to practically zero there. Yeah, I've had that lots of times.
And when it's not foggy anymore, when the fog dissipates, it doesn't disappear at all. It doesn't disappear completely. We call it fog because we see that accumulation and it starts to be like a little bit opaque to be able to see it. But when it's not foggy, you don't think that those small particles of water vapor are not around you anymore. No, they are just dissipating. They are taking more distance. They are less dense than when it's foggy, but it's still there. So you will have to, it will accumulate with the distance. The more the object is farther from you, so it will start to fade in distance till it's not visible at all.
The other thing that makes me laugh is that they're so just like that. As sure as you can get a taxi to get to a destination. That's what I mean, yeah? That's how much they believe you can go to space. The way they deliver that one. Well, you can just get on a rocket and go to space. You can be an astronaut.
I have a question for everyone. Why is it, I was watching a guy's YouTube live with the words vegan on his hat and it's taking me to this channel? Because the guy had the Discord link saying if I wanted to join the call, why is it now taking me to this?
That's funny. That's like the third time I've heard that happen to someone, actually. Quite interesting. You're not the first person, by the way.
I think that has brought me onto this server.
Well, welcome anyway. Welcome to the server.
So what's the topic of conversation?
Are you being brainwashed or are you brainwashed?
Okay, so you want me to start a conversation? Do you know what I mean? Find out.
Topic is the surface of the earth.
Your first stone, okay, is that I am Since I served in Afghanistan for 4.5 years. All right. I will state that now.
Could you say that again? Because you broke up a little bit. What did you say? Sorry.
I'm ex-British Army. I'm a veteran.
Okay, well, so am I. Royal Engineer. But back in the 80s. Yeah, I'm 63 years old now. All right. So the question for you is, like we've just been mentioned, the surface of the Earth. So, is the Earth an oblate spheroid? And if so, what is your best proof?
If you don't mind me saying, that's a little bit of a silly question, don't you think? Where we have satellites, I mean, if the Earth was flat, okay, do you not think it would not be possible for a plane to travel hundreds of thousands of miles and then just go to a different country? If the Earth was flat, the plane would go on and on and on and on into space.
And how we will know if Earth is flat or is not flat?
Yeah, that's it, you see. Got to approach this logically here, okay? One soldier to the next here.
John, how I will check now if is that what airplane's flying, if it's down, it's flat or is not flat?
Don't forget to use your initiative here, as well as used to remind us in the military. Where's your initiative, laddie? Okay, let's try again. If Earth is an oblate spheroid, what is your best proof? Don't start insulting the situation. Just deliver your best proof. Go ahead.
My best proof is that I have worked with NASA and that I have actually been to an international space station and I have actually seen the Earth as a sphere.
Oh, why you are lying that you was in the space?
Really? You think I'm lying?
Yes, I think that you're lying.
So you're going to insult me as a soldier?
You probably would have led with that one. You probably would have led with that one. Not that you're a soldier.
Okay.
You would have led with that.
Okay.
You would have led with that, buddy. Come on.
Rule, the first rule, okay, that we
using his military power
to each other, we agree not to call each other liars. First rule of diplomacy. All right? So you don't stop me and I won't stop.
I don't think you're ever in the military.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. I met Santa Claus too, and while I was at it, I saw a couple of unicorns.
You know what? I'm going to delete this server because you're all idiot.
I have a question. I want to
Please do us all a favor. Spare us your freaking lies, dude. That'd be great.
I don't know if he said that he went to space and saw the Earth as a ball, because I heard him say that he went to NASA. And
he said he worked for NASA and he went to the International Space Station, is what he said.
Yeah, space.
I said he would have led with that story if that was true. He would have led with that. You guys are crazy. I've actually been to the International Space Station. It's like, oh, really? So you were in the British Army and then you became an astronaut? You figured you would have led with the astronaut thing.
Maybe he went to NASA as a soldier to do something there, but he saw the Earth as being a ball through the logo of NASA or in the screen at NASA itself. But I don't think it would mean that he went to space or the International Space Station.
But that's what he said, though. He went. That's what he said. And he said the first rule is, in diplomacy, don't call each other a liar. All right? There you go.
Just believe everything everybody says.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Jen. Wow, that was rich. That was great.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And then he leaves by calling us all idiots. And he practically started by calling us idiots. He started calling us idiots at the beginning, which is why I said to him, don't insult the situation. Start again. If the Earth is an oblate spheroid, what is your best proof? And then I reminded him about using your initiative, because that's what they drill into you in the army. You've got to use your initiative. Think out of the box. So start thinking. That's what they tell you in the army, especially in the British Army. Where's your initiative, laddie?
He thought he had a great idea. He's like, I'll just tell him that I've been to the International Space Station, and they'll believe me. Oh my God, what a fool! Oh man, that was funny. That got me going. That's a good way to start the day. Smiling.
Exactly.
In the military.
It's embarrassing. I told him I was in the Royal Engineers, so I thought he would have said what unit he was in. But he didn't.
Oh, bro, if he was lying about being an astronaut, it's a good chance he was lying about being in the military. It's like, I'm a combat vet, you know? Okay, dude. And right after you tell us you're a combat vet, you tell us you're an astronaut. So basically chucked all your credibility out the window.
Yeah, there's a drill movement that would catch him out anyway, because I would have asked him, if you're in the ranks and then the drill sergeant says, right incline. Everybody move in threes, right incline. What do we mean by that? Catches them out big time.
T-Dub, you got some crazy feedback.
Yeah. Who is that?
There's T-Dub.
T-Dub, what is up with that, man? That sounds pretty wild. Sounds like you're in an old call center from like the 1950s.
Thought it was some kind of distress.
Yeah, it sounds like some distress signal or something. Yeah.
Yeah. He's being attacked by the federal agents.
For me, even those people who claim that they could see the curvature of the Earth from the plane window of the plane, I consider that a lie, because we have many people, we know many people who flew on a plane. We have videos that we use as an argument, like those videos from J. Tolan channel.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we know that planes don't have that don't show that curvature from the window. So, if someone come and claim that he saw the curvature of the Earth from a plane, that's cap. Because people, when they fly on a plane without having that intention to see the curvature of the Earth, they don't consider that. They don't pay attention to the horizon, if it is curving or not. If they don't have that intention in their mind that they want to fly on the plane just to go and see the curvature of the Earth, they don't do that. But they come here, those who come here and claim that, those are coming from Professor Dave, not Professor Dave channel, or some channels like that, Mctoon, or someone who claims that you can see the curvature of the Earth from a plane. Or the memes too, because there is some memes who show that. But it's not the reality. It's just car.
Yeah, Necros. Yeah, Necros. I posted pictures I taken myself from an airplane. You can't see any curve, so. And then people say, "Oh, can you be any lower?" It's like I was in the middle of my flight. I was like cruising altitude, dude. Like, and it wasn't a small plane. It was going from JFK to LAX. So. It wasn't a short flight either, so yeah, ridiculous. They don't want to see it. Like if you show them an actual image, they'll be like, "Oh, that was low altitude." It's like, no, it's 35,000 feet, brother. Like between 35 and 45,000. So, but no matter what you show them, they'll be like, "Oh, that's AI, that's doctored, that's whatever." So it's just cognitus. It's really all it is.
DJ, you said that you took the plane many times. Was there one single time because of the window? I don't know. Maybe, where you were able to see that this horizon is curving?
Not ever once. I'm always amazed how completely flat it is the entire time. Like so many different flights, and you never see it, right? The only time I saw it was when I was amazed at how flat it was. So I used my Sony action camera and I filmed it, right, a whole bunch. And then when I watched the footage back at home, then it looked like it was curved, right? Obviously, because the horizon was above the center frame. And then when I see myself pan, then obviously it distorts and it curves the wrong way. But that's the only time someone will see curve is if they're looking through a lens that has a low focal length.
Yeah, I know the answer because I saw your video. So I just want confirmation. Many of your flights, it was during the time where you were flat earther.
Yes.
You had that intention in your mind to look at the horizon to see if it is curving or not.
Yep.
Was there any flight when you were a glober?
I didn't check. I didn't even think about that.
Nice. That's what I wanted you to say. That's what I knew that you were about to say. Because I know the response. You will never check. Because
it never crossed my mind.
No, it never crosses your mind.
Nice. There was no debate at all because there was no idea of an opposite paradigm, which is flat Earth. So you would have that idea to check. You wouldn't check if you are a glober. You follow what everyone follows. You are indoctrinated. In other words, the theme of today, you were brainwashed.
Exactly. And you're acting as if you're being brainwashed constantly because it doesn't cross your mind at all. You're looking out of that window. It's a beautiful view. It's flat. But the idea that it's not curving, it doesn't come into your head at all because you've already been conditioned that you're on a globe and you've accepted that through your education and the reinforcement of the idea of the globe throughout your life. So you've been well conditioned. No doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. Clever words like global warming, globalization, yeah, across the globe. Things like this, you see, that all keeps you invested in the idea that you're on a globe all the time. Corporate images with globes on them. BBC's got a globe. Okay, so you see that every day. That reinforces the idea you're on a globe because you're watching the BBC News every day if you're in Britain. So the conditioning is constantly being there. Are you being brainwashed? Yes, you are. Great point. Great point you raised there. Very good point. And how powerful is the brainwashing? It's so powerful that individuals, when they're now confronted with a true fact that the earth is indeed flat, you are completely wrong. It's not flat, but yet they haven't checked it. They haven't confirmed that it's a globe, but they're defending it as if they had done. Okay, now that's the power of the indoctrination, that you are defending something that you don't even know the model, its specifications, size, you know nothing of it, and yet you defend it to the highest level, as if you were the one who invented the thing or created the earth, the way they carry on. And then when you put it to them, but have you actually gone out to check? Then there's a little bit of a lull moment there where they're thinking that through, because they've got to now say, no, I haven't. And then the realization of what they're doing starts to seep into the reality of their argument. That if you haven't checked something, then how can you say he's wrong, you see? And I'm already saying that to them as they're thinking it. How can you say that we're wrong when we've done the checking, we know the numbers, we eat, breathe, sleep this globe, we've gone out to check it, I mean, you don't know the model and you haven't checked it. So how can you begin to say we're wrong? What right do you even have? Yeah, that's the power of the indoctrination right there. When they don't know the model, and yet you are the one that is wrong and you checked. I had a discussion with a woman. She had 3 degrees, she said. Didn't pressure her on that. She had 3 degrees. Okay, so you got 3 degrees. She didn't know anything about the heliocentric model. And she kept making the mistake that it's science. You're ignoring science and all this, you see. So your point is very important. Very important point to be raised there regarding the brainwashing. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the chat there. Is everybody okay? Or maybe I should leave.
He actually left.
What the heck? I was just busy in the side chat with this Peter guy.
Yeah, it was me too.
Asking stupid questions. Berserker, yeah, they're projecting. That's what it is.
Hey, Peter, open your mic up. Chicken shit.
Chicken shit. Did everybody hear my?
It's his profile picture, so it's okay.
Okay. Did you hear my delivery of the power of the indoctrination? Because I wasn't sure if my mic came through.
No, we heard you. Yeah. I couldn't respond because my wife was talking in the background.
No problem at all. No, that's all right. Just as long as it got through there, yeah. Because it is a powerful thing, that indoctrination and the brainwashing. It's definitely a powerful thing. And it's clearly evident when they come in and try to defend the globe and they haven't checked for themselves. So, yeah, very powerful, the indoctrination. And it's being reinforced. Being reinforced through, like I said, corporate images, BBC News, globalization, global warming across the globe. Yeah. You're down under.
Absolutely. You're conditioned. You aren't educated. People think, I've been educated about the globe. No, you haven't been educated. You've been conditioned.
Yes. As what's his name would say, Carl Sagan, you've been bamboozled. You've been hoodwinked. You've been had. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no different to so it's on a worldwide scale. I'm not going to say global scale, right?
No, we're not going to say that. That's right. Yeah, the worldwide scale.
It's similar to like a family having a specific, a tradition or a community or a group or an ethnic group or a religious group or a whole country. Even they have a certain thing that they adhere to, right? Yeah, exactly, right. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the attributes that are are good or true or anything like that. It's just that's just become part of their culture, right?
Yeah, it was like that guy who was talking about the Islamic scientists and that, and they all agreed that the Earth is a globe, so they've all come to a consensus. But it doesn't make it right because they've all agreed, does it?
Exactly. And it really, like, the globe really is like an idol.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they seem to have this kind of like taboo, this kind of hidden, that's the word I was looking for, hidden code, whereby you don't question the scientists, right? You have to accept what they tell you is true. That kind of like hidden agreement, created by everybody by themselves, So when you say to them, when you have to actually ask them, do I not have the right to question the scientists and then go and check for myself? Am I allowed to do that?
They could do that because they were able to just make it like vague definition of pseudoscience in the mind of people. So now they present pseudoscience to people, something that is not understandable by anyone, only them. Something that can't be verified by anyone, only them. They are the only ones who can check the core of the earth, the lava that is underneath the surface of the earth. They are the only ones who can check the outer space, that fake outer space. So they created that idea in the mind of people by just presenting pseudoscience as being science. And because people can't distinguish between science and pseudoscience, they just stay baffled and they open their mouth. Oh my God, they are awesome. And it's spread like that. They are the only ones who can know. Because the thing that they are checking or verifying, it's not even real. So
they are very clever magicians. They're like magicians with the sleight of hand.
Yep.
Unless you watch them closely, you'll be fooled every time. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good event, this one. Are you brainwashed? Yeah. Because that's really going to help them realize that they have been conditioned. That this is I love these events, and then you got to repeat them again and again and again, as time goes on. There's nothing wrong with repeating. You do this, have you brainwashed now? You could do this again next month or the month after next. Are you brainwashed? It's okay to repeat these things because, remember, the globe is forever being taught at the moment on an everyday basis. So repetition is definitely going to be key here. So there's nothing wrong with having this event again next month or the month after next. This particular one, are you brainwashed? And then the other one we had earlier on was the moon landing ones. These are all good events. So great idea. Great idea.
The other intelligent thing they did is in school, is in that system of indoctrination for kids. They mixed the reality, the real information, the correct information with the false information. 50%, 50%. That's what you find in the entire school, branches of school. History, you have the correct history, some parts, some shreds of correct history, and the rest is just bullshit. The story that they want to tell you. Science, they give you science. They show you science. They teach you some parts of real science. That's how you understand gas pressure, and how we flat earthers could understand flat earth when some people had that click moment with water, because they understood the physics of water, because they teach us that in school. But it's mixed with pseudoscience, gravity, bullshit, atmosphere. So they mix the nonsense with the correct information.
Yes, absolutely correct there as well. Yeah. They do mix it in. And part of this mixing in, of course, is actually going to support the industries that are there deceiving people as well. Remember that. There is a means to the ends of that as well. So they're creating this fantasy world that we live in, okay? But this fantasy world is also supporting the industry, which is making it look real. You know, your satellite industry, your space industry. See, they're all getting money to perpetuate it. So you're learning it, and it's happening whilst you're learning it. So you're correct again there, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very clever. This is why some people have said, like at the beginning of this flat Earth movement, people have said it. Even India said it as well. That you have to give them kudos for the way they've actually managed to indoctrinate everyone. It's a very clever means and mechanisms. You know, India have said that. You know, going back a number of years ago, he said it. In particular, was the guy that, yeah, he definitely said that. You know, it's very clever the way they've done that, and he was giving them praises, and I was thinking, should we be praising them, these bastards? But then I understood what he meant. You know, when he carried on, yeah, it is clever the way they've done it, very clever.
And guess
the
what?
Psychological manipulation is very clever indeed. But carry on. Sorry.
Guess what, Jen? It's free for them. You are paying the shit. You
Absolutely.
are paying that indoctrination and financing it and making it happen. We, the population, people.
Yeah,
so people,
absolutely. We paid for it. I've said it many times. Yeah. Oh yeah.
They are just managing that indoctrination system or those indoctrination facilities, if you want to call them like that. They are just managing the shit, but it's the population, the ones who are indoctrinated, who are paying or financing the indoctrination system.
Yeah, we are financing that without a doubt. I mean, they're just taking it from our wages anyway, because if it was down to me to hand it over, I wouldn't hand it over.
That's the most evil genius I can find.
There you are, evil genius. That's it. Exactly. So they know what they're doing, and then those who have been educated at the elite level, they're the ones who tend to succeed because they know everyone's under indoctrination. They know this, and then they take advantage of that, manipulate that, and use to their ends to make more money. And yeah, so it is a horrible genius system, but there you are. And there are so many avenues that they can use. When you start to wake up, they've got a myriad of avenues to try and drop you back into the indoctrinated state. But when you're a flat earther, it doesn't happen anymore. You know, and then that's when they start to say you're a science denier. I'm talking about the professors now. Those, you know, those who are educated, and you're showing them that they're lying, right? You're exposing the deception. Well, they start to attack your character. And you're a science denier and all this and that, yeah. Once you've broken out of that indoctrinated state, it's one of ridicule because there are still more people who are indoctrinated than you who's just woke up. So they try to embarrass you and make you look silly, and then the rest of the world is looking and saying, yeah, all indoctrinated like sheep. Yeah, what a fool he is, you know, the earth is flat. His head should be flat, you mean, etc., etc. Yeah, they've got it all sussed. All very well calculated and laid out. But the tipping point is coming. Hence, so many rockets are going up per day now. They can't get those rockets up there quick enough to keep everybody indoctrinated. Every other day, there's something about space. I've noticed it over the 10 years, the amount of space news that's happening. Back in the day, you might get one bit of space news in 6 months could go by, and you don't get any news about space, and suddenly something comes along. Now it's every bloody week. Soon to be every day, I'm telling you, they're panicking. Yeah. Keep watching. Okay, well, and keep looking out for the space news because it's an everyday thing now.
Oh yeah, that's kind of my thing. Science and space news, zany science and space news.
Yeah, welcome, Chris. Welcome. Now our panel is just getting stronger now. So welcome. Yeah, great to hear your voice again. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's good to show the globalists because they read that stuff and they gotta say, wow, that is fucking ridiculous. Like today's news is skyscraper-sized spikes of methane ice may surround Pluto's equator. Giant ridge-like structures of methane, known as the bladed terrain, may be much more abundant along Pluto's equator equator than previously realized. A new study suggests.
Here we are. This is the new idea being interjected into your fantasy world that you don't realize you live in. There we are. You see, new studies suggest. There we go. But give that a few more weeks and more news will come about that and then it'll be a thing. Yeah, they're very clever. Very clever. But as I've said, I've now got to get up earlier than a sparrow sparts to catch me out. In other words, you cannot sleep. But I'm enjoying it though still, 10 years in. I've enjoyed the waking up and then the actual spreading of the news to the indoctrinated to try and get them to wake up now. It's all good. All good.
Fucking shit.
Hello, hello. Okay. Goodbye, goodbye. Raymore.
Yeah, Jin, you know what's crazier to me? It's the people who've checked and are still having a hard time understanding that the Earth is not moving.
Yeah, that's also a that those characters are still there. Absolutely, yeah, because somehow they checked.
They see the long distance. Yeah, they see the long distance observations and they somehow try and rationalize it. It's like they're like, no, it's possible. It could still totally be a sphere. It's like what?
Yeah, exactly. What do you mean?
You have the data. Like, how can you? I just can't understand how they could wrap their head around it after seeing the long distance observations.
Yeah. Like you said, they've checked it, they've seen it, and it's still a globe. That means the Earth is bigger than the globe. They're telling us the size. That's what you're saying, and that's not true, is it? Because you're still not measuring curvature. It cannot be a globe if it's not curving. Come on. Fuck. How can it be dead level? You know, yeah. And it's those idiots that have gone back to the globe, though. They knew everything. Well, clearly they were just in it for the trend, weren't they? You know, they think it's a trend to be a flat earther or something. Because to be a flat earther and then to go back to the globe, that doesn't make sense at all. Not one proof that you're going back to the globe. You know, the ones like the Gerrans and the Robbie Davidsons and who else is there that's gone back?
I don't know about all those clowns.
Yeah, you know
there's
what I'm
plenty of
talking
people
about.
who think. Yeah, there's plenty of people who think they've been, compensated in some way, and I would say that's a healthy That's a healthy thought. It makes sense, like you were saying yesterday, from a detective's point of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You've got to go through it forensically and get it right. Once you've done that, you have no business going back. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, like if you want to go and just recheck it double again, but not when you've been 48 years. Nothing there. It's a 48-year error. I don't want to make another error like that ever again.
With some of these celebrities, like these flat earth celebrities, it's good that they're getting out because they were a bad fit to begin with. They weren't someone. I mean, they were out there doing weird shit, saying weird shit, just really getting a very bad light of flat earthers, and they were like celebrity figures. So it was okay to talk to him about that as a celebrity person, as a public persona. So it made this idea where people could just say, hey, X popular flat earther just did something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now you got to defend that. I'm like, well, why? Why do I care? Like, your astronauts are doing shit ridiculous all the time. You don't care about that. I mean, there's some sort of weird love triangle, cyber crime. I mean, like get the fuck out of here. It's like the ISS is like a drama show. If you watch everything that's going on up there, astronauts trapped in space. Those, and what's interesting too is like no one in flat Earth is saying we as some sort of collective. It's I.
No. Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're over there saying we all the way home, and then you say, do you also have problems with respecting people's like whatever space and all this other crap, right? That is going on in the ISS or space station. And like, well, no, that's not me. That's the government. I'm like, well, you said we like 12 times in a row. So where did the we suddenly stop when you realize that these people are a bunch of freaks? Like, do you think then maybe?
Yeah, you're absolutely
like if they are a bunch of freaks, then why don't you step up where they failed and you become the new space program? suddenly they can't do that. I'm like, well, why? Oh, you don't have enough money. You don't need money, dude. No one's gonna sell you a rocket. That doesn't exist. It's like the Wright brothers be like, oh, I would invent an airplane, but I don't have enough money. I go, dude, they invented the airplane with their own blood, sweat, and tears. They put in the work and they did the job. That's what you would have to do to get your ass to Mars or Mercury or Venus or the moon. No one's going to be able to do it for you and sell you a ticket. You're going to have to put the work in, turn the wrenches, ram the numbers, and get there and do it yourself. And the government can't do it for you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead, Jed.
No. I said all the logistics that's involved in that, plus and some. Yeah. It's not just turning those bolts, but all your suit made up and everything else. There's a lot. Food supply, water, drinks. There's a whole lot of shit you've got to get together. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, just even simple is like you try to watch them organize a Discord server. Like over the past year, I mean, how many of these like really cringe anti-flat Earth Discord servers popped up and then disintegrated, like instantly disintegrated?
Yeah.
Like, are you on that server with like Omni, the newest one, like Omniverse or whatever it was called? Like
the OmniTalk. Yeah, it has its moments where it's overcrowded, busting at the seams, and then like today, it's a ghost town. Like everyone's dead. No one's there. I've just been there. Just checked.
Well, it'd be kind of like trying to open up another McDonald's store inside a McDonald's store.
Yeah, that doesn't serve any food though. It's just people just bitching about like there's like how come then the cashiers, it's nothing's open. Like, well, yeah, you go over the cashiers are over there. This is where all the idiots are just standing around and we're laughing at you.
Yeah. And those, as you put it, those famous flat earth celebrities, they weren't the leaders anyway. You know, they weren't my leader.
No, they pretended. They pretended to be so because the media propped up a bunch of rejects as the face of flat earth. Like, here is the face of flat earth. And no one's like, well, no, thank you.
No, thank you. Exactly. And I noticed that they did have a little bit of a standoffish manner when I actually tried to talk to them in the chat or, on their live streams. They're trying to distance themselves from you. I thought, you're lucky I'm in your fucking server, you arseholes. Fake flat earthers.
Jaron said he thinks that he was the leader of a cult and he didn't even realize it. The leader.
Yeah, it's all drama. What's a Wally thing to say?
He was a participant at best.
Yeah, that's the best part too, because cult leaders don't like when they're questioned. As soon as he was questioned, people are like, hey, I got some questions about this thing you said you did in Antarctica. Suddenly he just melted down. Thermonuclear meltdown.
Yeah.
Like, so maybe you fancied yourself as a cult leader.
Yeah.
But you never were.
No, he was not a leader.
The delusions of grandeur are strong with that one.
Yeah.
He made great videos debunking NASA. He never had any solid technical flat Earth arguments. He never spoke about the Earth. I never saw him go over observations or anything like that. It was always just, let's mock some NASA footage.
He was shit at debating. He was absolutely shit at debating flat Earth. He lost.
Yeah.
The wanker got battered. There was one called the non sequitur, and he got totally annihilated. I was pissed off with him. So why didn't you attack the cunt back? What are you doing?
Well, that's why. I mean, that's why there's so many theories about him being an agent from the start. You're a fan of you, Jin CBR, are a fan of Jake. So Jake has been calling out Jared.
Yeah, and Jared as well. I was a fan.
He's been calling out Jared since like 2017.
Yeah.
So he's been calling him a shill for like a really long time.
Yeah.
And basically saying that he loses debates on purpose. Now, you know, that's his opinion. He's entitled to it. But I would tend to agree with him. I've never seen Jaron even try to present, like DJ said, to present any good flat Earth evidence, or to actually win a flat Earth debate, or win a debate on the behalf of the flat Earth community.
Yeah, he always
claims to be a leader of.
Yeah, he loses the debates all the time, to the point where I think, don't ever do a debate for flat earthers, because you're absolutely shit. Stick to attacking NASA. That's good. As a debater for flat earth, you're absolutely poxy. You're shit at it. Fuck. I couldn't believe how crap he was. You know, I mean, he loses the debate. He does. Fuck.
Yeah, he does, man. Yeah. Clean it up a bit, Jen. Getting loose with them F-bombs.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah.
Getting real comfortable. Or as my buddy used to say, getting too happy.
I'm sliding down the slope there. Yeah, I better hit the brakes. But yeah, no, he was absolutely useless at it, and much to my dismay and just surprise. I can't believe this is Jared. What's he doing? He's making us look bad here. And then there was a point where I felt that how many laser beam tests do you need to do to prove it? You've got a few out there already. They did it too many times to the point where they actually ended up making a mistake. And then you got, what's his name from the Blockbusters, Bob Nodell, may he rest in peace, of course, with the big mistake with the gyroscope and all this nonsense. Just really annoyed me.
Well, he basically sealed his own fate amongst those who were watching him with scrutiny. You know what I mean? Those who were watching him with a skeptical mindset, right? Whether or not his intentions were pure, like Jake and others, right? That basically had no other choice but to conclude that he was doing it on purpose. They said nobody with reasonable intelligence would be failing so terribly with the amount of evidence and good arguments that were out there for him to utilize, right?
Yeah.
Especially the way he was cherry picking other content creators' content and arguments. He had a vast catalog of other people's content to
he had a vast array. From. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You could say he was sport for choice, really. Yeah. There was no way he should have been making any mistakes regarding, and it should have been a solid. Dave Weiss isn't too bad, but even he could do better as well, He goes into those speculative moments when there's no need, But, yeah, he does a better job than Jaron, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, suspect as well. And Mark Sargent as well, actually. He never debates Mark Sargent.
Jake, he's always said Mark Sargent, shill, government shill. He's always said it, man. He said Dave Weiss, definitely shill. That's just Jake's opinion on those characters. He doesn't trust any of them. Dubay, any of them. He's
Eric Dubay
very much on his own.
Eric Dubay was calling them out as well as shills, actually. By the way, Eric Dubay himself was calling out Mark Sargent and Jaron and Dave Weiss as shills.
Yeah, that's true. He was.
Yeah. Patricia Steer, she's a shill. He called them all out. He called them all out as well. Only to be ending up him being called a shill by the others.
Yeah.
I was a bit skeptical about Jake Gibson because he called himself the flat Earth a-hole, and I thought, now why would you call yourself that? You know, why would you do that? It's not a clever name.
Well, because he was planning on just being a douchebag to everybody because he didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, that was his whole persona, and you know, kind of trying to trigger the snowflakes, really, because that seems to be his MO.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that part. You know, like this is the same thing. Like I disagree with, say, like Nathan and QE in the way they treat globalists, but I understand it.
Yeah.
Because at some point, like it's no longer like trying to explain anything to a globalist. Like they're not going to get it. They're bricked. So you know, just fight fire with fire. And then you saw that the globalists didn't like it. They didn't like the way QE or Nathan was treating them. And they started complaining about it, and it showed what a hypocrite they are. Like you'll do that to some random flat earther, just some guy that you approached. You're like this anti-flat earth globalist. Will approach somebody like, "Hey, tell me about your flat earth," and then treat the person like shit, and then wonder why people are like fight fire with fire, and now they're upset by that.
Yeah, I remember I went into the Jose server for the first time, and they tried that on with me, mate. I killed them all where they sat. On the debut day, Jin, live stream debut, Jin's gone in, and they tried to make me look like I was some kind of crazy flat earther, and I just totally destroyed them. All of them got battered. Do you know what they said? They said, Jin, you gave a great fight. You know, well done, man. And that was the enemy saying that I gave a great fight, yeah. Totally hammered them down to the ground. That's when I knew I was going to go a long way. That was one of my first debates on a server, and it was Jose's. I thought, I'm going a long way with this now. Felt good. And then I got another invite, and yeah, they knew I wasn't a person to be messing with because I knew my stuff. The basic stuff I had it dialed in, and that was the stuff I worked with. Yeah. I wasn't having it. But I know what you mean. You know, they tried to ridicule you, but then I went on to Gem Pandas and totally killed them in there. And then there was a medicinal mass media. They died where they sat. Yeah, you know, to the point where they rigged a special kind of technological hiccup that kept me out of the server in the end, because they didn't want to appear like they were pushing me out. So they created this technological hiccup where I couldn't join for some reason, you know. Oh, yeah, gentle push out. Yeah, don't worry, I understood. Right, and now I'm in the omnivores, and already they were trying to put up barriers to try and restrict my delivery prowess. But I said, you cannot be stopping me from posting. You have to afford me what you afford the rest. It's not that I feel I'm entitled. I'm asking for the basics. Can I be able to post? Can I actually post memes without you complaining? One meme speaks 1,000 words. Yeah, so in the end, I'm a mod there. They've made me a mod in that one. And people have complained, and Omnivore said, well, I'm sorry, you know, you might be complaining, but I'm going to keep Jin in. It's temporary, but I'm keeping him in his place. So sorry, I'm not accepting what you said. So that's amazing. That's a turnaround from Omnivore, you know. And then I'm a mod in Gem Pandas. There you go. Right, didn't ask for it, but I got it. And you know what I do? I definitely unmute all flat earthers that have been muted. I've said I'm going to be doing this. You can take the mod status. I don't care. But any flat earther getting muted unfairly gets unmuted by me instantly. And you can ask the flat earthers, because that's what I do. I've always said that. I've always got our backs. No doubt about it. Because we are in a battle with these lot. And they can be very unfairly autocratic with their mod status, whereas I don't mute anybody. except for Nasser Shul when he comes in way too toxic. He's the only one that I really mute. And the last time I ended up muting him was because he took my name. He took my name and he was using it, saying, "Get the FF out of here." That was his name. So I just muted him. That's defacing someone's name. So he remained it on mute till he changed the name back. Yeah, and then he learned his lesson. But I don't mute people when I'm muting with my mouth. That's it. But I do unmute. Do a lot of that. I do the opposite. I do unmuting is what Jin does with my mod status. I've unmuted more times than I've definitely muted. And that means I'm muting other flat earthers is what I mean. So flat earthers can't complain about me because I've always got our backs, man. We're all together in this. And certain people have complained, right? You know, because I'm unmuting the flat earthers. And I said, well, you knew that was coming because I said it at the beginning. Are you being brainwashed whilst you think you're living in reality?
So this is, in my opinion, this is how they hide the distances, right? They interpolate the error throughout all the measurements by doing repeated curvatures of the plumb line. So the globers say, oh, if you project a globe onto a flat surface, it'll be distorted. Well, yeah, we know that. And the reason why it's not distorted is because they're not doing a projection. A projection is just a ray that AE projection is a ray that passes through the North Pole onto a plane that goes through the equator, right? So you take a point that's on the surface and you project it onto a point that's a plane that slices the equator in half. But they're not doing that. They're not taking a straight line. They're using a curved line, right? So it's a mapping. It's not an actual projection. And the Glovers just don't understand this, that they're not actually doing projections. They're doing mappings, mapping functions, the same way in 3D graphics, right? You make a wireframe. And that wireframe, right, you make a skin for it, a texture. But you have to wrap that texture around a bunch of triangles. That's a wireframe 3D model. Like, how do you do that, right? So you basically make your little image, right? And you draw it in such a way that when you wrap it around this, right, it maps to the surface. So it looks like, some guy in frickin' Call of Duty, right? But if you had access to that part, right, you could remove the skin, you could remove the texture, and you would just see a bunch of triangle wireframes. They're basically doing the same thing. The surface of the Earth is the texture, and they're mapping it to a wireframe reference ellipsoid. But they're not doing a projection. The projection thing, that's an after the fact thing. So they take the celestial sphere, right? They take the surface of the Earth, they project that onto another surface, right? So you got three surfaces now. You got the celestial sphere surface, the inner surface of that. You got the surface of the Earth. Then so it starts off as a projection, the astrogeodetic. Then it goes to the geodetic. That gets projected onto a reference ellipsoid, right? But that's not projected, that's mapped, right? So they go from projection to mapping, right? So because if they just did projection to projection, you'd be able to tell that it's not a globe because all the distances would be distorted. But if you do a whole bunch of measurements and just have a little bit of error in between each measurement point, then you can't tell that there's an error in the distances. And this is what Chris Lemaitre talks about. If you actually go to like a particular location like Australia has their own custom datum because none of their mappings, right, none of their celestial sphere, and this is also where they have the greatest deflection of the vertical and curved plumb lines, as great as like 0.71 degrees, right? So that's greater than the diameter, that's the angular diameter of the sun, right? This is a huge deflection, right? And what I mean by deflection is, imagine I set up my surveying equipment and I can look directly at zenith, and there's supposed to be a star there directly at zenith, directly above my equipment. But I look and the star's not there, it's somewhere else. But I look at the freaking, the ephemeris data and I go, well, that star's supposed to be directly over my head. Gravity must be tilting my level, right? Because I leveled the instrument. When I leveled the instrument, it's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. There should be a star directly overhead. It's not there. It's somewhere else. It's off at an angle, right? And in Australia, like I said, it's like as great as 0.71 degrees, right? So when I align it to that star that's supposed to be there, now I have a tilted vertical, and now I have a tilted horizontal. How do I correct that? I have to correct it by curving the plumb line, right? So there's a bunch of these little band-aids and tricks in surveying that are like, they exist because they can't actually measure a globe, right? If they could measure a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid. And this is like my gotcha for Glovers. I just ask them, if you're measuring a globe, what's the reference ellipsoid for? Why does that even exist? Because you wouldn't need it. Right? You wouldn't need it. A globe, we don't need a reference. Right. Yeah, it shouldn't even exist.
Hey.
Was that on the recording, or was somebody in here interrupting?
No, I think that was someone blurting.
Okay. Oh, well, we can continue. Oh, it ended. Oh, I thought it must have got paused. My bad.
You figured out the mystery.
Just setting your mind that this is an option I want to pursue, and then you roll up your sleeves and you don't take no for an answer, and you keep knocking on the door. And in my case, I had to knock on the door 4 times before it cracked open, and I was able to shove my foot in the crack, and then they couldn't close it anymore. And I snuck in. Everybody makes their own future. And maybe one key lesson is to recognize opportunity when it knocks, and then put out the effort to take advantage of that opportunity. Because things can happen where a door may open, and it may open for to go through that door, or do I let that door close and then wait for another door to open? And just up to you to decide which opportunity do I want to spend my effort pursuing.
The space station. I gotta play the didgeridoo. I'm done petting.
Another aspect of doing long duration missions where you're venturing off into the frontier, whether it's space station or whether we're going beyond low Earth orbit. And this has to do with the personal attitude of the crew members that are on the mission. And I'll kind of sum it up by saying you have to have a bit of humor and allow things to change from what you originally thought they might be. And I'll use a personal example from my first space flight, Expedition 6, to the International Space Station. We launched on a space shuttle, STS-113. We were deposited on space station. It was going to be one of the shortest missions to date. It could have been possibly as short as 6 weeks, maybe 2 months. And then Columbia happened while we were on orbit. Shuttles were grounded for 2.5 years, and our mission got extended to almost 6 months. And so there's an example that you have to have a mindset that things could change and enough of a sense of humor so that if your mission changes from 2 months to 6 months, it doesn't send you into a state where you can't complete your mission. Another aspect of this mission extension with the shuttles not flying was that the resupply, the logistic resupply of consumables was severely hampered. And we were sitting on a mountain of food and a mountain of clothing and a mountain of supplies that were there for our mission and subsequent missions. But the chances of getting these replenished at the rate needed was all of a sudden reduced. And so we as a crew had to start rationing our usage of food and rationing our usage of water and rationing our usage of clothing, even though we were sitting on this huge mountain of all these resources. And we voluntarily did this so that future crews would have the resources they needed before we got the space shuttles flying again and could get the logistics supply chain back to its normal state. And so we would stretch our clothing out longer than what it was initially intended. Initially, we were to wear a pair of underwear and socks and a t-shirt for 3 days, and having no way to wash these aids in a weightless environment, then they're just discarded as rags to mop up stuff, and then finally discarded with a fiery deorbit trajectory into Earth's atmosphere. We stretched our clothing out to 8 to 10 days. And we would wait until we started to get a little rash around our waist before we change our underwear. And that was sort of our signal that says, hey, I think it's time to get a new pair of skivvies. And we did this voluntarily. We did this with a sense of humor because it was necessary in this frontier environment to preserve these resources for future crews. And human beings as a species are incredibly robust. We may like to take a shower every day. We may like to stuff our belly full of all kinds of delectable things for dinner. But if you live in a situation where you can't do that, human beings can continue and flourish in spite of the lack of all of these pleasantries. And if this were not the case, I think human beings would be one more fossil layer eroding from some hillside in the plains of Ethiopia. And this feature of human beings to do this is what is going to allow us to expand and into the space frontier and eventually colonize and settle our solar system.
perturbs it. And when the sun perturbs the atmosphere, then it looks like there's an artificial geometric horizon in between the bay. But the bay's not actually big enough for that to happen. Is that what you see?
Yeah, so that dotted line at the bottom of that image, what is it?
No, not that. That's artificial. That's artificial. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual footage from the time lapse. When you see clearly during the morning, and then the sun midway through the GIF or the footage, it perturbs the hell out of the atmosphere and creates an artificial, what looks like a geometric horizon, but we know that's not what it is. So what we're actually demonstrating with this GIF, and I'm glad that you said that you like it, I hope you share it to all your friends, is
I put it in my video.
The heat of the sun causes an artificial geometric horizon that's not actually there.
That's
right.
exactly
You guys are saying the opposite is happening, and that it's making everything look flat, when actually the sun makes everything look curved.
So I'm not saying the opposite. I'm saying, hey, look at how much that bounces around, and how are we going to make any useful measurements off of that wobbly image?
Yeah, so how did they measure it then?
Sorry, how about during the morning before the sun perturbs the atmosphere?
I would say it's hard to know whether it's being perturbed or not. So I would say we can't use that as a reliable place.
Really? What's the definition of temperature, Matthew?
The heat in the air? What do you mean?
Well, how do we measure temperature? Isn't it the rate of vibration of the molecules?
Yes.
The frequency at which they move around? So when the sun heats up the atmosphere, would you call, does it disturb it?
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. So is this going to make the conditions more reliable, more still, everything more serene so we can see further? Or is it going to actually stir things up a bit and kind of make things harder to see?
Yeah, it's going to stir things up and make it harder to see.
So the sun perturbs the atmosphere. So it'd be best to do these measurements shortly after sunrise, right?
I'd say it'd be best not to do the measurements at all. This is too unreliable. That's what I'd say.
But boats have been going over the horizon for like 2 centuries. And it was reliable all up until flat earthers came around and said, hey, wait a minute, the horizon's not where it's supposed to be. Now all of a sudden, throw that 2,000 years worth of boats going over the horizon, we'll just throw that out and say, hey, look at the stars.
Yeah, that sounds like a better way to do things rather than squinting at the horizon through telescopes at a wobbly interface of the land and the sea.
Well, they also
so you're using a special case to disprove the general case. That is silly.
No, it's good science. You don't want to.
So we also don't. You wouldn't do this observation when it was snowing or raining, right?
Yeah. So just don't do the observation if you can't.
Oh, because are you serious? So we have a general condition that's usually happening, right? So say 360 days a year, but we're not going to do any of those observations because 5 days a year it's screwed up.
Unless you can tell if it's screwed up or not, then I would recommend not doing any measurements.
But you can because they've done these tests, But you guys just I don't know if you're not aware or you just ignore them. I would go with ignore them. So refraction has been measured, right? Quantified using 2-frequency laser LiDAR, right? It was done in the Alps in summer, 2 72-hour periods, 1 year apart. And what they found was the deflection. So there's a couple ideas of. One is called angle of arrival. So what they measure is the deviation of the angle of arrival of the LiDAR array, right? They compare it to the other frequency. So the deviation, the max deviation over a period of time is 9 mgon, which is something like 0.000001 degree. Okay, it's infinitesimal. That's the max, and the mean is 0, right? So you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, I just think that if you see that wobbly interface, then maybe we should use other means to determine whether the Earth is flat, not like squinting at the horizon through a telescope when there's heat waves. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, you don't make observations during bad times to make observations. You know, they don't do astronomical observations in hurricanes. You know, I mean, we could say the same thing, right? Because it's cloudy 50% of the time, we shouldn't rely on the stars to make observations. I mean, we could just say that same silly thing, right? Because the stars, they're not there. We can't see them. So, you know, that isn't reliable observation because maybe they're not really there.
Can't argue with that.
That's called a reduction to absurdity. I mean, it gets absurd at some point. I mean, what are you gonna do? Well, we're gonna let's all take up a GoFundMe and we'll use a mechanical method to measure it, right? We'll get custom alloy steel that is it doesn't bend, right? It's not brittle, so it won't break, and we force it straight, and then we compare the surface of the Earth to our structure. I mean, that's the only real way, right? Is to use some mechanical method.
Yeah, I think that the mechanical method wouldn't work because it's really hard to get something exactly straight. I think that over the course of a mile, it would still probably bend some.
So to solve that, get a long vacuum tube and you shoot a laser through it.
Oh, they did that. They called that LIGO.
Actually,
yeah,
that would be a good way to do it, actually.
And man, you know, when they surveyed LIGO, they had to do that like 3 times. Yeah, they had to survey LIGO 3 times and like cement in their GPS stations because they kept getting like these odd things that their expected curvature didn't exist. And you can look up all their like survey documentation. It's well documented.
No curvature could be found. Uh-oh. You know, even in the Skunk Bay, the whole thing that kills it is that the horizon back behind it is still rising as it gets further back. It's still ramping up. I don't care what's happening in the foreground. It's still ramping up behind it, which would never occur on a spherical surface. Does everybody get that?
Can I ask Matthew one question? Are you literally trying to claim that we don't have the ability to accurately measure of what we're standing on? There's nothing reliable that we can measure with. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that if you cross the humidity of Skunk Bay right over the water at the wobbling atmosphere, then that's an unreliable way to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Matthew, how was the second one?
How do you know it's a curve?
How do
you know it's a curve then?
Other common sense ideas like
what?
Looking at the sun and the stars and the moon.
So looking at the stars and inferring,
looking at different lights
and postulating
ideas based on the ceiling light about your floor. Okay.
Hey, when you look at those stars, are you looking through the atmosphere?
A little bit, not much, but if you're looking
same. Okay, so if you're looking straight up, it's okay, but if you're looking straight out, it's no bueno.
Yeah, if you're looking straight up,
that's hilarious because there's a different density according to you all the way up there and all the way beyond the moon, and so you're looking through a gradient, whereas you're looking through a single level of the gradient and you think it should all be curving.
No, I'm saying that if you look straight up, you're only looking through 30 or 40,000 feet of atmosphere. But if you look straight up the horizon, it could be many miles, and that's why ancient mariners
if you look the stars, how much refraction you have between you and stars?
I might have to finish my sentence before. That's why ancient mariners didn't shoot the stars below about 20 degrees above the horizon. They tried to use stars for navigation above 20 degrees above the horizon, so that there wouldn't be these distortions. And Skunk Bay is a perfect example of why.
Wrong. No, it isn't. You're just mixing things together. You don't know what you're talking about. On navigation, I've already totally damaged any ideas you have about navigation. And I suggest you go talk to some skippers, which I doubt you have. So I want to ask Matthew a question. Matthew, how do you reconcile the specific drops over distance that the Earth curve charts show? Sasha.
Sorry.
Matthew, how do you reconcile these specific drops over distances that are in the Earth curvature charts?
What do you mean reconcile them? You mean the 8 inches per mile?
Well, are you saying refraction is causing the horizon to rise up and appear flat every time we look?
No, not every time you look. Just if you happen to look right along the top of the water during humid day, then you get all kinds of.
We're only talking about looking across water.
Yeah, because that's the only time you get those distortions that might.
That's what I'm saying. We're only talking about looking across water, so that's a moot point. Yeah. So how do you reconcile the actual drops? How do you reconcile the actual drops that are specific over distances? And I want to see your method that you use to determine that this horizon is rising up exactly. Can you provide that to me?
Just go a couple hundred feet above the water where those distortions happen.
No, I'm asking you for specific. No, I'm interrupting you because it's not true. I need a verification. How did they verify that at those distances your horizon is rising up that exact amount? Can you give me the technical information on that?
No, I don't have a citation. I'm just reporting a belief of mine.
Okay, that's good. Very good.
My question is for you. How come you're holding contrary beliefs? You don't agree with either. You can't agree with either belief fully, or you can't have looked into them fully enough to hold contrary beliefs. Yeah, but let me get to the point, right? Because Matthew, you've been here long enough, right? You claim to believe in the good book, yet you're holding a completely contrary belief in terms of what the good book says about its creation, about the creation.
I agree that would be a bad thing. That? Yeah, I agree that would be a bad thing. That
it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. It fundamentally is broken mentality, right? It demonstrates that either you're unwilling to admit something, or that you haven't actually looked into either one sufficiently.
I think that I've looked into both, and I would say that there are no contradictions.
Yeah, you always say that, but you have no proof or evidence.
Just lying to us.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
why is there no contradiction to that?
There's no contradiction.
You mean in the globe model?
There's no contradictions in the globe model versus scripture versus our observations.
Oh my God.
Really? Okay, so was the sun created first or was the earth created first, Matthew?
Probably the sun.
That's not what it says.
That's not what it says in Genesis.
Yeah, it also says that there was evening and morning and the day.
Light was created before. So what, Matthew? What day was the sun created?
On day 4.
Dun dun dun.
So when carpenters build a house, do they hang the light first, or do they build the house first and then hang the lights?
Oh, they build the house first, then they hang the lights.
Right, well, the heliocentrists are telling you that the lights came first. So are you going to believe these Nazi Satanists like, L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley?
And the Vril Society and Madame Blavatsky and all of that crew?
Yeah, are you going to believe that?
Sure. Yes, I would agree with them if they're right. Of course, I don't like the fact that they're Satanists, but it doesn't matter who says something. Something is either true or false.
So you're going by. They think they're right, so you do too. They think they are right, and you do too because they think they're right. That's your excuse.
That's the literal definition.
Remember when you told me that Andrew Thomas Young believed in the globe, and therefore I should believe in the globe because I was quoting Andrew Thomas Young? So you're a Satanist then because you believe in these Satanists, correct?
Yeah, you're a Satanist.
No, I hate Satanism.
Yeah, you're a Satanist. No,
you think you're wrong? You just said so.
Listen, Matthew, you're a Luciferian, and you don't even know what religion you're in. That's how bad this is right now.
I'm an evangelical Christian. I'm not a Luciferian.
Yeah, you're lying to yourself. You're a liar. You're believing a lie. You're holding two dichotomous thoughts at the same time. Let
me ask some more questions.
What is
broken logic? Just like somebody said.
There's no contradiction. You said there's no contradiction. So, let me just ask a few simple questions. did gravity create the heavens and the earth, or did the Creator create the heavens and the earth?
God set up the rules of physics, including gravity, and He created the heavens and the earth.
This is such a bullshit answer.
It's the right
So
answer.
God created a man-made concept known as space-time.
No, man discovered God. God created rules and laws and stuff like that. I mean,
so Einstein discovered
learning about it.
So Einstein discovered the freaking miracles of God's creation because it wasn't known about until 1915.
Lots of different scientists have learned lots of different things about God's creation.
Yeah, really? How did he discover that?
Well, I don't know. That's a history of science question.
On a blackboard with
You
some
don't know because you haven't looked into it, Matthew.
I don't know anyone in
We know God
history.
exists in the Bible because he split the fucking Red Sea, so...
And you cannot be Christian. You only can think that you are Christian.
For the most part,
I am a Christian.
No, you are not
we
Christian.
try to avoid religion.
I'm baptized.
You know,
Hold on,
you
guys.
can think.
Hold on.
One at a time, one at a time, Hank.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that for the most part,
Don't say I'm not
I was
baptized.
saying, let Hank talk.
yeah, just real fast, guys. We try to avoid religion for the most part, but Matthew is a Christian, and we're just trying to ask Matthew what his foundation is, and he's saying that it's not the Bible, it's actually men. He trusts in men rather than God, and that's fine. He can do whatever he wants, guys. I don't think you should jump on his back for that. That's in between him and his Creator.
True.
No, he can think that he's Christian, but he is not. You know, he can think that he's Christian, but he's not. That's the two different things.
Tell me what it is, what it takes to become a Christian.
You need to believe what Christians believes.
I don't think any Christians know, or most Christians today know exactly what it means.
What is the saint book of the Christians?
So the basic idea of being...
What is the saint book of the Christians? What Christians follows? Does Christians follows Bible? Okay, what Bible says?
Let him answer one at a time.
Okay, he said Bible.
The main part of being a Christian is trusting Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of sins and belief.
But you're still in a space monkey space spinning ball in space. A monkey ball in
beliefs about
space.
science have anything to do about my salvation before my...
Yeah, it's against what creation is. That's why.
That's true.
So if I have
the opposite of what creation says.
You cannot make your religion in religion, you know?
One at a time.
You cannot make your Christian religion and say, okay, this is Christian religion, but God made the spheres, you know. That is never written. No, you cannot. You will be the one guy who said that, or more, the new religion in the religion.
So you're adding to God's word
making
to
new
say that in
religion,
order to become saved, you have to have a particular belief.
No, you're presupposing that
you're adding to God's word.
You presuppose a new creation, man. In the Christianity,
it's not.
That's why the Great Schism was really crazy. That's why the Great Schism was crazy, because it's like, who do you ask for things from God?
Okay, so I would say that in order to be a Christian, I have to believe that Jesus Christ saved me from my sins. And you're saying you would add on to that I also have to have certain particular beliefs about the shape of the earth?
No, when you don't believe the Bible. You don't believe the
Just
Bible.
what God said in the Bible, or what they said God said in the Bible.
So what's
that? Particular beliefs about what the Bible says.
You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose and make up your story as you go.
Who is other Christian? I want to ask, who is other Christian here inside?
Wait a second, that's not important. Listen, Matthew, what you are is you're a pseudo-Christian believing pseudo-science. That's what you are. That's your religion. A pseudo-Christian. You're not a Christian.
The thing that disqualifies me from being a Christian is the fact that I have the wrong belief about the scientific...
No, I want one Christian who doesn't follow the Bible. One.
I'd say you have wrong belief. I believe you believe something that is not Christian fundamentally at its base. Yeah.
So you would put the.
All right. Well, I'm also
more Christian.
I also don't.
No, you don't believe in the Bible, and you believe in scientism, which is it's a dichotomous. It's another religion. You're mixing
Christianity and the law
scientism.
systems against Christianity because we don't stone wives that beat down their husbands.
Who's that?
I mean, everyone's doing that.
So why, cousin? Why are you talking out of time? Man? Can you hear Sonny talking?
Just talk right over me, huh?
Yeah.
That's really nice. Yeah, so it's it's scientism. That's a religion, and you're mixing. You think you're Christian, mixing scientism with it. The spinning space monkey ball with
I'm actually
Christianity.
Anti-scientism.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is, bro. Honestly,
It's a belief that science is the highest truth, and it's incorrect.
You just came with scientism and said the Bible was reflecting that when it doesn't. It clearly states stationary and like a seal and enclosed with a firmament. So that doesn't fit your ball. None of it fits your ball.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, what's up?
Yep.
Okay, it's not about Matthew's salvation. It's about his foundation. Does he believe in men or does he believe in God? Because the Bible says one thing, and man's wisdom says an entirely different thing. It's not really about your salvation, although that may be a byproduct. The point is that your foundation is either the Bible or it's not. It's okay if it's not.
I totally agree.
Just don't pretend that it is.
And the Bible can have like a vast different array of perspectives. Like you can go from a person who's like agnostic to like a person who's like Al-Qaeda, and both will believe like equally in that shit, and that's why we have wars.
Well, we're here, Glenn Humplick in the studio. This is the first ever solar-powered Barncast studio in Ontario, and we're doing good here on the podcast. Getting close to being, working our way towards being one of the top 5 podcasts in Eastern Ontario, and the future looks bright. And
things are looking up.
This is exciting, though. People who have been longtime fans of the show will probably and no doubt be doing cartwheels right now in their parents' basements.
Not too sure about that, but
to see that Glenn Humplick is here in the flesh for a podcast here at the Funny Farm. So great to see you, Glenn.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Do you think maybe it's been a while. We could start doing this regularly?
I'd be up for it.
Yeah. I mean, I've been back in Canada for a few years now, and firing up the podcast. And why not get the band back together, huh?
I'm getting ready to retire from my regular gig. I'll have more time to do stuff.
Absolutely, can come hang out, and we'll do some podcasts for the people. I'm sure. When we look in the comments of this video on my YouTube channel, we're going to see that there's going to be outrageous demand for you to return, I'm sure.
Yeah. Or my God, he's aged.
No, I think they'll be quite happy to see you, actually. I wouldn't worry about it at all. We've had a fun day at the farm here without giving too much away. We were meeting with some people from Ottawa Shortwave Radio Club, an amateur shortwave radio club, and we are going to begin to start broadcasting this show on shortwave around the world. So in the case of a Armageddon type, apocalyptic type event, maybe a supply chain shortage, maybe some sort of internet breakdown of some sort, we will still be able to broadcast the show on shortwave. We're going to get all that information to you. I just have to take a shortwave radio ham operator.
And it's not easy, though. Like, I saw the book he gave you. It's like a thick, detailed book of information to learn to...
Yeah.
You have a best... It's an online test?
Yeah. You've
Okay.
read a book before, right?
I've read a book, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that hard.
It's been a while, but...
It's not that hard to do, though, right?
No, it's time-consuming.
It was just one book.
It's technical. I'm sure it looked like a very technical document.
It was one book. How many books have you read in your life?
I do a lot of audiobooks.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, though. That's like watching television, right? How many books have you read in your life?
In my life?
Yeah. Like over 10?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, over 11, 12, 13?
I would say over 100.
Oh, over 100 books. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're quite the reader then.
Not really, no.
That's
I did a lot of audiobooks.
That's like 2 books a year, basically?
I was doing one audiobook a week for a while.
No, I don't count audiobooks. That's like watching television.
No,
it's not. Do I get to count every episode of Maury Povich that I watch? Is that considered a
very
book?
different.
Is that considered a book?
I learned a lot from listening to those audiobooks.
I learned a lot from watching Maury Povich. You are the father. I could tell he was the father from the beginning, but then I learned that he actually was.
Have you ever tried an audiobook?
Well, no, but I don't consider it reading, though.
It enters your brain the same way.
I don't think you ingest it the same way. I think you're listening to another voice, so it's painting a different picture than your mind would have painted.
Well, yeah, but often it's the author who's reading the book, and the way he reads it, kind of the tone of his voice tells you more than the words that you're reading.
I like my mind's eye to kind of create the own world for myself. I find I go into more of a sort of a mysterious place when I'm creating it all in my own head.
So I read mostly nonfiction.
Yeah.
So maybe that's different, but
like pornography mostly, or
no. I've been into cognitive biases and the effects that it has on people lately.
Okay.
And it's just an area of interest, especially in the world that we live in.
Are those just some big words you're using?
No. It's been something that's been fascinating to me, and it's something that I
cognitive biases. Yeah. What is that exactly? What is a cognitive bias?
So it's your belief system and reinforcing your belief system all the time. So let's say you believe the Earth is flat, and you're consuming information that the Earth is flat. You're always digging deeper into that as a belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So right now we're caught in this world where people are being spoon-fed information that's just really tailored for them based on YouTube feeds and all that, and people are going down these silos where they're fed information. Their belief system is being controlled by that.
Yeah, that's the way I felt when I was given a globe of the Earth by my grandmother for my 6th birthday back in the 70s. I looked at it and I said, as if. This is some bullshit. It's not round.
So
you clearly look across like a lake, it's just flat, right?
I find it concerning.
Well, how come when you're flying in a plane, like the pilot doesn't have to keep steering downwards to go around, right? He just goes straight and it doesn't fly off the Earth.
Oh my God.
Have you ever thought about it a little bit?
No, I haven't.
Think about it. The plane, if he's just flying straight, he's not like steering down, so he just would fly right off the Earth.
Right. We've flown enough, I think, that we know that. Anyways, that's just one example of that, but it's political beliefs.
How come when you jump up in the air, if you jump high enough, when you land in the same spot? Shouldn't the Earth be moving under your feet?
I mean, I'm sure physics plays into that, where you're the force of.
I don't know. I just think it's kind of, myself, as long as well as a growing movement of people on the internet have pretty much determined that we've been lied to about that whole round Earth business.
There's a great documentary about flat earthers and their movement. And have you seen it? I think it's on Netflix.
No.
It's really, really good. But they go to a really a hell of an extent to try to prove that point.
Really?
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah, you should watch it.
What are some other cognitive biases that you
just political beliefs, religious beliefs, things like that, where you get pigeonholed into a world where you close your mind to anything else, and it's concerning to me that everyone is starting to go down these political silos and stuff where you just can't open your mind to anything else besides what you're reading constantly.
Banging the table so much is bad for the sound.
But anyways, it's
I know it's exciting though, but I got to get a better table.
I feel like I'm getting older.
I got this table in Facebook Marketplace for $25.
Oh, did you? Well, I mean, it looks nice though.
Yeah, but it's $25, but it's not solid.
Yeah,
so just careful.
It's a nice table.
Yeah.
Did you varnish this?
No. It came like this perfectly.
Came like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
The studio's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. It was getting a little too serious with this whole cognitive bias thing. I want to kind of change the subject a little bit.
No worries.
I mean, you can talk about that stuff, though, on the internet. That's the kind of stuff people like to talk about on podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what are some other things that you think specific things that you
No, this is just to me. Like, I'm getting up there in age, and I know that my time on this planet is limited. So I want to make sure that I spend the rest of my time being happy and not going down these silos that are making people unhappy.
Yeah.
And I find there's a lot of that lately, and I'm seeing it in a lot of my friends. And I'm sure you are as well. And it's just how this is kind of like how I'm trying to live the rest of my life.
What are people so unhappy about?
I don't want to get into
what.
I don't talk about politics anymore.
Oh, it's politics.
Politics is one of them.
Okay, I thought it was not the
but everything that surrounds that.
Oh, okay.
It's getting annoying as hell for me personally.
Yeah. You can't stop watching it, huh?
No, I've stopped myself. I'm controlling it, but I find the people around me can't stop themselves.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like who?
I don't want to name names, but but most of my friends.
Who? Like Phil?
He's one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Really into politics?
Yes.
I don't know. He doesn't seem to talk about that too much with me.
Not with you.
He does with you? Always arguing about politics?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
He's mad.
They try to fish me into arguments and stuff like that, and I just kind of.
It's always been like that, though.
I don't mind it.
We used to argue about what would win in a fight, a bear or a cougar.
You know what? That was fun.
A mountain lion or a cougar.
That was innocent and fun.
Or whether there were more refrigerators or AK-47s on the planet.
Right.
Remember we had like a 3-day-long argument about that?
Yeah.
Well, who won? Were there more AK-47s or more refrigerators on the planet?
Probably AK-47s.
I believe it was. And who would win in a fight? A bear or a cougar? A mountain lion or a cougar?
Mountain lion. No, sorry. No, it was a bear. It was a bear.
Yeah, because we had a long debate about that about 20 years ago as well.
And this week,
we did an episode of the show called Biological Crossfire.
That's right.
About that.
And this week, I looked it up on ChatGPT in a battle. Who would win, a bear versus a cougar? And I got
on chat what?
GPT.
GBT?
GPT, yeah.
You said it differently, though.
GPT.
You sort of said D, almost like a D at the end.
Okay. Again,
Had GBD. French. You really are French. Are you really French?
Ben oui. I grew up French.
Is French your first language?
No.
No, so that's what I mean.
No, but it kind of was. Because I went to a French primary school.
Okay, I don't think of you still having a French accent, but then sometimes you do have a French accent.
It comes out every now and then.
Chat GBD, you said.
GPT.
GPT, you said.
Just
GPT.
Mispronunciation on my part.
Tu parles français? Parfait.
Oui, je parle français.
Je parle français aussi. Mais une bonne idée juste pour blague. Maintenant, tout le podcast ce soir parle français.
Ou un podcast spécial pour les Québécois.
Un podcast spécial pour les Québécois. Français seulement, parce que je suis un Québécois. Oui. Je suis habité dans la province de Québec pour 14 ans dans ma vie.
Je suis né au Québec.
Pardon?
Je suis né au Québec.
Quoi?
Je suis né au Québec.
Je suis né au Québec. Your nose is from Quebec.
No. I was born. Born in Quebec.
Né is nose.
No, né. Double meaning.
Né is nose. Your nose.
I was born. Born is né.
You have a Quebecer's nose.
I have a Hungarian nose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, this is good. What else could we talk about? I'm getting hay fever from the barn, actually. I'm going on to special, I have to get some special allergy medication. So we've got the barn all ready to do the podcast, and I actually start to get very kind of a...
So it's not... Is it... Because I have ragweed...
Take a look at I guess I'll take a look at politics. Decent little crowd over there.
Just a new perspective dropped a new video. It's freaking hilarious, bro. Absolutely hilarious.
You did what?
He was debating some kid, and the kid said, he said the atmosphere is in the same reference frame as the rotating Earth. Rest in peace, Coriolis.
Yep.
Coriolis, do they even argue that still?
Yes. And no at the same time.
Yo, is that the one from earlier, or was that the one with bacon that Alan posted? So you're talking about the one I just posted today?
Yeah, the one you just posted today. I haven't listened to the whole thing. I got it like 10 minutes in. I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah. First, he's like, I don't know why you guys are arguing the atmosphere. And that isn't. It's the jet engines it's the thrust that makes the plane actually be able to go anywhere. And then later on, when I get to the point where like, wait a minute, they're going to be landing at a different tangential velocity than when they started at, and they only have a considerable momentum of 500 miles per hour. So how are they landing at 1,000 miles an hour? He's like, well, the atmosphere. And then he started arguing for the atmosphere after starting out, saying that doesn't have anything to do with it. So funny.
Classic.
They're stuck between a atmosphere and a jet engine.
Dude, they're such freaking Fundy zealots, dude. They try to argue both positions at the same time. It's literally just so hilarious to me. Yeah, they have to, or concede. Like, that's their only other option.
Yep.
And then, like, they're going to pretend like you don't notice. I mean, like...
No, dude, they don't notice. They don't even notice what they're doing.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. It's like they're so convinced it's a ball that there has to be some answer for it, because planes land all the time. It couldn't be a problem there because it's a ball. But there's a real problem, because you'd have to be moving exactly at the same rate eastward with the rotation as planes landing. Treat the Earth as stationary.
Yeah, like where'd you get the extra? Yeah, where'd you get the extra 500 miles per hour? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, right. And especially if you're going west southwest, like mostly west against the spin, but south towards the equator. You started with 500 and you get to the equator where you're going against the spin. Now you got to imagine that the plane's correcting backwards and sideways, or the atmosphere is pushing it faster backwards than it's propelling forwards. 400 mile per hour cruising speed, it would have to actually gain 500 backwards by the time it gets to the equator.
Look, man, whatever the wind needs to do, it does, because we know the Earth's a ball. There was a guy with sticks a long time ago.
I want to make a skit where like there's a flight instructor and he's got a classroom. They're about to go out for their first flight, and like, oh, there's one thing I didn't mention in all of our training. Now, technically, the Earth is spinning independently of the plane, so you're going to have to make sure, well, actually, you're not going to have to. Just put your faith in the atmosphere. It's going to make your plane actually go sideways twice as fast by the time you get to the equator. But don't worry about that. Just make sure that you don't think about it, because you're going to have to put your faith in this other vector happening that makes your plane go faster sideways, regardless of how fast you're going forward.
It's like the Van Allen belts. It's like the Van Allen belts. They didn't tell them about them, so they weren't a problem.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't go far enough to reach them, remember?
They went through them.
No, an astronaut literally said that. He said that we didn't know. I didn't know about any Van Allen radiation belts. We didn't know about that back then, as if that was an answer.
Right.
Because the question was, how the hell did you get through them in the first place? You should have died of radiation. Well, we didn't know about them back then. Yeah, what's that got to do with anything, man? It's like saying, if I don't know it's fire, I won't get burned. Like,
pretty much, yeah.
Hello. Selamünaleyküm. What the fuck is going on?
I want to burp right now. Burp. I want to burp.
He don't want to learn anything, right?
That was in charge of Operation High Jump. Now, he didn't get discredited until after he died, and someone allegedly found his hidden diary or something like that, which said a bunch of crazy stuff in it. But that may have just been put there, right, to make his testimony about what he actually did discover in the South, right, to seem like it should be discredited. So that's just a speculation, right? We can't confirm he actually wrote anything that was in this so-called diary afterward. But anyway, I'll post the interview.
It's funny how every time the government finds something that's like a manifesto or a diary that, listen, I've never written shit down like that in my life. Do you guys write manifestos? You guys write manifestos in your diary every day or something? Because I don't. Am I the weird one?
Yeah, I was always under the impression that Americans like write every single thing they do every day down in their journals.
Hello.
Live.
Hello. What's up?
All right.
Oh, not everyone on board. Can I open my cam? You can pay money if you want. Who's saying hello? The new guy? Yeah, that's me. I'm the new guy. What's up, new guy? What brings you to the channel? I came a couple of days ago. I asked a couple of questions. I think it was to you or it was to someone else. It was some British guy I talked with, I think. But yeah, it's my second time on this channel. Lux. My name is Lux Noctris. Lux Noctris. I don't remember talking to you, but maybe it was. But oh well. So how was your first time on the channel? Did you get answers to your questions? Did you come out with more questions? No. I mean, I asked the question, they couldn't answer my question, they dodged the question, and I didn't get the answer, no. What was your question? A really simple question, actually. I mean, like, I just said, like, if we had, like, a big drill, you know, we just, like, drilled all the way down, would we come across, like, molten lava, like a hot rock or something, or would we come across something else? And they said they don't know. Yeah, I suppose it depends where you drill. So the deepest hole that they tell us has been dug is by the Russians. Sorry, Jedi. Okay.
We had this conversation the other day. I remember this conversation very well. Good luck, Cyclone. Good luck.
Oh no. So yeah, they tell us that the deepest hole that's been dug is the Kola super deep hole, like 7.6 miles. So whatever they found down there, that's what's been documented. But we wouldn't be making a claim to anything as deep or deeper than that, because as members of the public, that's not something you can really do. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're obvious, yeah, but I mean, like the technology that we have these days, it's 2025. We have really good technology, right? So, yeah, just the deepest they've gone is 8 miles.
It's like just buy a bore drilling machine on Amazon or something. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. I mean, like, what about the billionaires, the hackers, the Rog Nation?
They've already tried that. They've already tried that, dude. Remember, we told you, and you didn't like the answer.
Well, I remember the answer, I do, but you couldn't give me a precise because you said you don't know. You literally said you don't know.
We said this is what they've done, so how would anyone know what's beyond that?
Well, it's obvious to know because we have good technology these days, and
yet they can only get down 8 miles up until today. So are you going further than that? Is that what you're claiming? You don't
I think we can go more than 8 miles because, like, you put a Mount Everest down at Mariana Trench.
No, we're not talking dumb shit. We're talking about real life people who drill. You're not talking about flipping Mount Everest over. Don't say dumb shit in here.
So let me guess this straight, Mariana Trench. Just tell me how deep is Mariana Trench?
Lux, we don't care. You're talking about drilling. Also, they were talking about drilling the Kohler borehole. With all the technology, why haven't they gone further? What's your excuse? It's
because
2025,
brother. There's molten lava in there. It's hot.
There we go.
You can't
That's the answer. It's hot.
So what's the point with this question? What's like the end point conclusion of your question?
My conclusion is it's not flat, it's a sphere, and in the middle it's hot.
Okay. How are you getting to it's a sphere? Where's your evidence for that?
I told you, if we drill too deep down,
right,
the drill's going to burn up.
But
So it's
drilling
obviously
down
something
into the
down there.
ground, but drilling down into the ground doesn't tell you anything about the surface being a spinning ball.
That's the worst affirming the consequent I've ever fucking heard. I mean, it'll pass, but it's still shit.
And the drill
That's like
like you've explained.
That's pretty illogical, dude.
Yeah, how do you know you're drilling inward and not downward?
Yeah, considering you are drilling downward, how are you going to tell us that's anything else?
It doesn't matter where you
drill.
dig.
You can
You're
drill
going
on
to
a
dig
flat
down. You're going to go
surface,
down to
dude.
the core.
Okay, so are you saying that you couldn't drill on a flat surface? Is that what you're saying?
You can drill on a flat surface. It's possible.
Okay. So then they can drill on a flat surface. So drilling is not proof of a globe, then.
Can hot stuff be under a flat surface?
After that, it's the upper mantle.
I don't know why I'm going to waste my time. But can hot stuff be under a flat surface? I'll ask again. Oh, good.
Yeah,
so
it can.
hot stuff can be under. So far, your proof that the Earth is a sphere doesn't seem to be proving anything, being as you can have hot stuff under a flat surface.
Right, look at Yellowstone National Park. That's hot, isn't it?
Hot
It's a
stuff
volcano.
underneath a flat surface.
Do you believe in Yellowstone National Park?
That's hot stuff underneath a flat surface. Third time, maybe it'll ring true for you.
All right, I'll put a picture on the side chat. You can even dig from the ocean as well. You can see where we're going to come up from.
Surface.
So now you're saying that Yellowstone is proof of the globe. Is that right?
Well, it could because he wanted proof of a hot surface. Yes, I gave an example of Yellowstone.
No, I wanted proof that the Earth was a sphere, like you said.
And I told you about that. The more down you go, the more hot it gets.
Yeah, but
so
then you said you could go down on a flat
There's a core. There is.
You said
in the middle there's a core, right?
No. You said on a flat surface you could go down as well, and that it would be hot underneath. So that doesn't mean it's a globe.
Doesn't matter where you dig down.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean it's a globe. It doesn't mean it's a sphere. It can happen on a flat surface. No, you just said it can happen on a flat surface.
Yes, you can do it on a flat surface or in the ocean. Doesn't matter where you dig. You got to dig down in the core.
So it's not exclusive proof that the Earth is a sphere, being as you can dig down underneath flat surfaces and hot things can exist underneath flat surfaces. This isn't exclusive evidence. Is this bell ringing for you yet? Do you understand?
It's ringing for me. All right, but look, let me just tell you this as well, right? When an earthquake
talking bullshit again.
Right, hang on, look, you know, an earthquake's going to hit, right? It sends out two types of waves, right? There's the primary wave and the secondary wave, all right?
Yes.
Hang on. There's the Earth's magnetic field, right?
No,
and it's
nothing
created
to do
by
with magnetic
liquid
field,
iron
PNS waves.
spinning in the outer core. Without
You're
a
talking
liquid
shit.
metal core, there's no magnetism. This is basic geography. We saw this in middle school.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Let me post something for you since you think you know everything.
You don't believe in the magnetic field now? Yeah?
Well, what evidence do you have? The globe.
Let's find out. I'm going to post something for you, dude. Ready? I'm going to post your magnetic core and let's see what happens to it. What are you going to say to there is no magnetic core when I show this to you? What's your excuse going to be next? There you go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, loses its magnetism when it gets to its Curie point. So there you go. No magnetic core. Try
also,
you're
just pegging the question. Oh, that's just a meme. That's just you're putting on memes. You're putting on memes. Dude, hold on.
That is scientific.
You don't have any evidence for the core to begin with. You've got no evidence for the core to begin with. That assumes a globe. That's the thing you're trying to prove, and you're just saying, well, let's just assume it's a globe with a core, and then blah, 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 blah. No. You need to actually for these things.
I gave you evidence from the earthquakes. No, we can see from the earthquakes there's obvious evidence.
No, so let's get this straight.
He's an idiot.
Lux, let's get this straight. Ground shakes, therefore globe.
Yeah, when the ground shake, what happens? What happens to the magnetic field when the earthquake happens? Tell me.
You tell us. It's your claim.
This is
because
your claim,
the primary. There's two types of waves: the primary and the secondary. The primary moves through the solids and the liquids. The secondary moves through the solids only. So the primary it slows down and bends at a certain depth and proves density from the liquid outer core.
Great. Show us the seismic wave equation, geologist, and let's talk about it.
Sure. Give me that here, sunshine. Yeah, I don't think you're going to manage on this one, dude. I mean, obviously, you've been like... Sorry, Jenna.
No, you're right, go.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're just like reading ChatGPT, which has been trained. No, this is just basic geography.
This is stuff he's making up out of his fucking head. If he wants to go this route, I'll just unleash Amish on you. You don't understand what you're talking. Excuse me. You don't understand what you're talking about. That's clearly been demonstrated to everybody. Now you're just seeing how far you can go with this stupid troll. Either that, or you're actually stupid. It's one of the two.
Nah, why are you even like doing this childish stuff? You know, calling people stupid.
Listen,
stuff,
do you know what you posted in the chat?
I'm here to have a reasonable debate.
You posted a Poincare disk model in the chat. Do you know what that is?
No.
No, you don't. You posted evidence of hyperbolic geometry for modeling seismic waves. The seismic wave equation does not even assume a globe because of a hyperbolic geometry. You know why? Because the radius is curved. You can't have a curving radius on a sphere or in any object, really, in Euclidean space. So the very evidence that you think proves a globe actually relies on non-globular modeling, a hyperbolic equation. So would you like to come back again with a better proof someday, or do you want to keep going with this?
No, I'm trying to give you some more proof, but you're calling me, you're being childish, you're calling me stupid.
I'm not being childish. Stop. You don't know what you're talking about, and I do.
I'm here to have a debate, and you guys are acting childish.
Stop the meta. Lux, listen carefully. Sporadic called you no names. He explained to you what your image that you posted was. He didn't post that, you did. And you're choosing not to listen.
I'm listening, bruv. I'm listening. You're not listening to me.
It's not sinking in, bruv.
Sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, bro, and you're being schooled, and that hurts your ego, and now you're lashing out.
Nah, man, it's my normal voice. I'm sorry if it's hurting your feelings. I'm sorry, DJ, but that's how it works.
It's true. It's being recorded as well. I mean, you could listen to it back, right? If you wanted to go play it to your friends and families and say, "Oh, look how well I did in this debate with the flat earthers," right? Go play the live stream back to them.
Yeah, I want to have a reasonable debate, but you guys are acting all childish. I don't know what you're saying. We can have a reasonable debate. It's perfectly fine. Listen, dude, chill out. Like, we can have a perfectly fine discussion, but it does sound like you're arguing about topics that you don't really know much about. So you need to be a little bit more honest and say things like, "I don't know," when that's a question that you don't know, or this is common sense, Jedi. Just be reasonable. It's common sense,
That's
man. What you want to
Cyclone.
know?
Be fucking. Just be aware of what's going on, dude. That's someone else. That's not me. I haven't spoken for 5 minutes. Dumbass. Basically, at the end of the day, mate, you pissed us off the other day when you just started talking bullshit, and now you're going to come back in and make the same fucking claims about the lava being underneath the ground, which makes the Earth a sphere. We've logically gone through this. It looks like you've ignored everything that we've said. The fuck?
Nah, I've done my research on it. It's still not making sense, man. I'm doing my research.
Really? Things can exist underneath flat surfaces.
This is just out of hand.
Fucking pathetic on your behalf. Yeah, we know. We're laughing at you. Try better.
Really, I mean, like, Jesus, man. You sound like a smart man.
So,
bro.
Lux, let's get this
You
right.
sound like a smart man.
You've looked up some shit. Yeah, you've looked up some shit on the internet. It says lava underground, so therefore globe. That's what you've come to.
This is what we saw in high school and middle school. What you on about?
Yeah, okay, stop. I don't want excuses. I want you to stop and listen. I want you to use your brain. You saw it in high school. You saw it in middle school. Did they verify it, validate it, or prove it, or did they just push it down your neck?
Nah, I mean, I did my research on it. I mean, I think there's enough proof out there.
You used the example. They fed it to you in high school or middle school. Did they verify it to you, or did they just push it down your neck?
They taught it to us on the textbooks.
All right, can I ask him a question real quick? Hey, Lux, what makes the globe a valid starting point?
I don't know. What is it?
I'm asking you. This is your claim. What makes the globe a reasonable and valid starting point for your argument?
Well, I told you about it. I told you.
Again.
No, not upset. I'm doing something. I'm multitasking. That's why.
So he's not paying attention.
This is comedy to me, really. I love it. It's comedy.
Now in comedy, you're losing. Yeah, you're losing, so it's comedy, right? It's funny to you since you're losing.
I love it. I'm loving it.
He's unprepared.
You guys sound smart. You guys sound like you have the brains, right?
A completely reasonable question that you need to answer, yeah? Because in the first place, seismology is not proving the shape of the Earth. It's assuming a model that they would test these observations on, yeah? So what makes them assume the globe model in the first instance?
Well, they don't even assume a globe model.
There's pictures of it anyway when astronauts go outside to outer space, you know, they take the pictures. We can see a lot of proof. There's proof everywhere.
We're moving off of the seismic stuff, right? So I guess all the seismology stuff didn't work out for you, Lux. I mean, they don't model a globe.
I mean, I tried to explain about the earthquakes. You didn't understand about the earthquakes.
Answer this for the audience. Why don't they model a globe for seismology?
Why don't they model a globe?
Yeah, why do they model instead using hyperbolic geometry?
Well, they use all sorts of sciences, don't they? Not just geometry.
No, this has to do with geometry, not science. Listen, we've exposed to you and the audience that you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I mean, I might not fully understand about geometrics and science and stuff,
Good.
but this
I'll
is
take
common
that as
sense.
a conception. Now can we move on to the next topic, which was pictures from outer space? A much simpler, more kindergarten approach suited to your aptitude.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about that. All right, so astronauts, they took pictures. We can see it on the NASA's website as well, right?
Did you verify the pictures yourself?
We've got lovely pictures. Yeah, I can check for it. Yeah, we've got lovely pictures of the Earth.
How did you verify the pictures to be real pictures?
It's on NASA's website. You believe in NASA as well. You give me proof from NASA. The other day you gave me proof on the Salt Lake City.
With this idiot. Dickhead. How have you verified that the images on the NASA website are real?
Because you look at the picture, you can see it's real. It's a sphere. It's round.
My friend,
stop.
Thank you. That would mean that Bigfoot is real then, because there's pictures of Bigfoot. Loch Ness Monster is also real because there's pictures of the Loch Ness Monster. Right?
No, that's a myth. I'm not talking about...
How would you verify between the two, though?
That's obvious stuff. You know it's not real. That's obvious stuff, you know? Come on, what is that? Bigfoot and the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. It's not real.
Lux, you sound like a child who's trying to defend themselves. I'm just pointing out the logical inconsistencies with your evidence, and you're crying about it. Why don't you just be a man and go, well, yeah, actually, when you think about it reasonably, that's really not good evidence, because I really should verify evidence to be real myself instead of just accepting it. Really, if you're a proper man.
All right, and I'm gonna show you proof now. Hang on.
Now?
Yeah.
Of what?
The astronaut pictures. We talked about the astronauts. Why are we closing the topic? We're getting out of topic again.
The picture itself's the claim. It's not evidence of the claim. You seem to have a blind spot to understanding the difference.
Hey, Lux, how do you debate a measurement?
You measure it.
So once it's measured, can you debate it? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I mean if I understand the measures, yeah, why not?
So,
yeah, you can measure
no,
it.
not measures. No, a measurement. For example, my table. We measure its width. Can we debate that measurement? Yes or no?
Yes, we can.
Why?
How do you debate a measurement?
On what basis do you debate a measurement? There's only one.
Wait, hang on a minute. We're talking about measurement, right?
Yeah, if I measure myself to be 6 foot tall, do we debate about it? Or do we
No, we don't. I mean, yeah, if you're 6 foot tall, you're 6 foot tall. You know, we measure you. You're 6 foot tall.
I'm measuring myself, aren't I? And when I've measured myself, me and you are not going to argue about it, are we?
Yeah, if you've got proof that you're 6 foot tall, then yeah.
There we go. If you've got proof, Matrix, finish him.
No, he's yours. I'll set that up nicely for you, mate. Yeah.
See, we measure the surface of the Earth to lay horizontal, right? That's a measurement. So you shouldn't really argue about it, should you? You should just accept the measurement and maybe, if you want to be pernickety, complain about how accurate it is. But that's all you're going to do is complain about how accurate it is.
You're not even accepting how deep the Mariana Trench is. I mean, how can I trust you on the measurements?
Excuse me, I accept the depth of the Mariana Trench, you fucking idiot. I told you this yesterday, but you weren't listening.
What's the measurement of the Mariana Trench? Tell me, please.
What the measurement is about 12 kilometres below mean sea level. Mean sea level being a horizontal reference datum that you get the privilege to talk about the depth of the Mariana Trench from. Welcome to Flat Earth.
10,984 meters down there. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Do you want it in centimeters as well? Would that make you more comfortable?
I would love that, but not now, because, you know, the pressure is over 1,000 times more. You've got pressure down there, right? Do you realize there's pressure down there?
So let me get this.
Fall out.
Is there pressure down there? Tell me.
Lux. Pressure or not, it doesn't prove anything. So you're globe proof now. Let's get back to the measurement. So we've already established quite cleanly, and everyone agrees, that you don't debate measurements. So why don't you just go and measure your drop over distance? If you believe you live on a ball, measure it and come back and shut us all up. How easy would that be? There's no debate in that. It would just be, here's the measurement, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, have a nice day, here's your cup of tea.
Tell me about the pressure. You can't answer it.
What about the pressure? As you go down in water, underneath the water level, the pressure increases. That's it. Whoop-de-doo. So what?
There we go. That's what I'm saying, right? You got down there, the pressure's going to increase.
You're saying that, Lux, so what? The ability to go underwater proves 1 carry the 3 minus the 2. Fuck all.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
If you go down
Lux,
there, the sun is not going to hit, right? There's no light. The light's not going to hit there, right?
Who cares?
And
your claim of depth, Lux, your claim of depth means nothing. Why do you think?
None of the evidence
you're
that you gave reaches the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere.
You're shouting at my face.
Excuse me. None of the evidence that you gave reaches a conclusion that the Earth is a sphere, especially the depth of the water and the pressure and the sun's inability to get the light down there. None of these things are exclusive to a sphere. Do you understand that?
I don't understand that.
Of course you don't. You're a fucking 5-year-old.
Yeah, you can't even explain. You see,
Lux, one at a time.
Like a
Lux,
baby now. You're shouting
Lux,
like a baby.
you're having a meltdown. Lux, can you tip water onto a flat surface? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Can you tip water onto a curved surface? Yes or no?
Yeah, it will dribble down.
Guess what? So your ability to have water on a surface means nothing. So your claim of it's so deep, it's so high pressured, the sun can't get there means zero.
Ding, 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 ding. And he wants to complain that we're getting upset with him because he's an idiot.
I'm going to debate back instead of that shouting back. He's going to start shouting back because I'm not going to even bother
Just go to another channel, dude. You're not welcome here anymore. You've wasted our time often enough.
Oh, you guys are pathetic.
You're the pathetic one. How hard is it? It's either curved or it's flat. I suggested you go and measure it, but you don't like that idea. You just want to stick with your space photos. You're more than welcome to do so, mate. Go and get on the NASA website, print them out, make a little ball out of them and cuddle them. That's it. If that's all you want to do, go and be a believer the rest of your life. I would like you to be knowledgeable. I'd like you to be a knower. I know it's a globe because I've measured it and I've proved those flat earthers wrong. So how about you get off your little computer, go out into the real world and see if you can find some drop over distance and measure it. And when you do, come back and tell the boys and girls, prove them wrong, shut them down. Instead of your stupid claims of, oh, we've got high water pressure down at the Marianas Trench, which no one really gives a rat's ass about.
And under Yellowstone National Park as well.
Yeah, earthquakes.
Just disappointing. So fucking disappointing.
How did I miss this dude the other day? When was he in?
He's been in off and on the past week.
Oh, really? And I haven't crossed him yet. Wow.
Yeah, and so far, not a single argument or perspective he's offered was unique to him.
It also says on the description of what the Russians claim they found at the bottom of that hole they dug, that it wasn't hot. They said there was like a solid liquid that the drill could not get through.
Oh, so it's not hot now. That's a problem for your claim earlier.
They didn't mention it was hot at all. They said
it's not hot now. You said it was hot.
No, that wasn't me. That was the other guy. He was saying it was hot. But I was saying, from what I've read, they didn't say it was hot. They just said there's some sort of solid diamond-like liquid they cannot drill through, and it's broke every drill tip they've tried. So they have no idea what's deeper than that.
It was melting drill tips.
It was melting them, yeah. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a pretty big weekend. I shall leave you all in peace, and I'll catch you tomorrow on one of our many channels. So have yourselves a good one, guys. Peace.
Yeah, go drink some water, calm down, chill out. Bye.
Bye. See you later, man.
Has he still got the ability to talk in my channel? What the fuck?
Yeah, they can't all be winners, guys. So we got any other new people in? We want to ask a question or present an argument for the globe? Maybe that last conversation inspired you to do better. Yeah, I think Lux's big problem was he was unable to distinguish between evidence and claims. So he's like, oh, well, it was in the textbooks, thinking that that's evidence, not realizing that that's just a claim. And then if he was pushed to what the evidence actually was, yeah, there wouldn't be any. He'd just repeat another claim. Well, they've claimed this. Okay, what's the evidence? Well, they claim this. Okay, more claims.
It would be like presenting a police officer presenting his traffic ticket, citing you for speeding in court as evidence.
No. I like your question, though, Amish. That's a good one to generally ask them. What's the reasonable basis for assuming the globe to begin with? Because on top of all the claim stacking, you've got an assumption of a ball from the beginning that you have no justification in maintaining or proposing to begin with.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's a great approach. I mean, we're dealing with people that confuse the map for the territory. So this probes that depth a little bit.
Absolutely. He couldn't really give an answer to that. Didn't seem like. I'm interested in hearing that being addressed by a Glober.
Cyclone, it was in a textbook, so that makes it real.
Usually they try and deny that they're just verbatim parroting a textbook, but this guy's got no problem with it. It's actually the proof.
When you actually, I don't know how old you, when you actually think about a science class, they did literally just chuck a big thick textbook in front of you and just study that.
Yeah, full of cartoons and say, well, if it's about a globe Earth, okay, so he knows that there's a molten iron core. Like he's coming at this whole ridiculous begging the question about drilling and seismology from what he's assuming to be an absolute fact about a ball core in a ball Earth. It's like, dudes, that's just
isn't
a
that what they do
story.
in seismology, though? Aren't they assuming that there is a solid inner core and a liquid outer core and a solid mantle, etc., to begin with?
Well, Amish was saying in the model they're using for seismology, they're using hyperbolic geometry, not spherical globe Earth geometry. But to be honest, I mean, I've not really looked into the PNS wave thing in a while.
Yeah, okay.
They just assume that Earth is a globe, but they apply a different model. It's funny. I mean, it allows them to also model it on flat Earth, as some seismologists have done, including PhD Tony himself, who spends an inordinate amount of time in Earth Awakenings arguing against flat earthers when he himself modeled seismic waves on a flat Earth. I mean, it's the map territory issue. You can come up with any map you like and then cherry pick the best parts about it to defend your worldview from it. I mean, that's how the globe was created. The map in this instance was how some people perceived and chose to perceive the stars operating above their heads.
It told us in the textbooks as well that slaves built the pyramids. And then they've had to take that out of the textbooks because they've changed their mind on that. Just one proof that textbooks are always right.
Well, they're still going full throttle with pseudoscience like Darwinism. I mean, that's got a reckoning coming, surely. It's like got to be the elephant in the room at this point. Like, well, still not finding any evidence for this whole Darwinism thing.
Yeah, but then people just straight away point to dogs, and I try to tell them that's selective breeding, but they don't. They just know, say it's evolution. Came from a wolf.
Yeah, it's criminal. Generational propaganda.
Darwin was very confident that they'd soon find all the evidence for evolution buried within the fossil record of Earth itself. And when that didn't happen, they came up with all these stories. Punctuated equilibrium, non-steady state theory, so on and so forth. All these ideas that can't be proven.
But that's contrary to Darwin as well.
Yeah.
Because Darwin stated in his work that if the fossil record isn't vindicated within, I don't know what he said, 50 to 100 years or something like that, he said discard the theory.
That bit's left out.
Yeah, they don't mention that.
I'd never heard that before.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's in his Favored Races book.
That's why they don't quote from it.
Yeah, right. That's in his How to Intellectually Justify Racism and Enslavement and Colonialism by Darwin.
Redwin put forth a very good question about the iron core of the Earth, and Lux called it a meme just because Redwin put it forth as a GIF. So in the GIF it says, how does the Earth's core generate a magnetic field when molten iron loses its magnetism? And Lux said that this is just a meme. He didn't even know that this is the Curie point, or the Curie temperature. When ferromagnetic materials reach their Curie temperature, they lose their magnetic fields, and they become paramagnetic, and they are not ferromagnetic anymore. So this is not just a meme, this is a fact. So this justifies the question, how could the supposed iron core of the Earth have a magnetic field or produce a magnetic field when its temperature is above the Curie temperature of the iron? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a fair question. And, you know, the rest of us are on standby, right? Waiting to go into some of the technical specifics of that animated GIF that Radwin shared, but we couldn't even get that far with this guy for the reason you said. He just hand-waved dismissed it as a meme.
Yeah.
You know, at that point, it's like, all right, I'm not going to waste my time talking about like coherency versus incoherence of magnetic fields and the dipole disorder that results from the friction and heat and energy of all the vibrating molecules inside of that clump.
Yeah, today I saved a very nice meme from Jenna. I'll post it in the chat box. Yeah, these guys are like a brick listening to respond, and not the sponge, and not like the sponge listening to understand.
That's good. If that's so true.
Yeah, to be fair, it's from Jenna. I say that today. Very nice. This is how these people are. They just don't hear whatever. However you stress yourself to explain it, and they just don't listen.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him what makes down going inward versus just downward. Oh, it's just common sense. So you say, okay, why is it common sense? Because it had to be taught to us in middle school. All right, so how is that common sense? Well, it just makes sense.
Yeah, it's what he's actually saying is appealing to authority. Just because it was taught to him in a school book, and just because NASA tells him that, that's why we have to believe him, and we have to follow his steps.
Yeah, he revealed to the audience that he doesn't even know what common sense is. If he's defining that by inculcation via indoctrination in a government mandatory school environment.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I posted also today in the chat box, after 10 years of all the observations, I mean, it's not anymore a matter of they cannot understand it, or they do not understand it, or we are not able to explain the fact to them that there is a lack of curvature. It's a matter of it's a matter of it's a mental matter, like maybe because they don't have the courage to admit that they were lied to, because they are too proud, or maybe because they belong to the system and have some advantage of keeping this lie and participating in it and pushing it forward. It's impossible that one cannot. Yeah, I think someone, maybe it was you, Sporadic, or someone else posted yesterday with the caveman sitting on a stone on the beach and looking to the horizon, and there was a meme. It's so easy, even the caveman sees it and comprehends it. It's very easy when one sees the horizon behind the Habitat platform at a distance at least 15 miles, because the Habitat platform is at 9.4 miles, and the horizon behind it is much further. It must be at least at 15 miles distance, or 20 miles, and that makes it 10 times further than we should see, which means 1,000%, because when you say 2 times, that means 200%. When you say 10 times, that would be 1,000%, or 2,000%. When you say 20 times, that means mathematically 2,000%. So no refraction can give them 2,000%, because the refraction in their own words is 7/6 radius. Cannot have 2,000%. So then it's just the unwillingness that they don't want to let the sphere go. It's not that they cannot comprehend it, and we are not able to explain it to them so that they would be able to comprehend it. It's because they just don't want to let go. That's why, however you try, how hard you try, it will not come true, because it's about the unwillingness. They are unwilling to listen and understand what you are trying to communicate to them.
It reminds me of a conversation we had a few weeks ago with the Glober. So he brought in ChatGPT, right?
Yeah, ChatGPT.
So, yep, we decided to leverage that. We said, okay, all right, let's use this in live time with the Black Swan. And said, ask ChatGPT to define a K factor, which refers to a refractive index. And we're dealing with a claim of a gradient index medium of the air. So ChatGPT gave, the standard answer, what it is. And we said, okay, ask ChatGPT what the standard refraction K factor is. And it came back with, 16%, 17%. That's the same as 7/6 minus 1. Or 1 minus 7/6. But so then we said, okay, great. Suppose we can see a horizon past 10 miles from 1 foot off the ground. What would the refractive index of air be? Assuming a globe. And it came back with like, oh, this is impossible because it would be like 23,000%. And we said, okay, ChatGPT, we asked this guy, ask ChatGPT, what kind of physical conditions would be present within the environment to allow for such an observation? And it said, this is absolutely impossible. There are no physical conditions and features of this environment that we know on Earth that could produce such an image. And it was so powerful having this Glober go through that and watch his faith in artificial intelligence get destroyed while staring at flat Earth evidence in the text chat.
And if I may add to that, Sporadic, that goes to show how potentially wrong ChatGPT can be. Because if you take that same sort of measurement and you bring it to the Walter Bisman calculator, they'll tell you that you need a refractive index of 0.9891, which isn't exactly, 23,000%. I mean, it's still, 8 to 10 times greater or so, 7 to 9 times greater than your standard refraction, right? Which seems quite enormous. But the fact that it wouldn't have picked up on that, it's a total mess, dude, no matter which way you put it.
I mean, the percent that's calculated is based off of presumed Earth's radius. So it's not even a formula; it's an equation. It's just it's like a shortcut that doesn't even apply to anything in reality to begin with.
Yeah, like this math here, from what I remember in Walter Bisman's calculator, it's basically like as this K approaches 1, the surface approaches infinite radius, i.e. flat, right?
Yep.
So 0.9891, you're like, a few hundredths away from being flat? Like, come on, man, that's weird as shit, if you ask me.
Yeah, his calculator isn't a model. Like, it's not modeling waves or rays. It's just a gigantic spreadsheet calculator on the back end. And something I've tried to explain to people earlier is what is observed and being claimed by Globers are two different things itself. Because when they claim that the ray arcs or wave arcs, if you can call it that, are curving at one rate that is a flatter trajectory than the curvature of the Earth, that's not what they're seeing. Because if the ray arc is indeed bending the way they claim it is, and the Earth is indeed curved the way they believe it is, then the image that results is not what is being shown. Because that is a very simple curve. And what it is doing mathematically is lifting the observer up by the requisite height in feet to see far over the curve. Mathematically, that's what it's doing. So the other way to think of like seeing oil rigs 66 feet below the curvature of the Earth is actually more mathematically truthful to say light is lifting the observer 66 feet higher than his current point of observation. And this would have a different effect on what you see, Because what you would see is the scene tilting, rotating. You would be seeing more of the tops of the oil rigs, more of the tops of the objects in the distance if Earth was a globe and the rays were bending the way that they claim they are. But instead, we're seeing a panning and shifting. We're seeing a translation, not a rotation. And this means these simple curves that they show us in their models are not even true for a globe. These curves would be complex curves. They'd be sinusoidal. And that makes it even worse because now you have to have a reversal. You have to have conditions where the ray arc is being pushed by one set of pressures and then pushed another way by another set of pressures. The force vector alignments would have the arrows moving all sorts of different ways, and their assessed cause would have to be something in nature that's doing that. So all trillions and trillions and trillions of rays of light, points of light, the entire wavefront is doing this complex curling due to unknown meteorological conditions that nobody can prove exist, conspiring to just curve at the right rate at varying distances, therefore curving at different rates together to lift a curving surface up, make it flat to the observer. And not just flat in one direction, but look the other way 180 degrees, flat in that direction too. You know, and we're the crazy ones for calling that into question, right? That's what's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to get going soon. I'll be on later. It's good chatting.
Okay, bro. See you later. I mean, when you're gone. Dragon, you're hot miking.
I'm just laughing at what Lux is saying. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm a pathetic loser.
I read it.
I'm crying. I need to go sit in a timeout somewhere.
There was too much trolling today in the chat box, so I had to block the trolls just from the side of my chat. For example, these two, Cyber Boy and Cyber Girl, they were just chatting about some anime things and stuff, and filling the chat box.
It looked like it was in Filipino or something.
Have no idea. One of them spoke for a moment. He sounded like, Asian, East Asia, or something like that.
Hello, everyone. We got anything for this globe thing yet? Probably not.
Yeah, this guy had a really good proof. Because there's pressure in the Marianas Trench.
Okay, that proves the globe right there, man.
Yeah, we're all lost now. We don't know what to do.
I never thought about pressure in the Marianas Trench. You know, I mean, that's good stuff there, man. Whatever it means, I don't know.
I'm back on the globe now.
And we checked for new people. What about Oxwoody? We talked to them. Silent type, seems like. Oh, there's a guaranteed glober. Flat Earth dude. Are you sure, Mike? See, his name's just a joke because he's really a glober. Right, Flat Earth dude? Crap, guess he's not his Mike. He's an OG from 2016. I was trying to say hi to him. Anyway, what were y'all doing? Just being silent?
Yeah, there was this guy in here, but he was just being stupid, so he got timed out, I think.
Yes, but all the globe's got anymore is just being stupid and trying to deflect and not actually address issues about how it doesn't make sense, things like that, right?
Well, the evidence he was arguing was textbooks in school, earthquakes, heat underneath Yellowstone, and pressure on the Marianas Trench, and like trying to explain why none of that's relevant is very difficult.
He really going with textbooks? That's a good one.
Because we got shown in school.
I mean, that's That's one of the key tools that got us all in this mess in the first place. Is people independently writing in textbooks where they want to put in there, right?
I never realised at the time, but that you literally just remembering, like when you get the test, it's just how well did you remember the textbook. That's all the test is. It's crazy. I can't believe I didn't switch on to that as a young kid.
All it is, how well can you absorb information and regurgitate it back to them, right?
And how important it is and how much you can learn when you're a kid. That's when we can absorb shit. Like, you could have dropped me off at 6 years old in Germany and I can speak fluent German and English now. No problem. Trying to learn it as an adult, it's much, much more difficult.
Yeah, you're making a good point there, because that time when you're, say, 5 to 8 years old, your ability to absorb information and process it is wide open. You know, you haven't been, your filter's kind of unclogged, I guess, to put it. You know what I mean?
It's the picture Berserker put up, because when you're a kid, you do have a sponge brain, and then as soon as you like get through puberty and you become like 20, you get brick brain, and everything just, you think you know everything and you don't absorb anything anymore.
Yeah, once you slowly get to that point where you think you know it all, then you don't want to learn anything, right? Exactly.
Mm-hmm. You know, and for most of us, unfortunately, when we're kids, we just absorb nonsense, don't we? We've got broken families. A lot of families have troubles with, you know, loads of crap. So even from school and home, you're getting lied to.
Yeah, there's a reason. Like, for example, at least for me, the first time I saw a globe was in my 2nd grade classroom. So I think I was going on 7. There's a reason they wanted everybody to see that globe sitting there. Then they tell you about the upside down people and everything, gravity, and then you just don't even think about it anymore, you know?
Those Australians upside down.
Just glanced over the panel again. I see all globe deniers as far as I know. If I'm wrong, please speak up. What about Segway 0001? Are you there? Don't know who you are. Hello, Segway. Welcome to this Flat Earth Discord. What say you?
Sirs. Yes, sirs. I'm a listening.
You're on listening mode.
I'm on listening mode.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think you're sitting there listening on a spinning globe, or are you on a level?
I think we're in the Matrix.
Oh.
Uh-oh, brain in the jar, Earther.
That's all you, Ray, if he keeps talking.
He's a brain in the jar, Earther. He gave up on reality. Now he thinks he's in a Matrix.
We're in a Matrix. There's little numbers dropping everywhere.
Yep, you're a brain in the jar. You gave up.
Can I go back to listenings now?
Yeah, you got that option.
Yep, don't make any comments. Yep, don't make any comments.
No comments.
No, not in voice. No, you wanted to go back to listening mode, so you stay on listening. Lux, you're up.
Hello, everybody. Hello again. That was a very intense argument we had, right?
Go ahead and say where sporadic was wrong or what he did.
Wait. Let me. I've just come now. Wait. Let me just say hello to everybody. Let's be friends. Why is everyone fighting?
I'm just a moderator. I'm on both sides.
Nobody's fighting. Nobody's fighting with you.
Toxic...
Whatever it is, bring your evidence for whatever you're coming here with. Go ahead, man.
I understand, but if there's going to be toxic energy, we're not going to be able to have a lovely debate. Let's try to be reasonable. All right. So, where was it?
Toxic. Go ahead.
Well, it's just called being sociable, you know. Anyway, I forgot where I was.
You were going to explain how sporadic is wrong on the last thing he told you about. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm going to say something, but then he's going to say, oh, this is level 1 global flat earth thing. You know, I want to start somewhere. I do. But I don't want him to come and say to me that, you know, oh, it's basic level 1. No, you know, like, don't be sarcastic and let's have a lovely conversation. Okay? I'm not trolling. I'm not LARPing. I'm here to learn.
You're up. You set down the rules, dude. Go ahead.
I want to understand why you guys believe in something like this.
Oh, there's no curve to be found.
Yeah, it's not a belief. We just know that there's no curve. The nature isn't curving. The water's not curving, sir. Sorry, it's not our fault.
Okay. The water's not curving. All right. So, yes, but okay. Let's look at the ships. Okay. Let's start from level 1. Okay. Let's go on the most basic thing first. Okay. We go to the beach. We see a ship. The ship is going. We say goodbye to the ship, and the ship goes all the way down the horizon. Right. It goes down and down and down and down. And then what happens? The ship is sailing away into the horizon, so it goes bottom first, right? And the top of the ship vanishes later on. So it looks like the ship is sinking. So we can obviously see here that it's a curve. That's number 1. I know it's very common, very cliche.
I need to rebut
very
that
cliche,
for a
yes.
second. Yeah, I need to rebut something. Then I pull out my P900 and I can see the ship again. I have a P900 camera. It's a zoom camera, 83x Nikon P900, 83x zoom, 83 times zoom. I can see the ship again. Now what?
Okay, but how far are you going to see the ship? Because it's gonna drop off, isn't it?
To the extent, to the extent of my zoom lens.
Yeah.
If I get a bigger zoom lens, if I got a bigger zoom, I could see it again.
Yeah, because the other day someone sent me something from like the oil rig. It was an oil rig somewhere on one of the shores, and it was like zoomed in all the way into the oil rig. But it's just not making sense to me. Like, if it goes too far, it's gonna vanish. It will shrink. Why? Because it's curving. It's going.
Okay, so let's pick up on that point. You said it's because it's curving. Okay, so according to you, there's a distance from where you're standing at the beach and where that ship goes over the curve, correct?
Yeah.
All ships should go over that same point, right?
Mm-hmm.
How come they don't?
Yeah, I mean, not just the ship. I mean, like, I'm just giving an example of the ship. You know, like
should disappear at that. Everything should disappear, and in the globe world, it's 3 miles if you're 5 foot high or something like that. So if you're 5 foot high, looking at the beach at 3 miles, you should see everything go over the curve of the earth, right?
Yeah, I mean, our eyesight is not perfect. We're not God, you know, but you know, we can see. We can see farther away how the ship is, and the ship's going to vanish. The ship's going to go because we can't see it anymore. You know, I mean, it's going to be too far away. It's going to curve. It's going to go down or up or wherever the ship's going.
So that's it. That's your answer. It's curved, but if I pull a camera out, it can see it again. Doesn't mean it's not curved, or it's curved somewhere else. Then.
I mean, if you put out your PX80, whatever you're going to call it, that super high technology camera that you're talking about, you know, you zoom onto it, but still, after a certain amount of time, you're not going to be able to see it anymore because it's going to go down or up. But let's try to look for some evidence first before we continue, okay? Because I know you love evidence, don't you? You love evidence.
Yep. Love it.
Wait a minute. Did you say it's going to go down or up? What do you mean it's going to go up?
I'm just going to let him spiral, Dave. Go ahead. Tell me.
Yeah, let's say it leaves London. A ship will leave London. Let's go down to the Mediterranean. You can't see it all the way down there, right? Because it's gonna curve. It's gonna go down the Mediterranean. You're not gonna be able to see it anymore.
Because you can see forever.
Let's try to find. Hmm?
There's only so far you can see. There's no curve.
Hello.
If you go to the weather app on your phone and click on visibility, it'll tell you how far you can see from where you're at today. Like me, today is probably about 8 miles, maybe 12.
Do you mind if I have
When
a
you
chat with
zoom in. Oh, can I ask you something, right? When you zoom in on the ship, right, doesn't it vanish bottom first?
No, it's still
after a
there.
certain amount of time, it doesn't.
No, I already posted it at 00 after the hour. What a boat looks like when it goes over the horizon, then you zoom in on it.
Hey, can I chat with this guy, Rodwin?
How
Yeah,
come
don't
I can't
chase
post-
him out though.
How
I know
come I
you
can't
love
post in the chat?
you love using your Nikon zoom cameras, P900, P1000s, or X, whatever you're gonna call them. You know, your lovely cameras.
So, yeah, hold on, Lux. You're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. First of all, you're saying the ships disappear from the bottom up. This observation is only due to the fact that there's an optical phenomenon taking place. Do you know this? You said it when you actually started talking about it. You were naming it. You said it looks like the ship is sinking. Do you know there's an optical phenomena that's called a superior mirage that's named that?
My internet's
You know that,
backing
right?
up.
Can you hear me?
I was gonna post a picture of that, but I can't.
One, two.
Post
Can you hear me? Hold on a sec. Can you hear me, Lux?
I can hear you, Elf.
All right, so yeah, exactly what you said it looks like it's doing is what the name of the optical phenomena is called. It's a superior mirage. It's called sinking. Did you know this, Lux? Hello? I don't know if you can hear me or not.
He can hear you, or he's just ignoring you and just worrying about typing again.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me, Lux?
Oh.
Lux, if you can hear me, say something. Okay.
So he probably has you muted.
I don't know. I've never spoken to this guy ever for him to do that.
Well,
Lux, are you there, Lux? Come in, Lux.
He could be in denial after I posted the sailboat, and he's just not going to talk now.
Come on, Lux. Answer his question, man. Are you there?
You're not muted.
No, he said his internet's going wrong, and I could probably hear it because he got cut off when he was talking. So give him a second.
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we hear you, man. Do you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
But you are.
Last sentence that you guys were saying. Tell me again.
You are still talking. Yeah, so you were talking about an optical phenomenon called sinking. You were describing it at the very beginning, I guess, when you started talking about this.
Yeah, and I saw these cameras now. You guys have like official cameras now. These like the official cameras for flat earthers.
Yeah, that's great. That's good information. We can support that. Lux, hold on a second. Can you hear me? Yeah, we can support that information in just a second. I want to just address that you said that what the ship looks like it's doing is sinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that there's a superior mirage called sinking? Lux. Ay vey.
I think you broke him.
His internet could be going in and out.
He's typing to ChatGPT how to answer this question now.
Yeah, I think he wanted to bypass it. He wants to bypass it and talk about cameras, but he doesn't want to address the fact that there's an optical phenomenon named exactly what he said it looks like it's happening.
Exactly.
I just don't want to detract from that until I get a confirmation that he understands what that is.
His original argument was P&S waves, and that got smacked down, and he didn't like that. He started yelling.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys.
I can't have it. I can't have it. It's not working out. The internet is very faulty.
It's okay. Yeah, whenever your internet's sorted, we're still going to ask the same question when you return. So you can look up ChatGPT and all that stuff in the meantime. That'll help you understand what the optical phenomena is.
No, I mean, I use ChatGPT every now and then for a little bit of guidance, of course, but it's still, like I said before, it's still common sense. And you may take the piss out of it. You may like to
nobody's taking the piss out of it.
They name names for people. You might like doing that, but
just relax. You like to have a chill chat. You like to have a chill chat. So do I. So when you're looking up the information for Superior Mirage and you see there's a category called syncing, what does it say there? Can you read that? What it says?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't like literally it obviously doesn't literally sync, obviously, but it vanishes from eyesight. It vanishes from the telescope. The cameras that you guys are using, your X80
bro.
cameras, you know.
Just relax, dude. You're jumping ahead. What happens is there's an optical phenomenon taking place, and you've identified it's not really syncing. You said it yourself. It's not really syncing. We know that, right? We also know that. But the optical phenomena makes it appear that way. That's why it's called syncing. It's a specific Superior Mirage, and it doesn't happen all the time. A ship that sails away from your position doesn't always appear to be syncing. That optical phenomena happens sometimes, not always. It's not a rule of thumb that the ship that moves away from you will start to appear to be sinking. It doesn't always happen. So Radwin was telling you that even if a ship goes far away, you can pull out binoculars and then see that ship, because what you have is there's a compounding factor, right? There's one where you could actually see the thing where it appears to be sinking, like you said. There's one where it appears like the ship is floating above the horizon, and that's also a different type of Superior Mirage, right? And it's called looming. So there's a lot of other types of Superior Mirages at the distance where you might think it's doing something because of the curvature of the Earth, and that's just not true. They're categorized as optical phenomena with these miraging effects. However, there's times where you could see the ship up to 20 miles away with binoculars. So it's not always the case that it disappears from the bottom up. That's not always a rule of thumb. It's a bad argument for a Glober to have because they think that it happens always, and it doesn't. So indeed, the ship is not disappearing from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth. Did he leave? Okay. Right. How much of that did you get, Lux?
I really hope he got all of it. That was really good.
Yeah, he's going to feign that he didn't hear or something. I mean, honestly, he is having internet trouble, so you can just blame it all on that. So. Sounded like he was capable enough to have this conversation, but perhaps his internet's not going to allow him to. We have guys, welcome. Guys, panic. Yeah, we heard your mic on mute. What's going on, man?
All right, let's try again. Now it's online. Everything is okay. Let's calm down.
All right, we can repeat. I can start over again if you'd like.
No, don't repeat over again. Let's get back to the main topic because I'm on the verge of breaking. I already changed my phone 3 times this week. I keep smashing my phone. I keep smashing stuff.
Yeah, well, let's not be let's not be angry. Like, why are you getting hostile, bro? There's no reason for that. All right, so
it's the ignorance. That's why it's the ignorance. Not
you
just
don't have to be, dude. You can choose not to be ignorant, dude. Like, that's the thing. You don't have to be. So here's the thing. Like, when we're talking about this subject, of miraging effects, do you know that optical effects happen over a great amount of distance, such as the ones you see with what happens at the horizon? Do you know this, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you determine it's not the optical effect called sinking occurring when you see the ship disappear from the bottom up? How do you know it's a curve?
Like I said before, it's not literally sinking. Like I said before, it's just because it's vanishing. It's because it's a far distance. Our eyes cannot see it anymore, even if you use your
I understand that.
Or whatever you're using.
I understand that, Lux. What I'm getting to is, how did you determine it's not the optical phenomena categorized as sinking? It's a superior mirage effect. How did you know it's not that, and then that it's Earth curvature? How did you determine that?
Oh, because I've seen proof myself. Like when I see ships, I just look at the ships, going further and further and further away. I just see it myself. I mean, I don't use cameras to check it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, obviously.
Look, listen. It doesn't matter what you see. What I'm asking is, how did you determine it was the Earth's curve and not the optical phenomena called sinking? How did you know it was actually Earth curve? How do you determine that?
We can determine it because satellite engineers or people on the planes, you can obviously see that it's a curve and it's obvious. I don't know how else to explain it.
I guess what I'm looking for. Yeah, what I'm looking for is you were out on the beach and you saw the ship disappearing from the bottom up, and it should be categorized as sinking if you saw it disappear from the bottom up, right? Because it's a specific optical phenomena that occurs, and it doesn't happen all the time. But how do you know that
is it an optical illusion? What is it? Tell me.
It's an optical phenomena. It's called sinking. It's a superior mirage effect. Yes, you can look this up. You can look this up right now.
Okay, I'm going to look it up. Yeah, I'm going to look it up now. Just send me the link or something. If you can find me the source, just send me it because now I'm multitasking. I'm doing other stuff in the house as well.
Okay,
what about the airline pilots, satellite engineers?
What about airline pilots?
They use round Earth math on a daily basis.
No, they don't.
Working, right?
They use round Earth what? Lux, what did you say? Round Earth what?
What do they use? Tell me. What do they? So someone said no. They
wait
don't.
a minute. I didn't hear you clearly, Lux.
The other guy wants to talk.
Okay, hold on. What is round Earth math? Because you said they use it.
Round Earth math.
Yeah, what is it?
Round Earth math is, the engineers use, the satellite technicians use it every day to prove the curve is real, calculable,
do you have
and unavoidable.
Do you have an equation for this you can put in the text, what you're talking about?
Just ask for round Earth math.
You show an example of what you mean?
Ask it for your formula for round Earth math so we can look at it. That's what I'm asking for.
All right, look, I'm the GPS satellites and all of the aviation stuff, the maths, the specific maths. I don't know the specific numbers, but we can look it up, I guess. We can find it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing though. Like, do you realize that you're looking up information that you already previously think is already there?
I mean, the people obviously that in the aviation world, the people that are in the GPS satellite, the people that are doing this stuff on a day-to-day basis, obviously they have they have the scientists to prove stuff like this, right?
But how do you know this information?
I'm a layman.
I know, Lux, but how do you know? How do you know this information is there? If you're claiming it's there, and you're like, well, let me look it up. Isn't that kind of like opposite of you knowing? It's just you believing that it's there. That's what's happening right now. You just believe it's there. You don't know it's there. You have to look it up right now.
All my life, I've known like this. You know, like it's the same if you like. I know this is not the topic, all right? But let's see if you talk with a religious person, and you try to fight their dogmas. They're not going to listen to you because their dogma is for them to protect. You know, you can't change their mind.
Right,
so
that's fine.
But people as well, and I'm trying to understand your point of view as well, because I'm really trying my best to understand the logic of your
check it out, Lux. What we're telling you is that the idea that the Earth is a globe is just a construct. It's an idea. People have been interpreting that the Earth is a globe based on other people's ideas and imaginations. It does not exist in reality. So you're trying to understand what we're saying. We're telling you the facts. That the Earth as a globe doesn't exist in reality. You can't go outside and verify that the Earth is a globe. All of these things that they've been telling you are ideas that other men have been been handed down, like people that told somebody else.
Okay, but you are calling the globe, this round globe thing, just an idea, but that idea is sending satellites into orbit, is guiding the GPS signals, is helping pilots fly across continents.
Bro, what you just said right now is another type of ignorance that you have. You don't know where those satellites are. You think that they're in a place that they're telling you they're in because there's
where
corporations.
Are the satellites?
Yeah.
Where are the satellites? Tell me.
Yeah, there's corporations that are set up to actually have businesses that deal with this. But you and everybody else, you just believe these ideas that they're in a place called the vacuum of space, low Earth orbit, or like around the globe. So in your mind, that exists. Yeah, that exists to you, like it's real, but you can't. There's no way you can verify that information. You can only believe it.
I understand that. I can't verify it, but you can also your flat Earth theory is also just a quote unquote idea.
No, it's not a theory, Lux. It's not a theory.
That never works outside your belief bubble. It can't explain the sunsets. You can't explain sunsets. You can't explain the GPS. You can't explain flight paths.
You're rapid firing, dude. You're rapid firing, Lux. You're rapid firing. Okay. You know that?
Step by step. Step by step. Okay.
Yeah, when a person feels like their back is against the wall, they rapid fire and they start doing these questions because they don't want to face the facts. The fact is, if we go point for point, you're going to be exposed to find out you don't know the truth. Right now, you think it's a globe. It's not. It's a religious belief you carry.
It's a religious belief. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
It
Look,
is.
I'm logical. I'm a logical guy. All right. So I'm an atheist.
Good. That's good.
I'm a logical guy. So you can go down this the even though I don't understand it fully, I'm not a scientist. I'm more like raw and unfiltered. You know this.
You're talking about an empiricist, right? You're an empiricist. You're a guy based on facts and not on fiction. Yes.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. I don't like science fiction. I'm not a religious guy. I'm more logical. I'm more streetwise. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. I can vibe with that. But what I'm saying is, okay. So since I at least know a little bit where you're coming from, okay. How can I put it to you? You can relate to. Well, you've been on the streets. You know when somebody's doing like a hoodwink, right? Or they're doing like a scam, or you could call out bullshitters easily, right? Because you have like a street knowledge. You know when somebody's not telling the truth, right? You can easily know that.
Yes, of course. Yes.
It's different. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. It's different with people in academia. It's different. It's the same type of propaganda like you would see on the streets. However, it's a whole different category. So these academics, right? They play to the people's ignorance. They play to the people's ignorance because no one's going to ask questions because they're talking about some high-sounding information, right? So the information you're receiving has got to do with mathematics. It's got to do with like these lab coats, these guys who have made it in the academic world. And so they're telling you something that you can't verify, therefore making them unfalsifiable information. They're giving you unfalsifiable information. Here's the thing, man. Like, I'm coming from where you're coming from, so hopefully I can relate, right? I did a lot of research over the years I've been doing this, dude, and I've talked to all kinds of people, right? I talked to astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs, bro. I talked to just the regular academics, people who know math, right? The idea that the Earth is a globe is only a good guess that the academics have. When I asked them, like, there was a cosmologist, he goes by the name of Mick West. He came into 24/7 and we talked to him about, the cosmology and, like the sun and all that. And we asked him, I told him straight up, hey, what's the sun made of? And, the first thing he said was, my best guess is that and he went into talking about how it's like, plasma and all that. But that's how he prefaced what he told me, was that it's his best guess. So, and everybody was listening to him, but he, like most academics will say that it's their best. They never say this is how it is. They don't do that. And then, of course, in that academic realm, what gives them the way out is they say the reason they do that is because that's not how science works. Science doesn't work on absolutes, and they can say it's their best guess. So that's how they operate, man. So, in in the streets, like the way people operate.
I like what you said there, where science doesn't work. It's still like the simulation theory is also like it's a theory. We can't prove that we live in a simulation, nor can we disprove it. It's what they call it, the simulation hypothesis. I think they call it something like that.
They're running around. They're running around talking about these things. But what I'm telling you, man, is that
what I'm trying to say to you. What I'm trying to say to you is, you're saying that hundreds of thousands of physicists, geologists, pilots, astronomers, satellite engineers, all of the people that you talk to are all in on a global lie.
No, man.
While a few guys on YouTube, a few guys on YouTube with no credentials have figured out the truth.
You got us all wrong, bro. You got us all wrong. So, I'm going to appeal to your street knowledge, okay? So in the streets, right, when somebody's good at a scam, they could scam hundreds, if not thousands of people easily, because the people are they want to follow the scam. Like, let's say the guy is saying something like, if you buy my product, you're gonna be rich, you're gonna do whatever, whatever it is that they're selling them, the people are willing to buy because they want to believe what the person's selling them, right? That's exactly what's happening right here, brother. The people are they're willing to give their minds over to an idea because they want to be in that fantasy. They want to live with this cosmology where they're like in a planet that they're going to colonize other planets. Dude, I'm telling you, everybody's ready for this, right? Their mind is their imagination's ready for it, bro. So just like a scam, the people are getting scammed, but they do it at an early age where you don't have the bro. Listen, bro. They don't have the choice They don't have the choice to find out whether it's a scam or not. So when you get older, you can investigate that. But by that time, it's too late. Your mind is already given over to the fact that since you were told when you were young, it's already a globe, bro. It's a scam, bro. It's just like what you understand in the streets. It's the same thing.
I know where you're getting at. I know where you're getting at here, but you're confusing, with the streets, right? The scamming thing that you talked about. You're confusing the profit with proof. Just because someone's making money doesn't mean that they're right. It just means they're good at selling something. Flat Earth is also a business. It sells you the fantasy of being awake without ever needing to do the math, run the test, or face your ego.
No, it's not. You got it all wrong again, man. You've been sold not only one but two lies. The lie of the globe, and then the propaganda that the idea that the flat earth is a lie too, because of the fact that you got some niche group of people that want to be special and don't want to separate themselves from society and have some secret knowledge. And you got it all wrong, man. You got us all wrong right now. This group right here.
Yeah, but you're not. You gave me a lovely example on the streets. I love that example. I did.
I'm trying to tell you in a minute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you that this is the operation, right? The operation is set up so that if you were to ask any questions or go outside of that, you'd be made fun of, you're laughed at. And of course, let's just say, for example, you came out and told people that you want to talk about flat earth in whatever place you live in, your circle of friends or whatever. They're going to mock you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to listen to you, bro. And it's set up that way. It's designed that way. So there's nobody asks any questions. And you even of yourself, man, you took the bait. You think that now that because you think that this is so true, everything else is propaganda, bro.
If I talk, yeah, of course.
So
what do you
that's
mean,
what I mean.
Of course.
You do see what's happening, right?
It's the same with everything. Like, you're gonna.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a bit cracking a little bit. Can you hear me? Is it cracking out a little bit? 1 minute.
No, I hear you. I hear you just fine. But what I'm saying is, it's a lot to do with somebody. Like they're trying to wake you up to a fact that you've been lied to for such a long time, bro. And it's like, well, you've taken the lie for such a long time. You now think that the lie is true, and anything else is a lie. That's what's happening, bro. I'm trying to appeal to your sensibility right now, at least to that. You can be like, okay, man, that's something similar to what I've seen before. But because you're in it, you can't see it, bro. You're inside of it right now. It's got a hold of your mind. And you think that that's so true, everybody else is lying. You did? Yes, you did. At least now, I know he's atheist.
Where have you been hiding at, AV? Where have you been hiding?
I'm over here trying to get this project going, man, with the thing that we've been working on with like all the topics that we can't discuss in here. So, yeah, we're trying to get that going on Rumble, and it takes a lot of effort and like planning and all that kind of stuff. So we're going over like the format right now. We're trying to get at least a couple episodes going. It's kind of like logistically, it's quite a bit of work to get like Discord organized and dude.
All right, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up, man?
All right. So, bro, look, I listened to everything you said, all right, and I appreciate what you said to me, okay? But all my life, I've been skeptical, okay? Same with religion, same with something else or anything, I'm a skeptical guy. And when things don't seem logical to me, I will question it. And I have every right to question that. But when things become so absurd like this, I'm sorry, but, I need some more answers.
Yeah, that's fine. You might need. Here's the thing: you might need time. There was a guy in here. He goes by his handle is mathematician, and he's an atheist too, right? And he's like, I don't know. He actually said the opposite of what you're saying. He's like, I don't know why people wouldn't think the Earth is flat if the atheists that I know are all logical people. They're people that are, just they only want to talk about facts and empirical things, like true things in the physical world. And he's like, I don't know why people are falling for this global lie. And I told him, I was like, it started from an occult religion, bro. This is where it all came from. Even religious people today, like Christian people, think that it has everything to do with like God speaking of that in the Bible and all that. And like the Christian people are fooled as well, because they believe it all came from like the Word of God and stuff. And
of course, they are fooled on a different level. They're believing everything on a single book. That's a different topic. But if they're going to believe in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah, or any Abrahamic religion or anything, it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit out of fear. That's why, or they're scared of something. That's why, or they're too scared to question reality.
So think about it like this.
I'm a pantheist, by the way, but yes, okay, carry on.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you can believe however you like. But what I'm talking about is when it came to the realm of facts and like evidence with empirical ways that we can test and verify. I think a lot of people aren't able to produce that when they have their ideas, right? So think about an idea, right? If somebody does, if they can't prove it to you, like I think you are somebody who can look into the facts, right? If somebody proves something to you in flat Earth and somebody tried to prove something to you with globe, and they don't have evidence for what either one, like either flat Earth or globe Earth, then you could easily say, okay, well, you don't have the facts, you can't support what you're saying, so therefore I'm gonna have to put it aside as maybe just a belief that you can have about it, but it's not true. So I would say like this: you should categorize the information we give you, as in either I can prove it or I can't prove it. So that's all I'm going to give you that, because I know it's hard to get to, because your mind has always been wrapped up in the idea that we got satellites and we got rockets going to space. Dude, there's a lot of propaganda right now. You got videos, you got.
Well, I wouldn't call it propaganda when like millions and millions of people are following this, and like a very low percentage of people believe in this society.
I get it, but what's the percentage of atheists in the world, dude? Do you think? What's the percentage of atheists?
Well, I mean, quite a lot. Even people say that they're religious and follow their holy books anyway. 1%. I think it's more than that. It's more than 1%, because people don't even follow their holy books anyway. They sin. They don't know what they're doing in life. They think they have free will.
Yeah, what I'm saying though. Yeah, what I'm saying. I'm giving you.
People are waking up.
Lux, I'm giving you a compare and contrast, bro. That's what I'm giving you, a compare and contrast.
What?
So
what I'm trying to say to you, my friend, people are waking up. Right? Technology is advancing. We all know this. In about 5 to 10 years, it's going to get even more crazy.
Yeah, even by your standard right now, what you said, that's true. That's true, man, because now, look at social media and all that, we could talk to people that are in other parts of the world that we weren't able to. Like before, we could only talk locally to people, and that kind of stuff. But now that we have this technology where social media makes it available, where I could talk to you and you're in the UK, I'm over in the States, like all this stuff, it just makes it easier for us to have conversation about the information, whether or not the Earth is a globe, right? So we can compare the information, what you're being told over there, what I'm being told over here, and by that we can come to a logical and reasonable conclusion that it either is or is not a globe, bro. Like this is the thing I'm telling you.
You should also come to an agreement that you're meeting people from different countries, different mindsets. They might be open-minded. They might be narrow-minded. You might not be able to change. I'm open-minded. I'm down for any ideas. I am.
Yeah.
But if it's not going to make sense, I'm gonna debate about it. I'll talk, even if I can't prove it, because I know you want proof with measurements and sinking ships and this and that. I might not be able to prove it, but I can talk with logic. I can try to talk with logic at least. And if you're going to call me ignorant, or if you're going to call me ignorant over this, then that is your belief, and I will see you as a very narrow-minded person. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing, dude. Ignorance doesn't necessarily mean derogatory. It just means you're not well versed on whatever topic that you think that you're speaking of. Like, say you brought up, you brought up optics or whatever. You're not well versed in it. You're not going to be. You're ignorant in the topic of optics. That's fine. Like, you can just be educated. You can learn about it, right? So you don't have to be.
Of course, I'm self-taught when it comes to like the mind. I'm a layman on here. I'm learning. I'm not a professional, academic professional, but I still know how to hustle, how to survive, and how to get on with my life.
That's great. That's great. Good for you, right? Like, good for you. But like,
when it comes to like critical things, like if the Earth that we're living in is flat or a sphere, when I think of the flag, I've heard about this for years. I never knew it's actually this serious.
It is.
It's really. I'm holding myself. I don't like how else to express myself. I'm sorry. Arrogant.
I'll tell you like this.
I'm sorry if I'm becoming arrogant. I apologize.
No, it doesn't matter. Listen, all that you can just water under the bridge, right? Because however you were, it's just a reaction to the information, right? Everybody, even if you hadn't heard something that you didn't know about, when you reaction to that new thing that it is, you're gonna have a type of reaction. Everybody's different. Some people react differently than others, right? Whatever. But the most important thing is that maybe you can look past that and then identify whether or not you can verify the information or not. So everything that we're telling you, anybody's telling you in here, you can either test it or not. Either a flat earther is telling you something that is true, or the flat earther is telling you something that's a lie and you can prove it. So what we ask for is, when we talk to people, is that if we have something that we're telling you and you think it's a lie, point it out and show us how it's a lie. Like, demonstrate it if you have the knowledge. Don't just say I believe. Don't just say I believe and give us like these like talking points that you think, because like some Glober put it up in tell the flat earthers these 7 points. Like, that doesn't work, bro. We've been through all the talking points that you can think of. What we want is for you to look into what we're saying, and then demonstrate that what we're saying is untrue. Then we can take you seriously. If you're giving us talking points from like these other guys, that's not gonna work, bro. Or your ignorance, like,
what do you mean from like the other guy? I think this is not the first time that you've encountered something like this. Then I'm assuming you've seen a lot of people coming inside, and right? You've seen a lot. Like you said, you spoke with so many people, with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You spoke with physicists. You spoke with astronomers. You spoke with PhD. You even told me with your own mouth. Like you spoke with so many people, right?
Yeah. And
at least you're open-minded. You're getting ideas from people. But after all of,
I spoke with thousands, if not 10,000s of like normies, right? Like you and everybody else who thinks that the Earth is a globe, bro. Like that right there, I'm well adept at having conversations with you guys, because it's like, I get it, man. Like, it's not lost on me that you're reactionary to all this information, dude. You're just like, dude, what the fuck is flat Earth? Like, is this stupid, right? And I get it. But if you just for a moment in time, bro.
I'm Greek. Let me tell you something, right? I'm Greek, okay? So I was born in an Eastern Orthodox family, okay? So religion was put down in my throat, and all of my community, all of my family said that religion is the true path. Jesus is the true path, blah, 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 yada, yada, and all that religious stuff. But I didn't make sense of it. So I left it and I did my own journey. It's the same in this as well, you know. Now I'm having my doubts now because of all this debate that we're having right now, and I want to come to the conclusion why you believe that the Earth is flat. Because I'm a guy that I love knowledge. Maybe I might not be a professional, like I said, but I love knowledge, and try me.
All right. So let's put it this way: when we give out information, what I think would be a better response, because I know you're reactionary to. I was listening to you. You're reactionary to a lot of the things that are being said. What I think would be better, I think you could take this as advice, like a pro tip. When somebody tells you something, see if you can look it up. Right? I know you might think it's a debate, but to us and what we're telling you, it's not. So what I would say is,
then when I look it up, then you're gonna say, oh, you're gonna look on ChatGPT. ChatGPT is wrong. Don't listen to Elon Musk. Don't do this. Don't do that. I mean, I'm doing my research.
Dude, look, why don't you let people talk? You sit there and tell us what we're going to say to you.
Yeah. So what it is like this, right? I know that you have this thing that it's reactionary right now. You just want to say that because you think everybody's going to say the same thing. I'm not telling you like everybody else was. I'm actually speaking to you sensible, man. So I'm speaking to your sensibility. Hopefully that you're able to hear me when what I'm telling you. Is that when people are giving you facts, right? Let's say distance to the horizon or whatever. If it's supposed to be a globe, that information to you should be something you can know, right? You can know it. Like if it's a globe and their predicted distance where you see the horizon, it should be at a specific place. You know what I mean? Like those are facts. It should be for the Earth being a globe. And if a flat earther tells you, okay, look, this is the size of the Earth being a globe. Yeah. Listen, if the size of the Earth is a globe, then it should measure to be this specific distance away from you, like the horizon. Stuff like that you could look into. You shouldn't okay, bro, you shouldn't have to be so reactionary like, nah, man, I don't need to know those numbers, or what are you talking about measurement? Like, just listen, hear them out, bro. Just hear them out. And then maybe you could look into it and say, oh, let me figure this out. And if it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not, right? Like, no skin off your back. But if it's true, then you're a skeptical person and you found out new information.
Let me ask you, yeah.
Yeah. You gonna ask me what?
I think he lost his internet. Can see him lighting up or trying to.
Yeah, he might be having trouble again. Anyway, I was just trying to appeal to his sensibility, so maybe the conversation can shift into like actually wanting to investigate, everything that's being said versus just this combative like viewpoint where he has to like have an answer for everything that you're saying. And I think that's the first natural reaction that people usually get. But I think, at this point now that he's been in the conversation, he's been in a couple of days, right? In here, I think now he should be like, okay, let me hear what you guys got to say, and then I'll look it up and shit like that. Trying to turn the ship around, man. If I can't do it, then it's gonna going to go where it wants. Anyway, it's good to hear you guys. I'm probably have to get back to work, so.
You definitely got him thinking, I think.
Trying to, brother.
Well done, AB. Have a good day, man.
All right, bro. Check it later.
All right. Thanks for the conversation, my friend. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
We're still here, Lux. If you want to continue the conversation, Radwin, I think I'm here. What do you want to know?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, you're not tired yet of all these debates? You're not going to take a break?
Well, maybe we can pick up where Alpha left off and what he was. I don't know if you heard what he said entirely, because I think he cut out, but he was saying, don't have these knee-jerk reactions here. Instead, think about it logically and go and see that information up for yourself. See whether it is true or it's not true, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, like guys, I'm gonna do my research onto it, definitely, but I cut out before. I couldn't say my last sentence, right? I said, if I'm gonna look into something, for example, specifically speaking about the sinking of the ships, for example, other science facts are gonna get involved. It's gonna maybe confuse my mind and actually make more sense that the Earth is a sphere.
I think that what happens when people come in here and they hear this, they view the globe as a model that gives an answer for everything, yeah? Now, when you really specifically look into a lot of these things, you find that they really don't know. It's based off assumptions, etc., yeah? So what you guys always ask for is a replacement to all these things. So what's the sun doing? What's the moon doing? What's gravity? And then if someone can't give that replacement, you automatically just throw it all out and say, well, that's stupid. You have no replacement, yeah? Now, to begin with, to falsify the globe, we don't need to replace all those things. That would be my first point. We just need to falsify the radius value that we're given.
So what about all the investments that these scientists have been doing, sending off satellites and rocket ships and doing all this yada, yada, yada sciencey stuff? I mean, it was this is all for no reason, do you think? All of this scientific research, all this NASA research, what's going on?
I couldn't tell you exactly what they're doing or why they're doing it, yeah, because I can't do their thoughts. However, what I do know for a fact are certain things, such as water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force, yeah? So we've been using water as a level for thousands. We know that water always finds its own level. Water will lie flat, yeah? This is a part of liquid pressure. Water seeking its own level. 72% of the Earth is supposedly water.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, and there's water everywhere. Even our own bodies are also made of water, right? 80-90% of our body is made of water, right?
Yeah, so if you have a look in the chat, I can drop you a couple of citations that you can look into.
You say water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted on by another force, such as wind.
Yep, and water seeks its own level. And we've used water as a level for a very long time. Water does not demonstrate curvature.
Do you believe the other planets are flat as well? And the other planets in the solar system? What do you think of that? Just out of curiosity, what do you think of it?
What do I think of what, sorry?
The solar system. Do you believe in other planets? Do you believe in Mars, Neptune, Jupiter? Do you believe in that, or do you think it's false as well?
Well, again, I can only see what you can see. Yeah, I can see. Even with a telescope, I really can't see whether these things are... I can't tell you exactly what they are, yeah? Do I believe what I am told? No. Because it's not something that's verified. This is all just philosophy and metaphysics.
Yeah, just to back up AJ real quick, anything you talk about stuff in the sky, all you can do is look at it. You cannot verify it. Go ahead.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. I cut off.
That's okay.
Yeah, so I was saying, right, I was speaking with another flat earth. I was talking to, and he said that the space is not real, and I could prove it to you. So I was just wondering if more flat earthers also think the space is not real and planets are also like a hologram or something.
I think that that's just been poorly stated to you, yeah? Again, we all see the same thing. What I would state, and most flat earthers, everybody in here would state, is that we don't believe that space is what it's portrayed to be to us today.
Yeah, I told you space is fake. I tell you space is fake, so that you have to think about what I said. I didn't say space is fake and everything's a hologram. You made up that part.
No, I mean, I might be projecting a little bit here, but when you said like the space, was it you that said that before, that space is not real?
Yeah, it's not real. Your outer space, your idea of floating in outer space is not real.
The only thing that's been there is the imagination.
And that's exactly what I just said, yeah? We question the narrative that we are told. And when we question that narrative, it doesn't stack up, yeah? It breaks natural laws.
So what about the moon landing then?
Well, the moon landing, according to how they tell it, would be a violation of natural law. Cannot have happened.
My God, I swear, man, I'm a lag at this. Malaga.
Lathask Silo.
Yeah. What you saying?
Okay. I've lost my train of thought now.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit all over the place as well. Yeah, the moon landing. Yeah, the moon landing. Yeah.
Oh, the moon landing.
So what about that?
No, the way that they've claimed it would be a violation of natural law. Therefore, the moon landing did not take place the way that they showed it.
No, the moon landing must have happened. Oh, you see so many documentaries about it, so many sources about it. You don't believe in the moon landing?
Well, it would be a violation of natural law.
Violation of natural laws.
Yeah, so it would violate gas law, and it would violate laws of entropy, or the second law of thermodynamics.
That sounds very religious to me. Like, what do you mean? Like, can't we break the limits of what? Can't science break the limits of physics? Isn't it possible? Like, if science gets better by the day.
Because a law is something that is demonstrated to occur over and over again, and it becomes a law. So one of those laws would be, well, there's a few laws involved, but that would be gas pressure. Yeah. Now the definition of gas pressure is that gas needs to fill the available space and press upon the walls of its container. That's how we measure the PSI, pounds per square inch. So gas requires a container to be pressurized.
So space hasn't got that then? I mean, space is just an empty void, right? It's just a vacuum, right?
Well, that's what we are told, yes. Now, on the Earth here, we have 14 PSI, at sea level. So we have a pressurized system. A pressurized system requires containment.
Oh.
That is the antecedent requirement for gas pressure. And then you brought up a valid point that the claim is that this pressurized system, pressure system, or they claim to be a vacuum. Now, this violates the laws of entropy and the entropy of gases, because gases will expand freely into the.
Yeah. I mean, that's what gas is for, right?
That's right. So if this rocket is going to the moon, then these gases that we breathe would all be venting out into the base, and we wouldn't be breathing anymore.
Yeah, but if there's like a station, like if there's a rocket